and appreciate everybody being here. Chris, we have 5 nice books here. I've brought 3. I'm assuming we're going to operate out of 1. So, well, do we have any citizens' comments?
We do not.
No, sir.
Signed up? We have not. So that brings us to the welcoming and the agenda overview. Chris, you're going to speak a lot today?
Yes, sir.
Before we get started, I did, a lot of you know that Maura Gass' husband passed away last week, and Maura's been very active in keeping all of us up to speed on the budget, brought things forward. So I've told her that to take the time she needed to do what she needs to do. And if there's any, so we're not going to get a presentation from them today, but at a time that you want, we will be more than happy to do that. She's given us, just as recently as last meeting, updates on their revenue generations and their budget. She's presented it to her board, and I just felt it was important for us to give her the time she needs for all the time that she's given us, and if there's something we need to talk to her about, we can do it in the future. So Chris will pass on that one.
You bet. I appreciate that, Mayor, and I know she does as well. And all our best to Maura and her family and to the entire ICVB family at this time. Good morning, Mayor and Council, staff, and residents. It's good to be with you, Chris Hillman, City Manager, but that's a good way to start off, isn't it? Big Latin. Good morning, everybody. Right up front, I just want to express right up front, first of all, thank you very much to you as a council for your time and investment over these last several months. We've had a number of good conversations about the budget. Starting back in May, we had our May budget retreat. We've had a number of updates. We've talked about revenues and expenses and our future and focus items with our departments throughout the last several months at our work sessions, as well as committee meetings. All of that was very helpful for us as staff to know and understand what your priorities are as council. My goal as the city manager in the proposed budget is to always try and capture what your priorities are as I hear and understand them from you. I do believe that as I have heard and understood those, that those priorities are covered in the proposed budget that you have in front of you. If not, that's why we are here, and we can talk through those and figure out what additions or subtractions or changes would need to be made. I would also like to think if I could have, there are so many people that have worked on this over the last, not really even the last 3 months, but we start this process really back in January and February. Our budget team gets about 3 months worth of, quote, time off, and that means they're just not focused solely on the creation of the next fiscal year budget. But we start this process really back in January. So could I have everybody of our entire budget team please stand up? And I would just love to recognize them for the great work that they've done. Come on, don't be shy. Thank you very much. That's a great team. They do a phenomenal job. And Mayor and Council, what you see in front of you, you have a lot of paper in front of you. That is a lot of work, many hours, evenings, and weekends, putting together the most important document that you as a council will review and pass each and every year. These are our residents and our businesses' taxpayer dollars. It's very important that we as a city ensure that those taxpayer dollars are spent appropriately and wisely and efficiently. I believe that they are. And this budget will, as we walk through it, will show what those priorities are and how we're focusing those dollars to provide the services that those residents, businesses, and visitors are looking for and expecting. Right up front, some of the budget goals that we have. These look familiar because we have these goals, a number of these each and every year. We will always want to adopt a structurally balanced budget. What does that mean? You can say you have a balanced budget, But a structurally balanced budget means in our operations that whatever revenues we have coming in, we have the same number of dollars of expenses going out, which means we are not deficit spending. We only spend in our operations whatever dollars we have coming in. We do not overspend that. We don't rely upon fund balances to fund our basic operational needs. That's very important. We've always done that here in the city of Irving, and I would propose we always need to continue to do that. If for some reason we have fewer revenues coming in than what we are anticipating, or if we have fewer revenues coming in for what we're anticipating for next year, we reduce our expenses. More recently, we had during our COVID times, we did have that reduction in revenues. Initially, we thought we were going to be losing 26 to 30 million. We revised that down to about 18 million at the time. However, we ended up with a revenue reduction of about $6 million in our general fund. However, we reduced our expenses by 8 million that same year. So that's how we will always want to make sure that the dollars we have coming in will be equal to or greater than the dollars we have coming out. That's very important. We also wanted to make sure that we took care of our existing employees. We've been very focused, appropriately so, on recruitment and retention. As you know, we are still in a very competitive market for good employees, and we always want to make sure that we not only can secure the best and the brightest out there, but we also want to maintain all of our great employees as well. So we've been very focused on ensuring that we are very market competitive with our pay and with our benefits. And this budget that's in front of you continues to do so. We're also anticipating some additional increases coming through for this next fiscal year, especially in the public safety arena. As you know, we're still in the process of collective bargaining with the fire. We'll have an update later on that, and we're still continuing through the process so far. That process is moving along very well, and we anticipate that that agreement will be in front of council next month in September. We're also ensuring that we are pushing forward on the police side as well and setting aside dollars relative to the police staffing plan that was presented to you back in May. You may recall that there was a 5-year plan that Chief Miller presented to you. I mentioned at the time it was my goal, and I'd even say at the time my hope, but it was my hope and my goal that we would be able to look to fund the first 2 years of that staffing plan. Mayor and Council, the budget that you have in front of you funds the first 2 years of that staffing plan. It will fund next year, and we'll be setting aside the dollars for the fiscal year after that to ensure that we can begin to address those police staffing needs. And we're going to be doing the same for the fire as well with collective bargaining. We'll set aside enough capacity to ensure that we have the dollars available for what that collective bargaining agreement would be entailing. We're also wanting to make sure that we continue to fund all of our capital projects. We have many large capital projects, not only in the general fund, but throughout all of our funds, our enterprise funds, water, sewer, solid waste, MDU. Years ago, I said, even when I got here, I wanted to see orange cones everywhere. For good or for ill, we've succeeded in that. And a lot of times our residents say, and very appropriately so, we need our streets fixed. We begin to fix the streets. Sometimes there can be frustration when there's a lot of projects going on. At times, some of those projects are delayed. We worked very hard to get those done. But nonetheless, when you see all of that construction, you are seeing progress. And once those, especially the street projects, are done, I know that our residents and all of you as council are very appreciative of that, and we are on to the next one. But we also want to make sure that we're focusing on not only the big things, but the small things as well. We've already talked about a lot of our future and focus enhancements. We've talked about the police staffing, but even our parks and recreation, some of our trails. We want to continue our efforts on that. We were very pleased that we were able to receive a little over $2 million from the state this current session, the most recent session, I should say, although it's current with what the governor is continuing to try to do. But we were able to get over $2 million for the extension of our Campion Trail. And even some, again, the smaller things, just ensuring that our libraries are safe and adding a little bit of security for our libraries. And we're going to be walking through in detail over the next number of hours what each one of those budgets are looking for. For now, if you could go to the next presentation, But before we hit Mayor and Council, some of the highlights of what we've done over the last several fiscal years, what I wanted to do is introduce you, and I know you all have had a chance to at least initially review and to walk through the books that we sent out 2 weeks ago. This is book one of two big books, and these are good, sizable books, and there is a good reason why that is. And I'm going to, if I may, Mayor and Council, just walk briefly through the structure of what these books are. Not only for you as a council, but for our residents as well. These books are available for any resident, anybody who wants to come in. They'll be available online. But I just wanted to walk through the structure and the detail and to show what the thought process was behind the creation of this budget. In the very beginning of book one, you have about 70 pages of basic budget overview for the 25-26 fiscal year. And I would call it the Cliff Notes version if you didn't want to read all two big books. And in that Cliff Notes version, you're going to get the budget in brief. You're going to get a lot of information on just the overall revenues and expenses of what we have not only in our general fund, but for all of our funds. Mayor and Council, I know all of you, and we'll be walking through this later on as well, are always very keenly interested in, especially in the general fund, which is our largest fund, the one-pager that walks through the differences between our current fiscal year here and fiscal year 24-25 versus next fiscal year 25-26, what the differences are in terms of revenues and expenses, what went up, what went down. And you'll see there on page 16 and 17, again, we'll go through this in detail later on, you see that for the general fund, there is about $16.7 million worth of increases in revenue, but you can also see how we match that with expenses and what those expenses are. And then you can see we do have, again, a structurally balanced budget. We'll be walking through, again, in detail what those expenditures are and why we prioritize those. You then continue on, it walks through all the positions, and it walks through all of the supplementals as well, what was funded. And it even has a glossary of terms for those, especially for some of our residents may not be as familiar with some of the acronyms and the budget terminology that we use and are very used to on a regular basis. We want to make sure that anybody who picks up this book and opens it can consistently and easily walk through exactly how and what we do with our budget. After that, you then get into each of the department's budgets. And if it's all right, I'm going to pick on financial services. Thank you, Brett. I'm going to pick on financial services because one of the first things that you'll see in each department is if there's revenue coming in for that department, the first page you're going to see is revenue. And so in your book one, this is the first operating department that has revenue coming in. And you can see that, believe it or not, Brett's team brings in revenue. They bring in $40,000 worth of the liquor permits, which means once the budget's passed, they know exactly where they can go to go celebrate. So there's $40,000 there in revenue. And then the next page, which is going to be page 2 for the financial services department, you then begin to see the breakdown of every line item expense that that department has. And the way these line items are structured, I think I keep hitting the keyboard. Fernando, my apologies. You're going to see for every line item expense, you're going to see the fiscal year 22 actual expenses, fiscal year 23, fiscal year 24. So you're going to see the last 3 fiscal years of exactly what those expenses were for that line item. Then you're going to see the 25 year-to-date actuals. You're then going to see the 25 revised budget, the original budget, and then you're going to see the proposed budget for next year. As you follow those columns over, you're then going to see the percentage change from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26. If you continue over to the right, you will see an explanation, a summary of explanation of why that line item went either up or down. And then the last column over, if you look, you're going to see the budget detail page number. So if you want to know exactly what makes up that line item, you will be able to see exactly how that line item was determined. So let's just go to, for example, let's go down to professional services and the financial services. It says that that is on page 11 and 12 of the detailed budget. So you can just turn to page 11 and 12 of that detailed budget, and it will explain to you what makes up for that over $1 million of professional services that is in the Financial Services Department line item. The first part of that is the Government Finance Officer Association Certificate of Achievement Review, which is $910. The Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Award Presentation Review, $725. The Final Budget Book Review by Ed Sargent, that's $1,700. That's an individual we pay to go through the entire final budget to make sure that everything is appropriate and looks good. The largest cost within that line item is DCAD. These are the charges that DCAD charges each city for their services. And you can see it broken down, the Dallas Central Appraisal District fees, $1,024,885. That is a 4.09% increase that was projected. You also have the Dallas County Tax Office, and this is how that $1 million is determined. You have 62,291 accounts at $1.40 each. That's another $87,207 for the increased parcel cost from $125 to $140. So if you want to know why DCAD went up in their assessment over to us, it's detailed there. And Mayor and Council, you can go through line item by line item by line item. Our residents can go through line item by line item. They not only have the summary, but they can go to that line item detail, and we will document exactly how we came up with that number that is in that line item. Mayor and Council, I would respectfully submit, I am not familiar with any other city that provides this much detail and explanation as to exactly how and why we determine our budget. And I, as a city manager, for about a month and a half each year, will sit down with each department, and we will go through line item by line item, all budget line items in every department. And I ask, why is this going up? Why is this going down? What do you need? And detail it. Again, I'm not familiar with any other city that does this. I can guarantee you the state does not do this. And the state has always come down on cities that we need to have transparency. This is fiscal transparency for our residents. And would invite any resident to ask any questions that they may have. If they have thoughts or issues, definitely please provide them, because again, here is all of the information. So encourage everybody to walk through this. And through that line item by line item process that we go through each year, just this current fiscal year, and for the budget that you have proposed, we are able to reduce our line item budget expenses by $1 million, which provides that capacity for some of those other service level increases, supplementals that you see funded there. So we always go through that each year. And if our departments don't need that line item expense from last year to next year, they don't have it. I also commit to them that if you need it, and it's part of our priorities, we will make sure that you have the funding to be successful in your jobs. So Mayor and Council, that is a very brief overview of the books that you have in front of you. Again, it is two big books, but they're two big books because of all the detail that is in there. About a month ago, go ahead, Mayor, I'm sorry.
Chris, hopefully people are paying attention to this, because we always hear about the fat in the budget. Do we review the budget? Do we go back and look at it? You can find out anything you want to know, from what we did at Parks, what we did at Fire, what we did at Library, why we did this, what it was raised, where we were able to be saved. I mean, I sit on a lot of boards, whether it's a DART board, whether it's an airport board, wherever. There's never been this level of detail. You can go in here and you can find out exactly why and Chris just walked through it, that we had an increase from DCAT. So when you look at it and say, well, why was there a financial increase in the finance department? Well, you can go and start going through here, and you'll be able to see if you're willing to do it. Now, the challenge is the time to do something like this is probably, I would say, 40 hours per book, if you really want to understand it. But what it does give you is the ability when a constituent says, why are you spending that kind of money, or you need to cut the let's just pick on the parks budget. You need to cut the parks budget. Well, you need to really go through here and say, okay, what was the increase for gasoline? What was the increase for this? Do we have to buy new mowers? Do we have to? Everything is in here line by line as to what we're doing in the next 12 months to continue to have the best equipment, people, and maintain the entity in the way that it is. So it's a tough book to go through, and for years since I came back when Chris was here, I said, Chris, that's way too much for me to figure out in a short amount of time. So that's why you have the cheat sheets in the front, because I like to know where the numbers are, but then when I start digging, because I have questions, I can dig back into this. So I appreciate, Chris, the ability for us to, as we get questioned by residents, I get all the time, we're not spending enough on our ball fields, or we need more ball fields. Well, what does it cost to maintain the ball fields? You can find out right here if you want to dig deep enough. And so that's when you get those questions, and you can always get with Chris or any of the department heads, and they'll explain to you where you can find it, and you'll be able to have that information when you have residents that talk about the different things that they're concerned about. So, Chris, I like I say, I've never seen the detail that's here in any organization I've ever been involved with. So, and updated on a yearly basis and maintained during the year. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. And Mayor, I agree with you, and Council, I agree with you. It is a lot of information, but it's good, important information, and it's always there as a good resource for you as a council and for our residents. After you get through the line item detailed descriptions in each of the departments, you will find right after that in the budget book, you're then going to find the 3-year future in focus. These were all presented to you as a council. This way you know and understand as a council what each of the departments see coming up over the next 3 years. I've always proposed that one of the most important things that you as a council can do as you work through each fiscal year budget is to ensure that we don't, as a city, just budget on a one fiscal year basis. That when we budget, we know and understand that whatever we're budgeting for, the next year is going to have an impact on what we do the year after that, the year after that, and the year after that. So you see for each of those departments what we call our future in focus. That's our operational strategic plan. This is what our departments are seeing coming up ahead and what they see their needs are. Then again, through your priorities, that's what we anticipate. As a city, we've been, I believe, very good at anticipating those future expenses. When we see we have an expense, we set aside those dollars in advance as best we can afford, to ensure that we're not scrambling a fiscal year or two later to be able to fund whatever that service increase is going to be. 2 quick examples that I know we've shared before. When we started building Central Fire Station, the moment we actually started the design of that, we set aside the dollars in the budget for the personnel for that station 2 years in advance. Those dollars that were not used for the personnel those 2 years were then used to help pay for the equipment, the one-time costs that we had to equip that station. We're doing the same thing as well for all of our 3 new aquatic and recreation centers, whether it was Lee Pool Center, Aquatics, or Mustang. We've already set the dollars aside several fiscal years in advance, knowing we're going to have those operational costs the moment that those facilities are opened up, which are either completed, under the construction, And again, when they open up, we are set and prepared. So that's why you have those future in focus. After that, you will then see which supplementals each year for the departments either were funded or were not funded. But you will see all the supplemental requests that the departments had identified that they feel that they need in order to continue at the service levels that we are providing. Some of those were funded, some were not. And you can see that in the status, whether it was funded or not. You can see a description down below of what the impacts are for each one of those and what the needs are for each one of those supplementals. And that would be followed then by any other final information that the departments would have submitted, and then you go on to the next department. So that is, Mayor and Council, your budget book in brief. If you have any questions, please let us know. Happy to answer them on the structure of the books and, of course, on any of the actual budget line items in each of the departments. Moving forward, Mayor, if I can, this was from a conversation that, Mayor, you and I had probably about a month and a half ago. And, Mayor, you had requested, Chris, could you please have your staff go back through over the last 5 years of what some of the things that the city has been able to accomplish. And I believe your thoughts were, Mayor, I don't want to speak for your words, but if you want to go ahead and talk about this.
You know, one of the challenges you have is you get, you know, we were talking about it this morning, you get somebody that says, you know, we need to spend more money on this, or we need a dog park in our area, or we need a playground over here, or we need this over there. But so I wanted to really equip you guys to just say, look, this is what what we have done, and this is what we're going to do. Because if you look at what we've done, and we've not raised the tax rate.
We've even lowered it.
We've lowered it once during these 5 years. We've given the $5,000 rebate back to single-family homeowners over 65. And we've maintained the 20% homestead exemption. I was kind of blown away when I really started digging into that to see that there's cities that move that around or don't even give it at all, the 20%, and we've always given the full amount. And so those type of things get lost in the shuffle when somebody is focused on what they want in their backyard today. And that's why the Roads to the Future has been a good program, because it was not decided by anybody at this table as far as staff or elected officials. We hired a company to come in and evaluate our whole road system. They prioritized based on things falling apart. So it wasn't a matter of me saying, hey, you know what, I got a pothole up in my in Santa Fe Circle up here, and I need this street done. They're saying, well, Rick will put it on the list. Where's it at on the list? Instead of just, you know, running from one place of the city to the another place of the city based on one or two people's wants. And so I wanted to give some idea of what we've been able to accomplish as a city. And I'd also say, read the paper on where other cities are at and what they're doing, but their budgets are flat, the ones that are going out to a vote of the public to raise their tax rate because they're in trouble. And so we're really in good shape, and I want that really to be something that we celebrate, rather than just, okay, the budget's okay, we got a few things, I need a street sign over here and anything, we got all that taken care of, okay, we'll worry about the budget next year. I really want us to understand that the real depth of what we've accomplished as a city, and the future in focus, which to me I also think is an amazing opportunity, because what basically happens is Chris sits down with the management, they say what they want, then it comes before us, and we set a 5-year plan. And then over the 5 years, he lays out how it's going to fit in to accomplish over a 5-year. Now, sometimes we run into hiccups, we have to slide something else in there, but again, that prevents from staff just going over, well, I got this issue in my neighborhood, or I've got this issue over here, that we actually have a focus on where we're going. And because of that, I think you're going to be amazed at what all we were able to do in the last 5 years, and how much money we've been able to save and how much money we've been able to spend to really have a difference. So that was, you know, so this part where Chris is talking and it's going on longer than you want is my fault.
No, I appreciate that, Mayor. And we'll go through these briefly. I know you have them all in front of you, Mayor and Council. But in many cities, again, we're very fortunate, very blessed to be able to do what we can do. For many cities, even for Irving, for a number of decades, if you could do one or two large projects every 2, 3, 4 years, you were moving forward at a good pace. Right now here in Irving, we're doing 3 or 4 or 5 good-sized projects every year. And this is what that highlights, not only on the capital side, but also on the operational side as well. Again, going back 5 years, I won't run through each of these, but it'll give you at least a sense and a flavor. Levy Event Plaza, $2.8 million. That didn't include the purchase of the property. The Convention Center Hotel, just under $40 million. That's a $115 million facility. The Georgia Farrell Recreation Center, $2.5 million. Some of the operational improvements from fiscal year 21. We really had some challenges with COVID coming in, some of the service enhancements. We began our PD mental health response team. You may know this was our first effort to ensure that when we have a resident that is having a mental health episode, that the first thing they see or experience isn't an officer with a badge and a gun coming to arrest them. It is somebody that is qualified, somebody that is trained, that we have a clinician that can work with that individual with the support of well-trained police officers that are not in their full-fledged uniforms to help de-escalate whatever situation they may be coming into. By the end of the first year of implementation of this, we had reduced the arrests and those that we threw in jail from mental health episodes by 80%. By 80% through this new mental health response team. Supported infrastructure improvements by reducing external professional services. We knew and are still going through a lot of developments. It was better and less expensive for us to bring some of these services that we were contracting out before in-house so that we could do them in-house. And it saved us $338,000 with the positions you have there. We funded the Pioneer Hidden Ridge street improvements, the $1.6 million. That was because the Pioneer World Headquarters building, their tax abatements did not occur that one fiscal year. It did that following year, but we had $1.6 million from that Pioneer development, and we put it right out on the street in front of their development. So it not only benefited Pioneer, but it benefited all those businesses, Verizon, et cetera, along Hidden Ridge. In fiscal year 22, we completed the Heritage Park, $5.75 million. Los Colinas Boulevard, $7.4 million, which was phase 3. Glenmore Shepherd Paving and Utility, $2.2. Our brand new fire station number 4 at $3.7 million. I sure wish they were that cost still, Chief. Station 8, as you're going to see here in a few seconds, over $15 million. HVAC replacements for various facilities, $610,000. Williams Square Plaza improvements, just under $8 million. Twin Wells Golf Course improvements, $4.5 million. The Joint Training Facility land acquisition, $3.5 million. Some of the operational improvements there. We advance funded, especially at the time, post-pandemic, trying to get a lot of different equipment and parts, et cetera, was very difficult because there was a lot of money that was being pumped into the economy. The order times were extensive, and so we advance funded $8.2 million just to be able to get our place in line for a lot of that. We eliminated the first pay step for firefighters. What that meant is that our starting pay automatically went up. But for civil service and for steps, the moment you move up that bottom rung, you then need to move up all rungs of that ladder. So that was a $450,000 implementation there. The big one, this is the one, I'll be perfectly frank, that was not only a lot of time, but I think had a very dramatic positive impact on the city. We issued $167 million in pension obligation bonds, $145 million to pay down the unfunded actuarial accrued liability for all 3 of our pensions. And overall, from what we were able to do with the interest rates that we were able to get at that time with the low interest rates, as well as restructuring a Tier 2 for our fire department, this city is saving $150 million over 20 years. That's $7.5 million a year on average of savings every year. We took advantage of those low interest rates, and it was very strategic that we did. Enhance efficiency and transparency with the budget book automation. Another big one is we absorbed the Family Advocacy Center clinician positions. Those used to report and were funded by the Family Advocacy Center nonprofit. It was a wonky situation. The chief at the time asked if we could absorb that. We were able to absorb that, so it was all underneath the city's umbrella. That was $287,000. We added alarm staffing over the fire department, $343,000. We supported our infrastructure by adding the senior engineering inspector, another engineering inspector, their equipment, some traffic operations, pavement marking crew, making sure Dan had the ability to get out there and do the jobs that he needs to do with his team. Fiscal year 23, Nursery Road, $6.2 million. Oak Meadows Park and Trail, $2.2 million. Mustang Rec Center land acquisition, $6.7 million. Other facility improvements, $2 million. Center Park Recreation, that was the recreation side, not what we're doing now. On the aquatic side, $1.2 million. You can see some of the operational improvements there as well. I'm going to highlight the third bullet point. We received the Texas Water Development Board MDU grant for $39 million. It is zero interest and a grant of $6 million. That grant of $6 million and the zero interest on the remainder of that saved the city $30 million in interest, just being able to secure that. We also started our first of two steps in ensuring that we got all of our employees up to the 80th percentile. We funded market adjustments from the 65th to the 70th, and we set aside the central staff fire station at just under $2 million. Capital improvements in fiscal year 24, Lindy Lane, $2.4 million, Hard Rock and Pioneer, $8.1 million, Regent Boulevard, $6.4 million, Cedar Drive, $1.8, Keeler Park improvements, $1.2, Campion Trails, $1.5, and various HVAC, chiller, and other facilities, 5.2. As you can see, most of these capital improvements are a direct benefit for our residents. It's what they're driving on. It's what they're going to visit and what they're playing tennis in or going swimming in. These are projects that our residents are being directly impacted by, that they can see. Operational improvements that year. We then went from the 70th to the 80th percentile that next fiscal year. We had to adjust our aquatics pay scales. If you may recall, we couldn't hire a lifeguard if our life depended on it, so we had to adjust those pay scales in order to ensure that we had the lifeguards available to open up our aquatic centers. We put in $2.5 million for Freeport panel replacement from the Economic Development Fund. Thank you, Philip, for your contribution, to ensure that the viability of our infrastructure up there in Freeport is maintained, because that is an area with the empty office buildings that we need to focus in on as a city. We increased our neighborhood grant program per your direction as a council from 50 to 75 million. We started adjusting and put the dollars aside for our library collection modification and the staff and the shelving to be able to manage that. You can see some of the staff improvements: an additional municipal judge, an additional assistant city attorney 3, purchasing agents, police business services manager, property and evidence manager, animal care technicians, an EMS captain, and a peak ambulance. You may recall before we had Medic 8 in there, we wanted to make sure that we could have an ambulance in our urban center during those peak times. So I appreciate the chief figuring out a way to get that overtime funded, use one of our reserve ambulances, and have a medical service available, especially in our peak times. We now have Medic 8s in full operation. Oh, and we also added in a crew leader and irrigators. We have a lot of irrigation in our parks, and I don't believe that we had added an irrigation team in over a decade to help parks with all the additional challenges that they had. For this year, fiscal year 25, Irving Boulevard, $8.8 million. I'm sorry, $22.6 million. Delaware and Carroll Street improvements, $3.2. Valley Ranch, $1.2. Southwest Park, great improvements over there, $3.2 million. Irving Golf Club Cart Path, $1.7 million. And I would like to remind the council that the golf course is profitable in its direct cost. It doesn't support all of its debt service or its indirect, but for its direct services and its costs, it is paying for itself and making a profit. Central Fire Station was just opened, $8 million. Landfill Maintenance Facility, $2.2. The Irving Arts Center roof replacement, $3.2. Lee Park Swimming Pool, another great investment for our residents there in the middle part of town, $7.57 million. And Lake Carroll and Promenade Phase 4, that's not currently what's going on now in front of Wells Fargo, but another section of it, $2.5 million. Some of the operational improvements, as you can see, we reallocated $35 million, up to $35 million, for improvements over the Toyota Music Factory. Those are dollars that are being created by the Music Factory that are being vested back into the Music Factory. These are not tax dollars that are coming in from any other source. We funded $700,000 for the SAFER grant, another $145,000 worth of equipment for Cimarron, North Lake, and Heritage Aquatic Centers. A lot of MDU heavy equipment. We're doing a lot of great work out there. They need the resources. We also enhanced our litter control and our mowing. We took over a lot of the state's responsibilities for litter and mowing along the state facilities, our state highways, 183, 112, 161, et cetera, because we felt that what they were doing with their mowing and litter control schedules was not enough. So we're taking what they were doing, adding to it significantly to try and help keep those mowed and cleaned. Mayor, you hit it before. We did that study back in 2016, 2017 for our roads. That is now coming up on a decade old. We need to redo that, so there's $500,000 to redo that road study. Economic development and housing programs. We established a retail center improvement program, $300,000. Set aside $300,000 for placemaking initiatives. $450,000 for homeless prevention and diversion programs. We also added staffing as a paralegal, water utilities administrative assistant, and a mental health clinician. These are capital improvements that are currently in progress. This is what we're currently working on now. Campion Trails, $9.6 million. Already completed, another $6.3 million in progress. Center Park, $24.3 million. That's going to open up next May. Mustang Multi-Generational Aquatic Center, $80 million. We just had the groundbreaking for that. Conflans Road, $27 million. Can't wait to get that thing open, Dan. Where are you at? September, October, is that when we're looking at?
Next week, ribbon cutting.
There you go. Thank you. Next week, sorry. Esther's Road, $17 million. MacArthur, $28.8 million. Live Fire Tactical Training Facility, that's our rifle range. Had the opportunity to go visit that about a week ago. That's $22 million. The Animal Care Campus Expansion, $6.4 million. The Fleet Maintenance Facility, $17.7 million. I would love to take council out there. In fact, we will. Phase 1 is coming up to be almost completed, and it is unbelievable. It is beautiful, and I can't wait to get them in there and out of their 1940s tin shack that they've been working in for literally 80 years. Lake Carolyn Promenade, North Shore, that is the Wells Fargo's piece, $4.7 million, and some generator and HVAC replacements at various locations, $4 million. Other noteworthy items from even the few fiscal years before: the Toyota Music Factory, the Irving Museum and Heritage Center construction. We actually added a patrol beat, 8 officers in 1 vehicle for $740,000 back in fiscal year 17. In 18, you can see what we were able to add, again, over in the police department staffing and over in Parks and Rec as well. Fiscal year 19, the expansion of the North Texas Teen Books Festival, and we added another 32 positions to our police department back in fiscal year 19 for $1.4 million. Fiscal year 20, we put in all the in-car video and computer equipment for PD, created IT Internal Service Fund, which is now helping us to better manage the funding for all of our IT needs. And the Irving Golf Club began to make a profit. Future library bonds scheduled to be sold for the new library construction. We'll continue to work on that fiscal year. I have some ideas. Unfortunately, the $15.3 million that the residents set aside in the bonds is not going to be enough to construct that facility, but we will come up with a plan on how to pay for that. And as you know, we're working on the purchase of that property. So with that, Mayor, per your request, that was just a brief overview. There's many, many other things that were also going on during all these years. And Mayor, I hope that captures what you were looking for.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I just wanted to, when people ask for stuff, we need to remember we are doing, but we can't do everything. We just have to plan it. We have to get it in the process. And now we're at 25, 26. We'll see what we can put in here to add to what we've done in the past and move forward with continuing to grow the needs of the city.
Mayor.
Yes, Al.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, what always I get a feeling, and this is my maybe my focus on things, when the bond committee that we establish, and then at the end of the day, we're committing to, I think, around $578 million. We don't, at least I haven't seen us do a comparison reaching out from the day that we approved it and the voters approved it as to where we are right now and how we then are looking forward. And so I'd appreciate if we might be able to have some kind of a depiction, whether it's a flow chart or whatever might be a simple way for it, because I'm not sure the people that sat on that committee or our citizens really get a view or understand what we committed to and how we're fulfilling it, and specifically. And you know that and our discussions that you've had to move things around to try to accomplish and get to where, eventually where that commitment was made. The second is, one of the things that always I focus on are certain things that, where we're going to put money into, in this case, $22 million for the live fire tactical training facility, Chief. Are we looking at, because we're going to be one of the only police departments that are going to have this kind of facility, to then offer that up? Because I know we used to have to deal with sending some of our officers out to Fort Worth, as an example. So I'm wondering if that's something that could be an opportunity for us to reach out to other departments and have a rental of it. Excuse me.
Very good. Tom, do you want to go ahead and take that last question? I'll go ahead and take the first.
So yes, to answer your question, we do currently have to utilize other locations to train our folks, and that's absolutely been part of the discussion. If you know, our federal partners are right around the corner from where we're at now, and we've already begun to, I guess, recognize their needs as well. As they're moving farther across the Metroplex, this will offer a closer location. So, yeah, we're absolutely having those conversations about being able to host more training within our own area, not only to improve our training, right, but also to help reduce that cost of bringing in that outside training for that facility.
What always focuses when there's a spin-up on, or some kind of a real-life fire exercise, you all are also there as a backup if it's in Grand Prairie or one of our other locations, or vice versa. So it makes a lot of sense that we now are putting this kind of money into a facility to make our fire, or excuse me, I don't know why I have fire today, Chief. What the hell's going on with me? Oh, it must be because we're going to hear about the collective bargaining. Anyway, very seriously, I think it'd be really good, because that's the kind of way that we can maybe recoup some of our investment, so for what it's worth. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, great idea. And in answer or in thoughts to your first question, Al, here in a few presentations, Brett's going to be walking through our capital plan and our debt service plan. He's going to be showing you which one of those bond initiatives have already been completed and which ones still have dollars left. If there's any other information that you feel, and we can also get that information out to the original bond committee members so that they would have that as well. But if there's any other information beyond that, we'd be happy to pull that up as well.
Well, I'm looking at this from two angles. There's only 3 of us on this city council that were part of that bond and approving it going forward. So it would be good for the rest of the council to understand what they're committed to for the future, number one. But I think it's also be good for the people that put the time in, that brought it to us, that they're seeing how that is actually flowing, and be more of an education. It might be part of our communications. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
And I agree with you. There's a lot of great work that was done by that bond committee. And looking forward to Brett's presentation to help provide some of those initial thoughts as well. Any other questions? If not, we'll start diving right in.
David?
Yeah, Chris, just for our citizens too, of Irving residents, businesses, we send $700 million to the state in sales tax. Property tax, we keep 23%, but we're sending 50% to the school district. We're sending another 27% to the county. And untold amount of money we're paying in federal income taxes from the city. If you could highlight some of the things we're getting back from all these places we're sending money to in our budgets, because we look at the revenue we're raising from our 23% and our sales tax, but what are we getting back from the state? What are we getting back from the federal government? What are we getting back from the county? And are we partnering with the school district on some of the money sent out from our citizens? Because I'll tell you, from a person, everybody thinks we get all the money from all our sales tax and from all our property tax to the city. And, you know, we're kind of the first line of defense for all our citizens and all our businesses, so.
Yes, sir. David, to your point, Mayor and Council, and for our residents, if you take every dime of property tax that we collect as a city, from all of our residents, from all of our businesses, you add in all the sales tax that we receive as a city. From all of our, just our 1 penny, the other penny does go to DART, from our 1 penny, if you add that, You double that and then add another 25 or 30%. That's the amount of money we as a city send just to the state in just sales tax. And the question I always have is the same question that you have, David. For our residents, what are you getting for your $700+ million in sales tax from the state? From the entity, I'm on my soapbox and I apologize, from the entity that is constantly coming after cities and municipalities, telling us how irresponsible we are with our taxpayer funds and how not transparent we are. I would invite any state representative, the Speaker of the House, the governor himself, to sit down with me and with any of you or any of our residents, and let's walk through this. Say, gentlemen, now you show me what you're doing at the state. And what are you doing with that $32 billion surplus from sales tax that we're sending you? And our residents want to know, what are we getting for our $700 million, which is double plus what we collect in property and sales tax from our residents. So, David, you have a great question. I can't answer the state question. On the federal side, we're doing everything that we can as a city to ensure that we have dollars coming back to us at the federal side. As you know, we just got, at least through appropriations, we'll have to see if the federal government can actually pass a budget by October. They have yet to be able to do that for a number of years. But out of appropriations, we have $5.8 million that the federal government has identified through appropriations for our domestic violence shelter. That still has to get finalized in the budget. On the state side, we did get back $2 million for our trails. We're also number one, I believe, number one for the next zero interest loan and possible grant for our storm drain at the state level as well. So as a city, we're doing everything we can to go back to the federal government and to go back to the state and grab as many dollars as we can that our residents are paying to come back for their benefit. We're doing grants, we're writing grants, anything that we can do, we are doing. But what they are getting from the services from each one of those areas, I would invite the state reps or the federal reps to be able to answer that question. Thank you. That's probably more than what you wanted to hear, but it was mine. You give me a microphone and a chance to go on some thoughts, I'll take it.
Okay, Chris.
All right, we'll dive in. Thank you.
Let the show begin. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to Budget Retreat.
Thanks for the invite.
I want to piggyback off of Chris. I want to thank you, Council, for your direction. I'm Shannon Phillips, Budget Manager. Same with our city executive team, our directors and our budget specialists. You know, they do all the heavy lifting on the budget. Then the print shop, they do a lot of the printing. I thought I'd move them up a little bit earlier this time. And Chad, thank you for the Canon copiers. We did not crash one copier this year. And my budget team, I want to thank them as well. I want to thank our high school interns. They started school yesterday, so they're not here. Now let's get started on revenues and expenditures. We'll briefly go over the budget process. We'll look at the change from the prior fiscal year, walk through the one-pager. We'll look at our fiscal year 26 proposed and 25 update. Our budget process, we kicked off in March. We had our budget and strategic planning meeting in May. We did our line items in June. As Chris mentioned, we met daily through the month of June, several times a day, between 1 and 2.5 hour increments going through the budget. We had a June public hearings. We received our certified tax roll in July, and today we're here at Budget Retreat. We've got 2 public hearings on the budget and the tax rate, and these are required by state law. So we got one on the 28th and another one on September the 4th. We plan to adopt the budget on September the 18th, and then the new fiscal year begins on October the 1st. The change from the prior fiscal year, this is the one-pager. We're going to look at our revenues. So beginning with our current year revenue, we had a valuation of $42.03 billion, and that resulted in $146.5 million. For this year, our taxable valuation was $45.2 billion, which resulted in $262.2 million, which is a healthy amount. However, we don't get to keep all of that in the general fund. We had to give $15.5 to our Economic Development Incentives Fund. TIF and the PIDS, $16.2. Our debt service, $60.5 million. Our POB debt service, $10.5. And then for our protests and our property tax settlements and our penalties and interest, that's almost $1.8. So the revenue for our basic services for fiscal year 26 proposed budget is $157.6 million. And that left us with an increase of $11.1 million. Continuing with our revenues, we talked about our sales tax increase. We have an increase of $6.4 million from last year. We do want to point out that due to pending legislation about increasing the business personal property tax exemption from the $2,500 to the $125,000, that will probably result in a revenue loss of $840,000. And so even though it's not relevant to the sales tax, we did increase sales tax for the $840,000, and then we did an offset for a transfer to non-bond CIP, just to go ahead and account for that loss in the budget. Our interest income reduction, we're expecting a loss
Shannon,
of...
if I may, sorry for interrupting. I just want to make sure council understands that. Given, again, that change in the BPP, in the increases in exemption, we know we're going to get the revenue this year, but we don't want to bake it into our base budgets. So therefore, we're anticipating the revenue this year, but we're only using it for one-time purposes and non-bond CIP. That way, next year, when we actually don't have the revenue, we won't be scrambling to try and figure out a way to make up for a loss of $825,000 in our base budget. So we're anticipating a revenue loss a year in advance.
And I think that's what you can argue whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's a good thing for business. But as a result of it, that there are loss of tax dollars to the city. So that's where some of this stuff you have to really step back and look, because we really don't have coming what we had in the previous years when things like this come into play. So, Chris, I appreciate straightening it out now. I mean, the basic reason that the YMCA didn't stay solvent was because they didn't realize you had to back out money. You couldn't always count on money coming in. If it's going to disappear, it's going to disappear. So you might as well use it as one time when you have it, because you can't bank on it any time in the future unless there's increases, which will show up in the front. But again, this is one of them where we see this and the 5% or the $5,000 that we're giving back to the residents and those type of things, where we'll see a dollar amount that we will not have next time.
Yes, sir. Again, we don't budget for just one fiscal year. We look ahead and budget and anticipate for multiple fiscal years. Okay. And then our cost of service contribution, this is the amount that we charge the other funds for the use of the general fund services, and it's mainly personnel. So it's the compensation, the steps, the COLA, and the health insurance. And so that gives us an additional revenue of $16.8 million.
As Chris mentioned, we have to have a structurally balanced budget, so that gives us, our budget will also be the same as our revenue. And right off the bat, just to cover commitments from last year and our compensation and taking care of employees and other items, our compensation adjustments from last year are up $10.3 million. That includes our step and merit adjustments of 5.2. We have our COLA for general government at 1.5 included. We have our public safety market adjustment at 3.5%. In the past fiscal years, we had a challenge trying to pin down that public safety market adjustment. Last year, we budgeted about 5% for the adjustment. It came in a lot less. And so this year, we're budgeting the 3.5%. We also had an overtime increase of about $1.8 million that broken down by police for training and workers' comp, a little over $800,000. Fire for our paramedic training of $800,000, and then our parks. That's special events, litter control, and homeless abatement. And Chris said he wanted July 4th to be bigger, so we have extra money, and that's going to require extra overtime from the park staff. So that's $150,000. Our special and incentive pay increase, that was about a little over $300,000. Again, a lot of the special and incentive pays, they are based on salary. So when there is an increase in salary, there will be an increase in these payments, and it's broken down by police, fire, and then the other general fund departments. This year, we also had to pick up a local match for some of our grant-funded positions, 5 counselor positions. That's a little over $330,000. Also, we're not expecting the SAFER grant, and that's 12 firefighters. Again, we had to pick up the salaries and benefits for those personnel, and that's $1.5 million. Our vacancy savings is $3.4 million. That does include the benefits, and I just wanted to point out that with the increased staffing that we have, that's good that we're filling our vacant positions. However, that trade-off is going to be we're going to have a reduction in our vacancy savings.
Shannon, if I may highlight that a little bit more. Mayor and Council, one of our largest vacancy savings in terms of savings we realized each year was in our police department for a number of years, especially coming out of the 2020 challenges and the pandemic. We had a struggle filling a number of our police officer positions. We were averaging about 36, 37, 38 for many, many months over several years. With our 80th percentile, with the hiring incentives that we've been able to implement, and the great job that our police recruitment team has been going out and doing, we are now down to, last week, 7 vacancies. So we are, for all intents and purposes, on the police officer side, Tom, if I could say, we really are fully staffed. You're always going to have some open positions as people move in and out, but that is a great accomplishment. I just want to say thank you, Tom, to you and your recruitment team and to Chief Miller for going out there and filling those positions. So that is a great accomplishment. Again, as Shannon said, the trade-off is we don't have those vacancy savings that we can anticipate each year. Those vacancy savings would fall into the fund balance, which would then go over to our non-bond CIP. That's what we would see each year at the end of our fiscal year. We would have usually lower expenses than what we had budgeted, because for all of our positions, we budget 100% of all of our positions for the full fiscal year. We don't play games because we know we want to have those positions filled. We need those positions. If they're vacant, we have those savings one time, but our goal is to fill those positions. So it's the good news, but the challenging news, yes.
After that, I want to also point out the SAFER grant. These federal grants we get for additional personnel are great because we were able to hire these positions before we can, with federal dollars. But eventually, those grants taper off, and we have to fully fund them with local revenues. And so this is a case where we've gotten the grant in prior years, and we've been reducing. They've been reducing their contribution each year, and so this year, it's impacted the budget of almost $1.5 million for those positions. So the grants work, but at some point we have to pick them up. And so this is a year where we're showing a large increase because those grants are running out. And we have to keep the people, so they don't let us fire people after the grant runs out. So we have to absorb that in there. Just wanted to point that out.
Those pesky firemen. All for fire.
Okay, we also had some changes in our life insurance. We're projecting a 2% increase in our health insurance premium, and our actuary was actually agreed with us with the 2%. Normally, they are forecasting a much higher percent than what we want to contribute, but they actually agreed with us this year. We had some movement in our pensions. Our TMRS went up, the FRF went up, and the SBP went down. And again, as city manager mentioned, our vacancy savings are the total salary and benefit savings for the period the position is vacant. And as of August 1st, we had 103 vacant positions in the general fund. So that makes up the 10.3 increase. Looking at our other expenditures, the operationals, they went up about 2.3 million. We have our supplies, just general different supplies, and then supplies for saw an increase for just different things. It was kind of all over the board. Structure and equipment maintenance, the big driver for this low amount is the fuel. We budgeted at $3.80 a gallon last year. We're at $2.90 a gallon this year. And if I'm not mistaken, we've been averaging about less than $3 for this current year. Our utilities went up a little over $495,000, and $377,000 of that increase is for our Let's Play Irving facilities. Our cost of service allocation went up a little over $300,000, and that's for our VERF and our technology and our health insurance. Our outside services went up a little over $340,000. That's for our legal and actuarial and management contracts. Travel, training, and dues went up a little over $69,000. Our claims and insurance, this is mainly for our risk fund. We are proposing a 10% increase, so that's over $590,000. Miscellaneous items, $96,000. And then capital, we have a reduction because of one-time purchases last year. So our operations, that totals our 2.3 million increase.
And Shannon, if I may, Mayor and Council, your general fund is over 300 million, which means outside of personnel, we kept our operational increases throughout the entire general fund to less than 1% outside of personnel.
Chris, would you say that again?
Outside of personnel, because again, don't forget, we're a service organization. We hire police officers, firefighters. These are individuals doing service. Your $300+ million general fund means that we kept all of our operational increases outside of personnel to less than 1% in the general fund.
Thank you.
Okay, that gives us a change in our operating expenditures of 12.6 million. Going on to our other financing uses, our transfers out. This was a reduction of 2.2 million, with the major reductions are in our transfer to our pension obligation bond risk funds. We met our target for our 5-year that we had set, so that's a savings of the 1.3 million. The transfer to the miscellaneous SAFER grant that we funded last year that we're not going to fund this year, and then our transfer to our health insurance fund. It's just shown as a reduction here. However, it is picked up in our cost of service allocation. And so our total adjusted operating expenditures are the 10.4 million. So that left us with almost 6.4 million to fund our future and focus key needs. And so the big ones that we did, of course, are the police staff, year 1 and year 2 staffing unit, assess a staffing plan. We have our fire, part of their future and focus for the 8 additional support and administrative positions of 2 million. And then for parks, we did a groundskeeping crew for boring and litter control, a little over 660,000. And then we have some demolition services for our code enforcement, the security for our library, and then other general fund departments, our finance internship. We had some HR training, and then we reallocated some of The federal funded or other funded positions, we pick those up in the general fund. And so that gets us to our 16.8 million, and then we have a structurally balanced budget.
Mayor and council, to focus in on, again, on the police, that is 2 years worth of funding for police. They will follow the staffing plan in year one. Those dollars that we don't spend will then fall into non-bond CIP, to be able to use for various one-time projects. For fire, you can currently see the 8 positions there. We are currently still in negotiations for collective bargaining. If there are any changes to that, once we conclude that, we will then come back to you and we'll make any needed modifications here to the fiscal year budget. Thank you.
So this is what I always ask for, is what we just heard about, which is basically where were we? What did we have to spend because we were contractually obligated with our employees? What money did we actually have left? 6 million. And then you see these key future and focus needs. That's where the 6 million went. Now we can go through the rubber bands and pencils and figure out where each of the departments. But this, to me, I not as sophisticated as a lot of people that can go through these things and examine it, but this just gives me the basic of where we were, what we are going to continue to keep our employees, add employees where we can, and add services where we can. And now we can really get into the nuts and bolts once you finish the rest of the presentation. But thank you for doing this for me.
Okay. And just wanted to point out, as Chris mentioned, during the line items, he reduced the total budget by over $1,750,000 of that was in the general fund. And did want to point out that during budget kickoff, the departments did a good job. They went back and assessed some of their expenditures, and they looked through their budgets and they self-cut some things, or where they saw increases that were going to happen in their budgets. They used those savings to offset those increases. So.
They do a great job self-cutting themselves, and then I come in and provide some additional assistance, and they're always very grateful for that as well.
Other assistance.
Okay, looking at our 2026 proposed budget overview. Again, we're focusing on our recruitment and retention. We're maintaining the 80th percentile. We have the 1.5% COLA for our general government, 3.5% for our civil service market. For our insurance premium increases, we got the 2.2% for the health insurance, 10% for our property and casualty insurance, fuel price per gallon, $2.90. Inflation and our supply chain delay impacts are factored into this budget. We did focus on our future and focus key needs. We had our police staffing plan year 1 and 2. We had our fire future and focus, the 8 administrative and support positions. We continued our funding for the Let's Play Irving, additional funding for the park's groundskeeping, mooring, and litter control. We absorbed some of our grant-funded or legislative changes that we now picked up in the general fund. We're proposing to maintain the tax rate at the 0.5891, and you'll hear more about that after this presentation in C2. And we are presenting a structurally balanced budget. This is a pie chart of our general fund revenues. It shows the 2 largest revenue sources of our property taxes and our sales taxes, along with the other revenue sources that we have coming into the city that we collect funds for. Our top 2 general fund revenue sources are our property taxes, again, that's at 49%. We had $157.6 million, which is up $11.1 million from last year, or 7.5%. Our second largest source is our sales tax, which is 32% of the general fund budget. We're budgeting for the general fund of $104.2 million, which is up $6.4 million, or 6.5%. Those two together equal $261.8 million, or 81% of our budget, and an increase of 7.2% from last year. Property tax, our tax year, the 2025 certified value that we received on July 25th, it was at $45.2 billion. That's a $3.2 billion increase from our prior year. We have an increase of 1.17% or $620 million in new construction, and overall, that's a 7.5% total increase. The ad valorem tax by component, as we kind of discussed earlier, the property tax is broken up into two components. We have our M&O rate, which is 73% of that property tax rate, is maintained at the 0.4294, and that's the portion that funds all our basic city services. The debt service part is 27% of the rate, and that funds our principal and interest payments. And the property tax bill, based on an average single-family taxable home of $330,656 with a 20% homestead exemption, equates to a little over $1,900 a year or $162 a month. Our total property tax allocation, again, we talked a little bit about this. Of that property tax allocation, the city does not receive all of the money. The property tax components include the city, the school district, and the county. Irving only receives 23% of their property tax revenue, so that's what is used to fund our city's services. The school district is the largest recipient of the property tax, and in Irving, we have 3 school districts, the Irving ISD, the Carrollton Farmers Branch ISD, and Capel ISD. Moving on to sales tax, again, this is our largest general fund revenue source. We have a diverse sales tax portfolio. We do recognize that inflation is included in the sales tax projections, along with the increased revenue from the 2/3 revenue sharing agreement.
I think that's something that a lot of people don't realize, that all the real estate and all the development that's on airport property, we only see a certain part of that revenue, and 2/3 of it goes to the airport, which then is divided between Dallas and Fort Worth. So we're contributing to Dallas and Fort Worth through our property tax and business tax and sales tax to help their cities run. So all that nice big buildings and all that stuff you see out there, we got to realize we get 1/3.
Yes. The sales tax allocation in Irving is 8.25 cents. 6.25% goes to the state, a little over $720 million. The city and DART gets 1% each, and that's $115.2 million. That's for total. This is a chart of our sales tax collection history. As you can see, beginning around 21, 22 is when we got the inflation, and also with the stimulus and all the additional money out there, where our sales tax has just increased year over year, and we're projected at the $115 million this year, which is a 3.9% increase from our projected number. And this, again, is for all funds, not just the general fund.
I apologize, I was stuck on slide 12, and you don't need to go back to it, but I just, do we see anything, Brett, any of you see anything at the legislature that will reduce our franchise fees again? We've had those reduced pretty heavily over the last year. I think last few years are down $7-8 million from where they used to be. The other thing is, do we see any trends as far as the interest? You know, one of the challenges we have as a city, because we're not a true AAA bond rated city, because we don't have 50% of our organization that's residential, we have to have a certain amount of dollars in reserve in order to keep that. So it makes a big difference on what those interest rates are that we receive from those areas. So do we see interest rates just flat for the next year? What's your thought process on that?
Well, I'm gonna steal the thunder for Misty Ricketts, who is our Treasury Administrator. She presented on this at Audit and Finance, and when we did the investment report, we are seeing, I'll take interest income first. Interest rates are going down. We had a peak last year when the rates spiked up around the federal fund. We're tied to the federal funds rate. The Public Funds Investment Act restricts what we can invest in. We can't invest in stocks. there's, we have a very safe, limited portfolio, and that's by design so that we don't misuse the money.
Right.
But it also, we rise and fall with whatever the federal interest rates are. And so we saw a decrease a little bit this year, and next year we're predicting it will go down even further. So we have factored that into the budget. And so while it's been nice to have interest income, it is a smaller part of the budget than it was, but at least we're better than we were back in 18, 19, 20, when the rate was effectively zero. We were, I'm not sure what the amount is here, several $1 million to the general fund this year, but back then, I think we got a total of $660,000 in interest income for that year. So we are seeing we are projecting a decrease next year. They have been lowering the rates at a lower rate, or a more gradual rate than we at first anticipated, so that factored into our final budget calculations, but we'll just have to see what happens. But we are assuming that we will come down from our current, I think it's 4.5%, probably end up about 3.5% by the end of next year.
Just wanted to bring out the fact that there's some volatility in some of the things that we have. And the franchise fees, there's one where the state decided what we could and couldn't do. So, and as they continue to claw back, that's one of the areas that we're seeing with the franchise agreements where we lose dollars and control of how, if they want to put a pole in somebody's front yard and not put the sidewalk back, then we got a problem. But
yes,
we all of a sudden have the problem instead of the others.
In franchise fees, it's a 19th century revenue in a 21st century society. So we are seeing decreases in, say, cable franchises because most people are moving away from cable. We don't. And the good news is they're not using their trucks to tear up our right-of-way. The bad news is we're not getting any money off of it. Several years ago, the state came in and set telecommunication franchise rates for the whole state. Cities are no longer able to set their own rates, and so that also impacted our revenues. We're also looking at our two big drivers are electric franchise and natural gas franchise. Those two have been fairly stable, if not decreasing. But I think overall franchise fees will continue to play a smaller percentage of the budget and continue to go down over time. But there's been no specific state legislation this term, or not this special session, that would affect us. But just what they've done in the past has hampered us and started decreasing that revenue for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Al, sorry.
This question probably you could answer, and Chris, and Brett, if you want to jump in, that's great. I'm looking at our sales tax collection history as it goes to what the cost it goes to DART. The last, basically, we're coming up on the 10th year next year. It's basically doubled. What's the increment or formula? Is it a penny, or what's the percent? Or, so I understand, because as we grow and population and sales tax grows, they get the money.
Yeah, they get exactly what we get. Actually, they get more because we use our sales tax in a lot of areas because we don't have the penny to use for economic development and for incentives and for abatements with our businesses or our residents, because some people use the 1%, that 1 penny to actually reduce their property tax. They use fire, police, everything. But because we do not have that, and we have to stay somewhat competitive in an environment with economic development, we give back part of that penny in rebates to some of our franchise, some of our businesses, as well as when we negotiated the music factory, the 1 penny goes completely back to the developer or the concessionaire. So basically, any sales tax created at the entertainment venue goes back to them. We don't see that. And in some of our big corporate users, we rebate sales back as a way to keep them in our community. So we don't even see the full 115%, but DART does see the full 115 million. Excuse that long drawn out
But thank you, because I'm always trying to figure how they nick us, and they continue to nick us because as we grow, they grow, even though we're going down on user. The return on investment is going to zero quick, David. You know those kind of numbers, right? Thank you.
Brett.
One more thing. KO just pointed out that Senate Bill 924 clarifies that for purpose of franchise fees, streaming service revenue is not eligible to be counted as a franchise fee eligible revenue. So they did tighten down on that, but that was anticipated.
Yeah, and if I can just make a comment, they weren't paying those anyway, and we are in a group of cities that have filed litigation against several streaming providers, and so I know our outside counsel worked with our legislative team in trying to negotiate at least preserving our position until September 1, when the new law goes into effect. Just the backstory was, it was always intended that these streaming providers would pay those state franchises. They have not done so. And so, unfortunately, they aren't paying them anyway. We had hoped that they would reset that, but it's been reset for us by the legislature, at least starting September 1 going forward.
Okay, sorry for the interruption.
Okay. Okay, this is our sales tax top 10 industries. Our top 3 have always been our retail trade, our wholesale trade, and information. And just for a point of clarification, retail trade is business to our households, wholesale trade is business to business or government or institutions, and information is our gathering, maintaining information for others or our data centers. And as you can see, from fiscal year 29 through fiscal year 24, it's pretty much been stable. All 3 have. This year, there's a slight increase as of fiscal year 24 in our retail trade, but wholesale trade and information have pretty much remained the same. And to date, looking at fiscal year 25, we're still on target with where we were at the same point at this time in 24. So we still expect these to be the same top 3 within the same range. Our other revenues, they account for 19% or $61 million of our total general fund budget. We are expecting our other revenues to be lower than our prior year budget, as we were just talking about. Our franchise fees are lower due to especially the telecom for the residential customers dropping their landlines and transitioning to the cable streaming services. Our fees and permits will be lower due to the reduced ambulance supplemental payment reimbursement that we have talked about this year, and also the reduction in our interest income. And we are budgeting 3.75% for this year. Now, that was where the money came from. Now where all the money goes. 53%.
Can I have a quick question on 2 slides back? Your sales tax revenue, this might be for KO or Brent. The bill in the House, I think it's in court right now on wholesale to outside, where the point of sale is for an Amazon and places like that. Is that, are we worried about future revenue from the wholesale side or retail side, both sides?
This has been going on for many years, and it really affects different cities differently. If you look at, say, a Round Rock, where all of their sales tax comes from Dell, where the point of origin is of critical importance to their budget. What we've been seeing is we have a very diversified business community, and so in looking at it, I think we may be a net benefit to having having it change from origin to destination. So it may be a wash for us, or it may be a net positive because of all the business to business and business to retail in the cities. I think larger cities benefit from a destination base, and smaller cities, or ones that are dominated by one industry, have a big problem. Coppell, for example, when they lost the Amazon warehouse, that was $1 million a month hit to their general fund.
Right.
So
and today it's still point of sale, correct?
Yes. They've been working on it. One of the other things they've been doing is internet and out-of-state transactions are destination-based. It's where your mailbox the product goes to, and so those have crept in as destination-based.
And do we have the granularity that we know these numbers or not from our sales tax?
There's some granularity. We're able to look at data from a particular taxing entity and see how that goes. It's hard to say what is the we can't tell what's origin, what's destination. Just I can mention a few other things. It's confidential information. I don't really want to talk about it in open session. But like, say you have a large retailer that has 2 businesses in Irving, one on 183 and one on 635. You can't tell which of those properties is how they're doing compared to each other. It's aggregated. but you can kind of tease some things out based upon overall data.
Okay.
And so we're able to do things like that.
But overall, you're not worried about which way the law goes?
I'm always worried about it, but I don't think it's going to be a big impact. I could be proven wrong.
Any other questions? Okay.
Okay, going back to our expenditures, 53% of our expenditures go to public safety. That's 173.4 million. Our 27% goes to our general government. That's 85.8 million. And those include non-departmental administration, our community and our economic development departments, and the municipal court. Our infrastructure and mobility, our CIP and transportation, that's 10% at 30.5 million. And then our recreation and libraries, 10%, 33.1 million.
Shannon, if I may, Mayor and Council, as you may recall, we're netting in about, to our M&O side of our general fund operations, about 155 million in property taxes. So again, every dime of property tax that our residents and our businesses pay into the general fund operations is $20 million short of what we spend in just police and fire. So we need about 20 million of our sales tax or other revenues to help finish paying for our public safety with what property tax does not cover. So again, our property taxes don't cover our expenses just for police and fire.
Okay. This pie chart just breaks out our expenditures by service type. Again, it shows police at 98.2 million or 30%, fire at 75.1 million or 23%, and then non-departmental at 48.1%, and then parks and recreation, our third largest actual department, 24.9 million or 8%. And I got smart this year. I made non-departmental have its own slide. So for the 48.1 million, almost 49% of non-departmental is our cost of service, and that funds our IT and our VERF and our health insurance. Our transfers are for debt service.
And Shannon, just again, the VERF is our vehicle equipment replacement fund, so that's all of our vehicles for the general fund.
Okay. Transfers of our debt service, our ongoing and one-time capital needs, also our transfers to our economic development, our insurance, that's our risk management, and again, we're projecting a 10% increase right there. Our utilities are in non-departmental, and that's our electric, our heat, and our water. We have our outside services, and again, these are mostly citywide, our legal, actuarial, and our management contracts, and then other, which makes up about 2.1% or 1 million. These are our bank charges, our fuel reserve, any legislative expenses, citywide printing, and council meetings, our food, all those other supplies. So that makes up non-departmental.
I like this slide. Everybody always says what's the other about this, and this really breaks it down. Thank you.
These pie chart shows our expenditures by classification. As Chris mentioned, we are a service organization, so our salaries and benefits make up 71% of the total general fund budget. This budget funds 2,081 authorized positions. See what? 2,081 positions. We added 94 new positions. In Let's Play Irving, we did 75. We got 9 full-time, 66 part-time. We have 11 for police and 8 for fire.
Shane, do you want to walk through the Let's Play Irving and how we'd already set that aside, but why you have that?
Yeah,
graphs there?
we had already set these aside. Normally what we do on the Let's Play Irving, we set those funds aside, and normally they're a transfer to non-bond CIP. They're not actually included in our operating expenses, but since we're getting closer to opening, we've now recognized those positions in our head count. So that's why they're new positions.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Chris, this is probably for you and probably for a profile coming from HR, and maybe I'm requesting that. One of the questions that is in my head right now is post-COVID and the actual, how they impact is where it is now and going forward as it relates to some of the virtual part-time and homework. So if we could get a profile or get a sense of that, I'd appreciate it. Okay?
Okay. Now, moving on to the current year, fiscal year '25. Looking at our revenues, our certified roll valuation at the time of adoption was $42.03 billion. As of July 2025, it's now at $41.5 billion. Again, it's impacted by lawsuits which lower our property tax revenues, and year-to-date, we're at $2.7 million right now. Our sales tax is projected to be above our current year estimate by the 6.14%. Again, we are factoring in that revenue growth and our 2/3 revenue sharing agreement. We are expecting our other revenues to be slightly above budget. We had a budget adjustment last month to lower the ambulance fees reimbursement. Looking at our expenditures, again, we're projected to be below budget, about $8.8 million. Majority of that is our vacancy savings. Again, we have a total of 103 vacancies right now. That savings from our public safety, actual market adjustment, and then our Let's Play Irving funds. This, we are accounting for inflation, tariff, and supply chain costs. Those are being absorbed in the budget from operating savings and then any vacancy savings that we will have. And then our summary, again, we have reasonably underestimated our revenues. We have provided additional property tax relief for our senior exemption and disabled exemption. We've reduced our operational expenditures. We reallocated expenditures in some of our key focus areas to other funding sources. We had some alternative funding methods for our vehicles, for the new vehicles, for the supplemental requests. We funded those out of our general non-bond CIP. We've absorbed some costs affected by legislative decisions, such as our grant positions, and then we've accounted for some uncertainty of the economic factors that we're experiencing, and the city manager will present a structurally balanced budget for '26.
Questions? All right.
Thank you.
Do we want to take about a 10-minute break?
Heroes on call.
5-4, we're starting CPR.
Being able to come back from a situation like that is wonderful.
He was close to death.
Police body cameras capture the quick response to save a man's life. We will show you what happened and talk with some of those who made what some call a miracle possible. Good deeds honored.
This is just a fantastic event where we get a chance to say thank you.
I love seeing everybody come together and just celebrating the community.
Keep Irving Beautiful is honoring those making a positive impact, and there is a special Lifetime Achievement Award. Hear why they enjoy making a difference. Plus, the mayor's special recognition at the Infrastructure Summit.
It's going to be a complete surprise, I hope.
Now on City Source. Before the first bell rings, people celebrate the start of the school year at the Toyota Music Factory. Hello and welcome to City Source. I'm Thomas Gandy. That story's coming up later. But first, an Irving ISD teacher is back in the classroom for the start of the school year after incredible work to save his life. And some of that effort by Irving first responders was captured on camera. We have the video and the special recognition that resulted from it.
There you go. Breathe.
These harrowing moments
Breathe.
captured on Irving Police body cam led to this. Medical City Las Colinas honored 5 Irving firefighters and 2 police officers with life safety awards.
I'm grateful for it, and I'm grateful that we were able to assist with bringing him back to life.
Honestly, it's a miracle. Stuff like this doesn't happen.
Let's go through what happened.
Well, so let's pull him out.
Police respond to a 1-car accident and find a man inside.
We were opening up the doors, trying to get into the vehicle, trying to get hands-on to get some kind of pulse or signs of life. We weren't getting any of that, so we decided we'd have to pull him out of the car and start life-saving measures. That's why we're starting CPR.
Later tests would show he was in cardiac arrest.
It was found that he had 100% occlusion in multiple areas of his heart.
He's cool.
But at this moment, they did not know exactly what was wrong, so they drew on their training.
There you go. Breathe.
The police body cam view ends shortly after this as Irving firefighters take over. But we got an idea of what was going on once the patient was in the ambulance and on the way to the hospital.
Quick defibrillation is one of the key things that if we can do that will greatly increase their chance of survival. The other thing is we can attach them to the Lucas device.
That device performs chest compressions.
So we add an advanced airway with our BVM here to give high flow oxygen.
The patient spent 10 days in intensive care here at Medical City Las Colinas. His brain was injured because of a lack of oxygen, but he made a full recovery. And the team here at the hospital says those actions in the first minutes made all the difference.
Their quick response, their quick actions was what saved this patient's life. It's those first few minutes that saves lives, for sure.
During this award ceremony, Luis Marchani Cuevas got to meet the teams responsible for his care. Among them, Irving's first responders.
It's amazing to see how excited he is to be here, how excited he is. He's telling me, hey, I'm working hard on my cardio and I'm exercising, and those things are just a joy for him.
I'm so happy to see you.
All of the personnel involved agree that this case is exceptional.
This one particular patient, he really stood out and stuck with me. So I'm glad to see that he's doing well. It's really great to see him. He is definitely a miracle.
He is a school teacher here in Irving ISD, where he will go back on August 5th to continue teaching to his children.
You share your story with your students? Of course.
A true story of an incredible recovery.
He was close to death.
Made possible by teams of people in Irving committed to saving lives.
There's no way any one of us could do this alone. This is a great group effort.
I'm grateful for all the partners that are here, everybody that I work with. They're amazing. I'm very glad that we were able to bring this school teacher back.
Yeah, and it was interesting to talk with the first responders and hospital staff involved. Several of them told me that it was rewarding to catch up with Mr. Cuevas because they do not usually get to find out how their cases turn out. And for the patient, he obviously did not have memory of what happened on the scene or during most of his time in the hospital, so he was learning about it for the first time. Irving Mayor Rick Stouffer received a special honor at this year's Infrastructure Summit, and organizers wanted to make it a surprise for him. During a luncheon at the Irving Convention Center, former state rep and former Irving City Councilwoman Linda Harper Brown presented Mayor Stouffer with an award for his 28 years of leadership and excellence in support of the Infrastructure Summit.
Infrastructure, to me, is the backbone and the key to the success of not only our city, but every city in the region to make things better. So I'm truly humbled, and it's been one of the greatest experience of my life to be able to work with such amazing individuals. Thank you.
He has done so much for the city of Irving, even before he was mayor. Before he was even on the P&Z, he worked on transit when I was leading the charge for DART. And then he worked his way on up and got so involved in the city, and now he's mayor. So it's an honor to present him with this award.
That recognition was part of the two-day Infrastructure Summit. Some of the topics on this year's agenda included the future of air mobility, TxDOT funding, public transit, water demands, and energy issues. The sessions attract city leaders as well as reps from government agencies and private industry.
It's not just Irving, but it's the whole region of Dallas-Fort Worth. It's one of the largest growing areas in the entire United States. How can we better position ourselves in transportation, other infrastructure, water, sewer, to where we're set for even more success than just what we have today?
The City of Irving and North Texas Commission hosted that summit. And let's talk about some major infrastructure. DFW Airport is marking a big milestone in the construction of its new Terminal F. The framework for the first phase is complete, and the airport once again used modular construction. It's an innovative and less disruptive technique we have told you about, in which the structures are built off-site. Then the airport's video captures how, during overnight hours, teams used self-propelled modular transporters to move them into place. Now, some of these sections are nearly as big as a football field, and the largest weighs more than 3,300 tons. This first phase of Terminal F is scheduled to open with 15 gates in 2027. Ultimately, Terminal F will have 31 gates, all serviced by American Airlines. Irving Parks and Rec is spreading the message that the Center Park Recreation Center will be closed from September 1st to October 15th. The announcement comes as construction progresses on the new indoor aquatic center there. During the weeks that center will be closed, crews will be doing utility and concrete work that cannot be done while people are inside the existing building. So during this time, most activities will be relocated to the Georgia Faro Rec Center, and the after-school program will be based at the Center East building. While this closure only lasts until mid-October, additional work will continue. All of the construction on the Center Park Aquatic and Recreation Center, or SPARC, is expected to be complete by Memorial Day weekend of next year. See more about Irving's initiative to elevate aquatics and recreation at irvingtx.gov/playirving. Keep Irving Beautiful is recognizing people and groups who make a positive impact in the city. We found out who took home the awards this year.
It's the 2025 Mayor and Keep Irving Beautiful Annual Award Ceremony.
It's great to come down and see the different people that are really involved in it. It's a different group than we see on a normal basis.
The Margie Stipes Lifetime Achievement Award goes to none other than Irving's first influencer, Mary Higbee.
I'm very, very honored. My husband happened to have been part of the early Keep Irving Beautiful awards, and so to be associated with that is exciting. And then to have it be the Margie Stipes Award is the frosting on the cake.
There are so many reasons that anyone would select Mary Higbee for an award. Her ability to organize, her ability to bring people together. She's an extraordinary human being.
She's been very active in so many things, and so, history is her thing, whether it's the archives, whether it's the Heritage House, whether it's the Mustang Museum. Whatever she's working on, she always appreciates that.
It's what I get back from it, from the association with the people that are also involved in that project, or the completion of a project, or I've learned so many things and gained so many friends.
This is just a fantastic event where we get a chance to say thank you.
It's a really exciting year for us to celebrate those in Irving that make a positive impact in our community.
Accepting the Educator Award, Dr. Sherry Boyd.
I'm really excited and surprised, to be honest. Every year we bring students to Keep Irving Beautiful, to work at Trinity River, to pick up trash, because I believe that they need to give back in some form or fashion to the community that we're located in for North Lake.
The government award this evening goes to the Irving Public Library Community Engagement Team. You rock!
Very exciting. We feel very honored. We've worked with Keep Irving Beautiful on different outreaches such as the Trash Bash.
We've partnered with them a lot with the Adult Day Therapeutic Group that's out of Lively. And we would go do Christmas cards with them. We've done park cleanups with them, and it's really a relationship that we've cultivated over the last few years with him, and it's something I really enjoy about my job.
I'm hoping that those award winners will, feel the recognition and then give the attendees an opportunity to see what these individuals and companies, how they impact our community.
It's just an evening to reflect on what works and give some acknowledgement to the people who make it work well.
I feel like we kind of all bounce off everybody's energy of trying to help out.
I've been here a long time, and that has been the unique thing about Irving. It is the people. Irving has really always been known for their volunteers and the high level of volunteers that seem to come forth here.
And KIB is also getting ready for the 32nd annual Trash Bash on Saturday, September 27th, from 9 a.m. to noon at T.W. Richardson Grove Park. As you see in this video from past years, it's a cleanup of the Campion Trail along the Trinity River. Attendees also have the chance to take in some exhibits and enjoy lunch afterward. Registration is open now at keepirvingbeautiful.org. The proposed city budget for the next fiscal year is available for viewing at irvingtx.gov/budget. Public input sessions are set for Thursday, August 28th and Thursday, September 4th at 7 p.m. at Irving City Hall. Adoption of the budget is scheduled for September 18th. Then the new fiscal year begins on October 1st. Again, the website is irvingtx.gov/budget. The Irving Police Department has some reminders as the new school year begins. Using handheld cell phones in active school zones is prohibited. Violations are considered a Class C misdemeanor and may result in fines. Other reminders include watching your speed in active school zones and looking out for pedestrians. Police say this is a good time for parents to remind children to use sidewalks and only cross streets at designated crosswalks, all in the interest of safety. Some families celebrated the start of the school year at the Toyota Music Factory.
There's all the awesome carnival games. We've done the balloon animals, the charm bracelets and jewelry, face painting.
I mean, it was a lot of fun having the sword fights with the kids there. You got the music going in the background. They had a good time.
This was the scene at the Back to School Bash on the recently renovated plaza. The event provided a chance to help kids build excitement for the new school year.
He's definitely excited to go back, see all his friends, see his teachers, everything like that.
And every time we come out here, there's something to do for the family, there's something to do for the kids, and it just brings everybody together.
So just to be able to be in an environment where they are combining fun, also education, and just the celebration of students staying in school, getting their education.
The city of Irving owns the Toyota Music Factory, and it's managed by Brookfield Properties. The schedule is out for this year's Movies on Main. The series provides a chance to watch family-friendly flicks on the big screen at Heritage Park each Friday in September. It kicks off on September 5th with Moana 2, and you can see some of the other titles coming up. Each movie starts at 7:30 p.m., and food vendors will be on site. Let's talk conservation now. Here is a way to harvest rainwater for use in watering your lawn. Irving's Office of Environmental Stewardship is offering residents an opportunity to purchase 50-gallon rain barrels at the discounted price of $50. Each rain barrel includes a hardware kit for setup. Note that this offer is only for Irving residents. Reserve your rain barrel at irvingtx.gov/begreen. The deadline to order is September 15th. Hello and welcome to ICTN's Pets of the Week. It's Clear the Shelters Month, and we're going to talk all about that. But first, Egan Dobson from Irving Animal Services is here to tell us about Mallory. And Mallory just marked a milestone here.
She did.
Tell us about it.
So Mallory is our longest resident. She's been kind of in and out of our care for now over a year. Mallory came in at the beginning of August last year, looking for her forever home. She is a staff favorite. She's about 3 years old. She's completely potty trained. She likes dogs who are also chill and relaxed, just like her. But she doesn't mind having a little fun every once in a while.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because you see a great dog like Mallory who's very personable, but sometimes that appearance of just being behind the bars in the outside area can be kind of tough to get an idea of the dog's personality.
Yeah, I mean, I always recommend it if the dog's jumping up at the bars, barking at you. Most of the time, they're just really excited. They haven't really seen somebody. They think, oh, maybe if I say something or bark, they'll give me more attention, not realizing that some people might not understand what that means.
Yeah, and let's talk about Clear the Shelters Month. It's all August long here at both Irving Animal Services and the DFW.
47 adoptions, give or take, within the start of Clear the Shelter. All adoption fees have been reduced to $25. And of course, on Clear the Shelter Day, August 23rd, all adoption fees have been waived.
So that means free, and I like to think of it as even better than free because a lot comes with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all of our animals are obviously, depending on their age, vaccinated, dewormed, flea medication, spayed and neutered, microchip, the whole 9 yards.
And then Clear the Shelters Day on August 23rd. tell me about some of the other attractions that are going to be here.
Yeah, we're having a food truck. Kona Ice is coming out. Hill Science Diet, who helps us feed all of our animals here, is coming out with goodies. We have free ID tags for dogs and cats if you'd like one. When you adopt, we just have everything.
And we have an update on our Pet of the Week from last time, Miss Meatloaf. You got a lot of calls, right?
Oh my gosh, she just got like internet famous almost to an extent with how many people were calling us. She is in a foster home and they do intend to adopt.
So great news on Miss Meatloaf, and we hope to have some great news on Mallory here, the longest term resident at Irving Animal Services, who is just a sweetie and ready to go home with you. And a great time during Clear the Shelters Month. Thanks so much, Egan.
Thank you.
And the Animal Care Campus is at 4140 Valley View Lane. You can check out the websites you see on the screen for the latest operating hours and to see more adoptable animals. Irving firefighters are getting some special training. On the next City Source, we are on the scene as they go through exercises to learn how to respond to fires in high-rise buildings and go inside a chef competition called Masters of the Craft. Those stories and some surprises next time on City Source. Here is how to connect with us. You can email us at ictn@irvingtx.gov. Our YouTube channel is youtube.com/the City of Irving. We hope you will subscribe and hit that like button on the videos you watch. And we always appreciate it when you leave us some positive comments. And you could look for updates on events and initiatives across the major social media platforms at the City of Irving. And that's it for this edition of City Source. Thanks for watching. Stay healthy, and we'll see you next time.
Are you or someone you know interested in sharing your concerns? Well, good news! The City of Irving has just made it easier than ever for you to report those concerns, thanks to the new Irving TX Gov app. Just grab your phone and head to the App Store or Google Play, search Irving TX Gov, and download the app. Then create an account with your name, email, and password. From there, it's as simple as tapping Report a Concern and entering your
Brett Starr, Chief Financial Officer. Now that everyone's got a chance to get some caffeine, we're here to talk numbers. Specifically, we're going to talk about the tax rate. And this is a refresher. You've seen this slide several times already this year. Just as a refresher, when you see a lot of the acronyms that go into the budget, we're one of the worst for just having tons of acronyms. So let's spell some out with definitions. Our maintenance and operations, or M&O rate, is the portion of the tax rate that funds our general operations in the general fund. The INS, or interest and sinking rate, is the debt service rate. It's a portion of the tax rate allocated to pay for our principal and interest on the debt we have already issued. State terminology for some limits on our tax rates. The no new revenue rate is a calculated rate that in theory would provide the same amount of revenue on existing properties as in the previous year. Previously, this was known as the effective tax rate, although that's been about 7 years now. I might have to take that out. The voter approval rate is the upper boundary. This is the rate above which an election must be held if we exceed that rate. It used to be known as a rollback rate. The rate is currently 3.5% above the no new revenue rate plus the current year's interest and sinking rate. In 2025, in the first special legislative session, which is now mercifully coming to a close, Senate Bill 9 proposed lowering the voter approval rate to 2.5% above the no new revenue rate for cities above 30,000 in population. Since then, it's been amended. It's now cities above 70,000 population. Still doesn't help us. But they continue to chip away at this, and I would point out that that is lower than the inflation rate. So they're asking us to do more with less and not get as much of a revenue increase going forward. Prior to 2017, the rollback rate was at 8%. So you can just see how that rate has been going down legislative session after legislative session, putting more and more constraints upon municipal government and how we fund our operations with our primary revenue source. But we also have the adjusted voter approval rate, which allows us to bank any unused increments from the last 3 prior years. And I'll go into a little more detail about that in a minute, but that's just some terms and definitions on page 2 if we want to refer back to that. Our proposed tax rate for this year is the same as last year, a total tax rate of 0.5891 cents to fund current operations level, proposed increases in costs, and key future and focus items. We are maintaining the allocation of 15.97 cents of that rate to debt service. This will allow us to complete the 2011 bond program within 10 years. We have seen rising costs in construction and materials, which have increased the cost estimates for some of our major capital projects. We will probably not be able to get to all of the projects within that bond election that were talked about, but we'll be able to issue all the debt to fund the authorization. We have a reduced rate needed each year for pension bonds. The beauty of the pension bond structure is the rate we pay each year is about the same. It's around $11 million, but the portion of the tax rate as the tax base grows is less and less. And so we're keeping the 15.97 cents total rate and shifting from pension bonds to capital bonds to keep funding capital programs. And we'll see some slides on that in a second. Running through the numbers of the various rates calculated for this year, we get these rates from Dallas County. I like having someone else do the math for me, and then I get to check it rather than me having to do it and they check me. Current tax rate, 58.91, and there's the split between the two, 42.94 to maintenance operation, 15.97 to interest and sinking. Our no new revenue this rate was 53.857 cents, and our voter approval rate is 59.6199. And the neat thing here is with the calculations done this year, our proposed rate is actually below our voter approval rate for the first time in 2 or 3 years. So what that means is we have 0.71% of a cent that is below, our proposed rate is below that unadjusted voter approval rate. And when you go to the adjusted voter approval rate, we can adopt a rate of 62.9372 cents before we have to go to election this year. And so these numbers change each year, and they don't track from year to year. It's all based upon the calculations of revenue growth, money going into the TIFs, money going into debt service, other various abatements. And so it's become a 14-page calculation that we have to go through to get to these rates. And they don't really take into account the complexities of a city like ours that has economic development incentive agreements, tax increment financing districts. We have 6. Those all skew how those rates are calculated. And so this is the attempt of the legislature to impose a one-size-fits-all rate on every city, and we are rather unique in the way we're structured, and so we're always fighting these numbers to come out with, and you'll see this on the front page of the budget. There's a rather absurd amount of money showing on that because of these discrepancies that we have to work through. But we do have, we are 5 cents above the no new revenue rate and 0.71 cents below the unadjusted voter approval rate.
David, you had.
Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, thank you. And Brett, just to, if I can clarify, the 62.9 cents is what you could go up without having to ask the residents to vote. That's the 3.5% cap that SB2 placed on us a number of sessions ago. The governor right now is looking at reducing that down to 2.5% with the legislature. So we're continuing to see attempts to restrict our ability as a city to be able to pay for the services that our residents are looking for. Again, all of our property taxes that we collect are $20 million short of just paying for police and fire. And you see and understand, I know as a council, what we see coming in front of us just with police and fire, let alone any additional increases by adding eventually a new central library and the staffing for that, and the other increases, et cetera. So those are the challenges we're facing. We're proposing to keep the tax rate the same, but as a council, you could go up to the 62.9 cents if you wanted to. Not recommended by the city manager, but you could without having to go out to a vote of the residents to approve it.
And Brett, that 3.5% by the law with all the other stipulations is, I think, the 59.6. The 62.9 is with the catch-up that they allowed the last 3 years. But what would that rate have been with the new law at the 2.5%? If well, we don't need to publish that number, but if I could see what that number would have been with what's in the Senate bill right now.
Yes.
Did you want to go back to when, if we had implemented the 2.5 at the beginning of the SB2 at 3.5, what would that be, or just for this next?
Just for this next fiscal, just so we can kind of see where that might have fallen. And my other question too is our no new revenue rate. With their business personal property, they take the same property values from the year before.
Yes.
how does the BPP factor into that?
We should get a discount next year. The BPP doesn't go into effect until January 1st of 26.
Okay.
And so we should see a reduction in our value next year that will impact these calculations. And so we should see a bump.
Okay.
That'll be beneficial to us from losing that revenue. And so let's just talk about that adjusted voter approval rate.
Adam,
I'm sorry.
Sorry, excuse me, just
No, we're
one
fine.
second. I was taking notes. You said that, let's see, the legislative session proposes to lower the VAR rate to
2.5.
2.5. Is that likely to go through, I guess?
Well, I mean, thanks to part of the legislature taking a vacation to Illinois, I don't know if we're going to get it back, if they're going to do anything this session with it. But the governor's already proposing a second session, so we'll see if it comes up again. It did pass the Senate, passed out of Senate Budget Committee, and then Senate as a whole voted it in, and then it died in the House at the moment. But it'll be brought back.
Okay.
It's a governor priority and a lieutenant governor priority, and it's obviously a Senate priority being under the lieutenant governor, and the House is what's holding that off right now, but we'll see how long that lasts.
That's very curious, but I guess, so I'm assuming that we're moving forward, we're baking in the lower rate, right? The 2.5% in our projections. Okay.
And we're doing the same thing with the discount on the business personal property. We've already baked that into the budget for this year.
Okay.
Next year, we'll just see how it shakes out. One of the things they've done, we went down and a bunch of people went down and protested at the last session, so they raised the threshold for that 2.5% to go down only for cities above 70,000 in population. It was 35,000, so they increased that. So that takes out a lot of cities that are going to be at the 3.5% rate.
Mm-hmm.
So,
We wanted to do a floor amendment on the Senate to cap the state sales tax at 2.5%, but we didn't think it would fly.
I think that the real thing for our residents to hear is that we have never taken advantage of what we could do. We've always kept it at a low rate. I mean, we could say, you know what, we're gonna put a penny towards economic development. So we're gonna raise the tax rate 1 penny, because we could do that. Or we're gonna put 1 penny towards parks, or any entity we could do that with today and raise it and still have room to manipulate around. But we've always operated within it. Now, other cities look at it completely different. They go to the max every year so that they can continue to raise that revenue. But we've not done that. Now, some people say we should have, and some people say we shouldn't have. But I think Chris has always taken a conservative position that we shouldn't take advantage. Just because we can do something doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. Now, the problem is we've had great years where we almost always have $1 billion worth of new growth, and we have pretty good property valuations. But there's going to come a time, if we get into any type of a recession or any type of a slowdown in the economy, where we're not going to be able to make the numbers work. And so that's why we've been trying to bank the numbers so that if we would get into that situation in the next 2-3 years, which I'm not going to have to worry about, you all will, that you could go up that extra couple pennies in order to just keep us operating at the level we're operating at. So I just want people to know that we are doing the responsible thing. We're not just running nilly-willy and spending money even though we could.
all right. So how does the adjusted voter approval rate work? We're, according to Senate Bill 2 back then, we're going to have to, any unused increment in if the adopted tax rate is below the voter approval rate, we're able to bank that for 3 years. So, for example, in 22-23, the unused increment was about 4.16 cents. We can apply that in whole or part in any year in the future for the next 3 years. And so if you use that in future years, it doesn't decrease. You're still able to count that 4.16 cents for each of those 3 years going forward. For example, in 2022, we had an unused increment, 4.16. In 23 and 24, we were above that unadjusted voter approval rate. So we were able, we maintained the same tax rate, but because the voter approval rate changed, we did not get any credit for that. But we were still able to have that 4.1696 cents available as an adjusted voter approval rate when we did the tax rate calculations. So this year, we're going to have, we're going to be, if you adopt the current tax rate, we're going to be below 71 hundredths of a cent. And so next year, that 41.696 will drop off, and that 7.771 will roll on. And so that'll give us some increment for the next 3 years above the 3.5% or the 2.5%, whatever we end up with. Any questions on that before I go on? It's a lot of math, and I'm sorry for that. I don't like it either. Certified values and calculated tax rates. This year's certified value, $45.18 billion. That includes $620 million in new construction, or 1.17% of the increase. This is largely due to Wells Fargo, and they are not done yet. And so values are calculated as of January 1st. And so since they have not finished out and completely opened until next January, we'll see an increase from Wells Fargo next year too. So that'll also be part of the calculations. We had a 6.33 increase in current values and 7.5% overall. Just went over the calculated tax rates. And as I've mentioned, this is a one-size-fits-all Austin solution for us that does not really apply to us. So the rates change and the numbers look weird because of the way we have to do the calculations based on state law. This is how the numbers get spent. Taxable value of $45.18 billion. We apply our proposed tax rate of 5.5891, leaves us the estimated revenues of $266 million. And we know we're not going to collect 100% every year, so we apply an estimated percent of collections at 98.5%. This is up slightly. We used to be at 98, but trends over the past decade have shown that that's a more reasonable number, so we budgeted that. It gives us estimated collections for next year to spend at $262 million. We allocate that 5 different ways. As we talked about, 15.97 cents or 27% of the total tax rate goes to debt service. 13.6 cents goes to interest and sinking on our capital project debt, and 2.37 goes to interest and sinking on the pension obligation bonds or the POBs. We also have deductions from our maintenance and operation for economic development incentives, $15.5 million, and our combined TIF funds, TIFs 1 through 6, account for $16.2 million coming out, leaving us with $159.37 million going to general fund. Any questions on that? All right, onward. So, changes in the general fund property tax rate at various rates. You can see here if we had to go down to the no new revenue rate of 53.86, that would be an $18.2 million loss in revenue. And because of our obligations to debt service and to economic development incentives and to the TIF funds, most of that $18 million would come from the general fund. Because we're proposing the same rate as last year, no change in revenues because of the tax rate changes. If we went up to the voter approval rate of 59.62, that would increase tax revenues by $3.5 million. And if we went up to the adjusted voter approval rate of almost 63 cents, that would be a $16.136 million increase to the budget. And so that's how it affects us.
If we really wanted to do something crazy and really talk about things that we've always talked about, and putting a few $1 million a year into buying and tearing down old dilapidated apartments, or you could set money up out of that. You could set money up for taking care of hotels, apartments, and multifamily. And that's what other cities do, and that's why they raise it a penny or two, and they direct it directly to that. That's Plano's going to be, I believe, raising theirs a penny this year just for economic development.
And Mayor, if I can add, we have about another 16 to 17 million in police staffing plan in years 3, 4, and 5. We know we're going to have 4-person staffing in fire, and another 5 to 6 million. So just for those 2 staffing plans alone, we know we're going to need somewhere in excess of 20 million.
not saying we should raise the tax rate, but just showing you if we were looking ahead and we were wanting to do any of those type of things, this is how other cities do it. They dedicate, those would be dedicated, that penny or whatever it would amount to would be dedicated directly to police and directly to fire and directly to the other entities.
All right, so this slide 9, is the impact of changes in the tax rate to city revenues. The next slide, page 10, is the changes in the property tax rates on residents. So we start out with an average residential taxable value of $330,656. And as Chris pointed out when he was looking for a home, there's no way you can find a house in Irving for this amount, but it's the average. And so that is what's published by DCAD. We applied a 20% homestead exemption, and we also threw in the increase that y'all did back in June of the homestead exemption on the disabled and over 65 going up to $60,000. And so that takes the total taxable value down from a market value of $440,000 to a taxable value of $292,440. If we went to the no new revenue rate, again, that's an $18 million loss to the city. It's a $148 savings to an average resident. If we went up to the voter approval rate, again, that was $3.5 million to the city for an increase on an average homeowner of $20.76. If we lowered the rate by half a cent, it would be down. The individual property owners would save about $15, which is not enough for a Whataburger trip. So just pointing that out. We did raise the over 65 exemption from $55,000 to $60,000. We've been doing that incrementally over time. I believe it's our plan to keep pushing forward on that. I think we're staying in the middle of the range on comparable cities or benchmarks in that range. And so we're not as high as some, we're not as low as some. I think we're doing pretty good with the average value comparisons. And we showed you that back in June. If you want me to, I can recycle some of those slides and point that out again. And we'll probably do a recap in November, December, showing the changes that were actually made by different cities and how that affected our benchmarking. So in conclusion, we are proposing a budget that maintains
Just a minute,
the current tax rate.
Brett, Al had a question.
Oh, sorry.
Looking at the homestead exemption, over 65 disabled exemption, do we have, and maybe this is for you, Chris, do we have a profile of, in the city of Irving, what that percent represents?
In terms
maybe
of?
Is it 10%, 5%, 20% of the people that live here? Because a lot of the elderly are the ones that have been paying a lot of taxes.
I may be out of date on this, and so I might have Brian check me on this or Imelda, but I think we're at 60% rental properties in Irving. Is that close? Yeah. And so of the properties in Irving, only about 40% are even eligible for the homestead, and I don't know how many of those are senior. We did a look at that maybe about 10 years ago and had a very graphic map, but there's a lot of the homestead people are ones that also qualify for the over 65. So if you're owner occupied in Irving, there's a large chunk of that is eligible for the over 65 exemption.
Well, I think it's important, again, that goes to what you said earlier, David. We need our population that, especially in being impacted, in this case, the elderly, like, this is what it is. This is what's going on in the state, in the city of Irving. Because what it was 10 years ago and what it is this year or next year is going to show an interesting trend. And I don't know what that looks like, but my assumption is it's going down, not up, as far as who lives here. So it's just something I thought we ought to look at.
Yeah, we can get those numbers for you updated.
And what's the statutory limit on the homestead exemption for over 65?
Homestead's limited to 20%. We're already at the max.
Okay.
The over 65, we can adjust quite radically. Say University Park, the homestead exemption is the over 65 is right around $800,000. So we can adjust that up a lot if we wanted to, but there's an impact on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be good to bring that back. That shows where we are. We were at the bottom of when we were at 35,000, and then we benchmark against the 10 cities, and now 60 puts us right in the middle of it. But we can always look at doing more.
In each 5,000 is about $250,000 somewhere
roughly,
around
yes.
there
Yeah.
in revenue lost to the general fund.
So I think that kind of gets to where Al was going at, is how much it costs us to do it, and that affects basically most people that are over 65. You may have a few veterans that are under that, but most of them would be probably over.
That may not be what we're cutting taxes on, but at least it's a little bit of an increment.
All right.
Okay.
In conclusion, we are proposing a rate that is the same as last year. Maintain the total tax rate of 58.91 cents. Maintaining the debt service allocation at $15.97. We are shifting 0.18 of a cent in debt service from the pension obligations to the general capital debt service. That's almost, it's over half a cent since we started this in 22-23. So the plan is working to have stable pension obligation bond debt service and not have it increase each year and hope that the numbers align. You'll be adopting today an amount not to exceed on the tax rate. And so what that does is it locks us into a maximum. If you want to raise the tax rate, this is the day to do it. If you want to lower the tax rate, we have until we adopt on September 18th. But what the resolution you'll be seeing at the end of the day does is it locks us into an amount not to exceed. And that we're proposing that at the current rate of $58.91.
Unless anybody wants to spend more money. Less money?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you very much.
No, we got a whole list of projects on the. There's another whole page back here at the end with, somewhere in here I read that's got 3 pages of new projects, so. Thank you, Brett.
And Shannon will be coming up for the next bit.
Oh, Abdul.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on a discussion which we had it in the past that the bonds money which we have, and we spend some of it and we still have some of it balance, and I think some of that money has been approved by our City of Irving citizens to use it for the projects, to use it for parks, to use it for libraries, to use it for other projects. So we couldn't be able to use it in many, many years is because we couldn't be able to pay for that service. And it's more than like, what, 12 to 15 years now that has been passed earlier. Probably, if I remember correctly, it's 2006.
Yeah, 2006, you still have, there's really going to be one authorization left, and that is going to be our gateway bonds. Once we spend the $10 million, which we are doing now, that we had for the senior center up north, which is part of the Mustang developments, the only thing you have is 20-some odd million in gateway-ish. Yeah, 24-ish million in gateway. That's otherwise the 2006 will now have been fully spent. So we're now working on the 2021s.
Okay, so when we approve the bond, that has to be used in certain time and certain projects. So if I would have been in 2006 with 55 years old, I may not be around to see any of those projects come around. So is there a way that we could expedite doing those projects in a certain period of time, like, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, whatever, so that we could be done as quickly as possible where the voters have approved for those bonds? Is there a possibility?
You have two options there. Again, it'd all be based upon the tax rate. You could raise your INS tax rate to help pay for those projects. Again, your voters have authorized those bonds, and you as a council can set your INS rates to help pay for those bonds at the level that you deem appropriate. Or if you didn't want to raise the tax rate, you would have to lower the M&O side of the tax rate to increase the INS side, but that takes away from your operations and the dollars that you have to pay for police, fire, parks, et cetera. Those are your two options.
And I would just point out with this, the 2021 bond sale, that was the commitment we made, was to get it all spent within 10 years. Because like you said, the 2006 bonds and the 1999 bonds before that, we had projects that were very stale. And it took 15, 20 years to get those issued. And so we made a commitment that when we chose the amount of the total authorization, once the task force decided what projects they wanted, we scoped or scaled the entire bond authorization to something that we could handle within 10 years on a debt service basis. And we did increase the debt service rate from 12 cents to 13 cents to accommodate that.
But we used the 1 cent from M&O to do that. We transferred that over because the direction from council was to not raise the tax rate overall. So the bond committee did recommend, in order to do that in 10 years, you needed to have a 1 cent increase on the INS to pay for that. The council just said, okay, but we don't want to raise the tax rate, so we moved 1 cent from M&O over to INS.
And the strategy going forward could be, instead of doing a large package like we did in 21, to have smaller packages we can complete within 5 years and just keep going out to the voters every 2 or 3 years for new projects as they get identified. And there's the risk they could vote it down. But on the other hand, you're seeing things like everyone votes for streets. They always want street maintenance. And so we can look at the projects that have broad support and propose those. And if we did smaller bond elections more frequently, we could knock those projects out rather than having a more ambitious 10-year cycle. We could do a 5-year cycle or 7-year cycle, something like that, that could be achieved and get the projects on the ground when people want them, and not have to wait 15 years to, I can't think of what some of the projects were, some of the park projects or some of the other projects that were in the 99 bond sale or the 06 bond sale that took a while to get.
17 years for some of those authorizations, 17 years, and the cost of those projects had skyrocketed.
And we did have a major recession that impacted our ability to sell bonds. So that, there's things like that too.
I do like the approach of having shorter term bond sales. I think that's more responsible for the residents. That way you can commit, if they're voting for that, they can commit, and as a city, we can commit to say, in the next 5 years, we're going to get X done. These larger omnibus authorizations that we have been using as a city gives flexibility to council to be able to move projects in and out, but there's not necessarily, or there hasn't been, at least until the 21s, a guarantee that they'd be done within a certain period of time. With the 21s, we really set the record to say we want to get these done in 10 years, so we're on track to do that. But if we wanted to escalate those authorizations and issue those now, you would just have to raise the tax rate by either raising it overall or moving it over from the M&O to the INS.
So how much is left from 1999 bond
Zero.
money?
We are done.
Oh, we're done
We are
with
done,
it?
yes, sir.
And how much is left from 2006?
One proposition left, about $24 million in gateway bonds, and those
Microphone.
Sorry, to restate, we have one proposition out of, I think, about 12 from 2006. It's just gateway bonds. And those, there's a three-part test to use those monies, and that's why we've had some trouble getting those issued and sold for projects. The last one was the senior center for $10 million. We issued those 2 years ago for Mustang Rec Center. And so that's the only thing outstanding. All the streets, parks, library, fire, police, IT infrastructure, animal shelter, all of those bonds were issued many years ago. And so we had most of those substantially complete before the pandemic hit.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, I agree with having the smaller bonds makes a lot of sense. I mean, to the extent we're talking about, well, there was an idea that we were going to sell those bonds and spend them within 10 years. That does not anticipate a lot of things that can happen with the economy. Obviously, COVID was a big thing, interest rates going down and then spiking up.
Inflation was huge.
Inflation is huge, and so you can't really, we can't be held bound by what happened with that approval 10 years ago, because you don't know what the future is going to hold, and it's been significant. So,
yeah, and the challenge we ran into and over the years is there's just an anti out there that vote no matter what against any increase in taxes. And so in order to overcome that and get people excited, we put together big bond participation, and then what would happen is you'd get 5 or 6 different projects that you'd get a bunch of people behind. So all these people were excited because they were going to get a senior center. These were all excited because they were going to get a library. This one was all excited because they were going to get a pool. And then they would get their neighbors out, and we would get them passed. Otherwise, we couldn't get the enthusiasm to get it done if all we're doing is issuing roads, and and nobody wants to spend the money on it, but everybody wants it fixed. And so, in order to really get the bonds passed with voter approval, we had to bring a lot to the table. I think we can try it and see. You can try it next time and see if it works. But that was the problem we had in the beginning, was that the anti-vote outweighed the pro vote, because unless each neighborhood's had something they saw that was beneficial or their area, they didn't come out to vote. Shannon.
Okay. Excuse me, Shannon Phillips, Budget Manager. We'll be talking about our significant changes from fiscal year 25 to 26. We'll look at the city manager's budget priorities. We'll look at the significant changes from the prior year, and then we'll look at the general fund significant changes by department. The city manager's budget priorities, again, are to adopt a structural balanced budget, fund our employee compensation needs, implement previously allocated operational funding for the Let's Play Irving, budget for any anticipated cost increases related to our collective bargaining negotiations, fund capital projects to maintain our city-owned facilities and renovate City Hall to support organizational growth, our police staffing, parks and recreation trail and litter improvements, enhanced library security, cost of living adjustment for our non-civil service of 1.5%, our market adjustment of 3.5%, the health insurance premium increase of 2%, life insurance increase, our pension rate changes, and then our fuel change from $3.80 to $2.90. So those will be reflected throughout the general fund overall.
Yep. Mayor and Council, I just want to focus in on, Shannon, if you please go back to on the civil service. Definitely. Again, what we anticipate is right now just a guess. We've been estimating for the last number of years at 3.5%. We were always a little bit higher than that. Whatever those surveys come back as a percentage that we do in November, we've always funded those. This last year, because they had been higher than the 3.5%, we budgeted at 5%, and it came in at 3.5%. And so this year, we're going to be doing 3.5%, but if it does come in higher, we've usually been able to absorb those within the existing budget. For some reason, they come in really high, which I'm not anticipating, but they come in really high. We'd be coming back to you to discuss that. But whatever those civil service market adjustments show, we usually are able to fund within the current budget.
Okay, looking at our general fund departments, starting with police, we had some position reclasses, 13, 5 were with our year one staffing plan, and the others were just a regular supplemental request. We had new positions. These are part of our supplemental, the first year staffing. We had the police open records clerks. We had some for animal services, and then public safety officers and some other positions. They did eliminate 6 emergency part-time communications officers. Continuing on with the operational costs, we did fund that year 2 of their staffing plan. We have the Camtasia cell phone mapping software, our local match for those grant-funded positions, those 5 counselors, and then some additional funding for overtime to cover training and workers' comp. Some of their supplemental requests, we have some specialized vests that were funded in the general fund budget. Under their C's funds or specialized funds, again, some specialized unit and tools and equipment and training enhancements. Under VERF, they had these were their vehicle replacements. They did opt to use Ford Explorers for 20 of their vehicles instead of the Tahoes, which did generate a $600,000 savings. So They did get their vehicle replacements. We had other operation costs, again, using their seized funds for some drone detection, for animal services, the animal adoption rescue trailer supplemental request. This is from the donations fund. This is the fund where residents can opt to make donations on their water bills. So those funds was used for this supplemental request. Again, you'll see throughout this presentation of any new vehicles were funded through non-bond CIP. Again, in our building repair and replacement fund to fund some of the aging infrastructure repairs, replace HVAC rooftop at the CJC dispatch, the roof drainage improvements at the Criminal Justice Center, generator replacement at the North Police Station, and then the police fire joint classroom and burn tower pavement repairs. Moving on to fire, they had one reclass again for the fire media affairs coordinator. Again, we had 8 new positions, and again, this is correction. This is not for part of the collective bargaining negotiation. We don't have a final agreement yet. This is part of their future in focus. So we got the logistics battalion chief, the training lieutenants, senior administrative specialists, and the property tech, and then the 2 firefighters for the training division. Some other operational costs, they got the Stryker EMS equipment lease, absorption of their previously granted those 12 firefighters for the SAFER grant, increased overtime for their paramedic training. Other one-time costs are the hazardous materials team equipment, the CBA air compressor, and the local match for the AFG grant. Under the technology fund, and I wrote that out, that is the backup safety answering point relocation project. Right now it's in a closet somewhere, so this is relocating it to a better position so we can have our continuous 911 service, and then the apparatus storage building cameras, and those are funded in our technology fund. In our non-bond CIP, again, we got the new vehicles for any of the new positions and bunker gear replacement. In the building repair and replacement fund, replace the fire panel and the range hoods, replace the tarmac at fire stations 1 and 11, replace shower doors, and then the fire joint facility classroom and burn tower pavement repairs. In the fire station, in the fire bond fund, we've got funds set aside for Fire Station 9, the hazmat response vehicle, and a pumper. Under VERF, there's correction, we got the 2 ambulances. This is a correction, you might in your presentation had 1. And then we've got some Super Duty trucks. Moving on to Parks and Recreation. Again, we have those new positions for our Let's Play Irving. And just wanted to point out of all these positions, the ones with the asterisks, those are not part of the Let's Play Irving. That's the crew team for the mowing and the litter control. And then on the aquatic center coordinator, the lifeguard 1, those 24, and the 2 custodians, those are only funded for the 4th quarter of the year.
And so Shannon, just to emphasize, all those positions that don't have asterisks were part of what we had set aside. The other 3 are not, and those were the supplementals that we feel were important in order for our parks crews to go out there and be able to maintain all the new facilities and the new grounds that we have.
Some of the operational costs, again, the increase in acreage and mowing for the and maintenance cycles, homeless camp and illegal dumping removal, and then again, increased overtime for our special events, litter control, and homeless abatement. In the TIF 1 fund, the Thomas Jefferson Park redevelopment, non-bond CIP is for the new vehicles. The building repair and replacement, we're replacing the chemical exhaust system at the Heritage Aquatic Center, and then replace the HVAC split system at Center Park. Under the park improvement bond, replace the filtration system at Cimarron Family Aquatic Center, and then replace the aquatic play structure at Cimarron. Under VERF, they also had their replacement vehicles and equipment. Under non-departmental, starting with our revenues again, we just accounted for that possible passage of House Joint Resolution 1, increasing the business personal property exemption from $2,500 to $125,000, reduction in the franchise fees telecom for again, the consumers changing their behavior habits with landlines and streaming platforms, and then also the reduction in interest income. On the expenditure side, again, we have the reduction in our vacancy savings because we are have more filled positions. We have a compensation module to track position market changes citywide. Utilities increase for our Let's Play Irving facilities, internal services increases for our VERF and our IT, the property and casualty insurance rate increase of 10%, and then from the TIF 1 ratchet down transfer that increase to non-bond CIP for one-time capital projects, and then to the economics development incentive to fund our support our economic development initiatives. For financial services, we're expanding our internship. As I gave a shout out to our 2 high school interns earlier, we're planning to expand the program to college students at North Lake College. And then our Dallas County District appraisal fee increase, and a lot of that has to do with the lawsuits from the protests. They mentioned at the DCAD meeting that normally they will just go ahead and settle because they are responsible for the legal fees. So whereas they go ahead and settle at like $200,000, is if they keep going, it could be $500,000 because they're going to be responsible for those legal fees, and so they're just passing it on to their member cities. And then the Ion Wave bid software that is now being funded in the technology fund. The city attorney's office, we had some of their subscription contract increases, and then a legal case and document management software. This was a supplemental request, and we're funding that in the technology fund. Human resources, we got the driving training, train the trainers. That was also a supplemental request. There's some increases in legal fees for civil service mediation, outside investigations for our 457 and 401A plans, increase in pre-employment services. The testing and the promotional exams have seen a significant increase from last year, as along with the drug and the psychological testing as well. And then we have another supplemental request that's funded in the Property and Casualty Self-Insurance Fund for the Certificate of Insurance Tracking. For code enforcement, we have increased funding for demolitions. That was a supplemental request. They do have some funded replacements of the Ford F-150 and the Grizzly Fog. For the municipal court, we're splitting the cost with the city marshal. Normally, if that municipal court fund has a healthy enough fund balance, we'll fund the city marshal out of that fund, but that fund balance is getting pretty low. So we're going to fund half of the cost of the marshal now and for the general fund, and then probably pick it up again next year until that court fund actually builds up its balance, and then we'll consider moving that marshal position back over. Also in the court technology fund, we have some supplemental requests, remote certified court interpretation services, and then our electronic search warrant system. And they also had a VERF replacement. In the library, under operational costs, the South Irving Library, the contract security guard service was a supplemental request. We also have the automated materials handler, the smart return annual maintenance, the AWE Early Literacy Station and computer replacement, additional funding for the Hoopla and the Libby digital materials. That's always a resident request during budget for additional digital materials. And then the online computer library center technical maintenance agreement. And again, this is another one that was funded from federally funded grant that we're now picking up in the general fund. CIP, there's a custodial supplies cost increase, and then a professional service contract for temporary. Under the building and repair replacement, we have the restain the fence at MacArthur Boulevard, 6th Street to Shady Grove, and install windows in existing office doors and inspections 3rd floor. In the infrastructure bond, we have the facility asset management, the ADA transition plan, retaining wall repairs, and new sidewalk installed citywide. CIP continued for the City Hall Complex Bond Fund. We have City Hall improvements, the Old Faithful parking garage, replace HVAC at the Huffman Building, City Hall, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, and then they also had 2 new roof replacements. Traffic and transportation, our other operational costs, we have our vehicle maintenance increase for our aging vehicles. In the Street Improvement Bond Fund, we have the Irving Boulevard Phase 2 street lighting, the street rehabilitation, and then they had some equipment and vehicles replaced in VERF. For communications, we had a postage increase in July of this year, a reduction in printing charges, absorption of cable equipment and supplies. This again, we're expecting those PEG fees to dwindle down to little to nothing. So we're kind of shifting some of the items that were funded in the PEG fees over to the general fund, and then an increase in the neighborhood grant program. Under the PEG and the non-bond CIP, the ICTN studio equipment, the ICTN production facility, the virtual build-out for the facility, and the truck. Under economic development, operational costs, we have the incentive and project management software, supplemental requests, the retail center improvement program, and the small business low interest loan program. And then for the one-time cost, the Freeport Small Area Redevelopment Plan. For planning, funded in the Economic Development Incentive, a supplemental request for a fiscal analysis services contract. Under inspections, travel and training increase for cross-training of employees, and then membership certifications and licenses increase for the 3-year cycle of the ICC certifications, and they had 1 VERF replacement. Housing and redevelopment, again, we were taking on 20% of the housing advocate position and the outreach coordinator position. Again, these were part of the federal funded positions, and so we're picking up 20% of those in the general fund of their total salary and benefits. And that's all our major significant changes from last year.
Any questions? Abdul.
Do we have a grant writer at the city level or the department level?
They're at the department levels.
Okay. In the housing and redevelopment, I think there is so much dollars out there to get it, from county to the state and to the federal. And I think we need to invest probably in some kind of grant writer so that we could get as much as we could.
Yeah, I think we do apply for grants when they're available. The majority of the department is funded through the federal entitlement program, which is grants by virtue of our population. We receive annual grants each year for a variety of things. There are other types of grants that we do apply for. Most recently, there was the Pro Housing Grant, which was an affordable housing grant that we applied for. Unfortunately, we weren't funded, but we did apply for that. So we do look for additional opportunities outside of the annual allocation we get from the federal government.
And even on the state side, I think that Imelda was able to successfully secure, and they're small grants, but like $5,000 for some of our programs in the downtown Heritage District area.
Yeah,
as well.
there was a grant that Imelda applied for and we received to help fund a portion of the cost of the downtown mural through a state organization that focuses on downtown redevelopment projects.
We would look for every opportunity to spend everybody else's money as best as possible.
Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, just to follow up on the grant proposal, I mean, the grant funds, hiring additional personnel using grant funds, obviously those costs transition out to us in the long term and create more pressures on our future revenues, I suppose. So, yeah, I guess in your estimation, how many years out are we from having to more seriously entertain a tax increase? Or I guess the converse of that would be like to cut services or something like that. I'm really glad we're not doing it this year. I just want to be clear, right? But yeah, I mean, based on this, I mean, are we planning for that event and trying to avoid it, or I guess maybe just your opinions on that?
Good question. A couple different thoughts, and I'm going to answer with the oh so famous "it depends." It's going to depend upon the economy. If the economy continues to be at the level that it is at now from a sales tax perspective and continues to grow, I believe that our sales taxes will remain, we hope, steady. They being the economists, have been predicting some sort of recession now for 2.5 years. We have not seen that. That doesn't mean that we are not going to see that at some point in time. From a property tax perspective, we are already beginning to see impacts in property tax valuations, especially in the commercial office area. A lot of our office buildings, if I may speak frankly, are empty, and that is impacting their valuations as it should be. Empty office buildings have a lower value. What we try to do to help offset that is to ensure that, as we have discussed, plan for these future expenses in our current year budget, so we are not left scrambling potentially as much. If we have a significant event occur, and I'll give a good example of, again, COVID. COVID came in and it hit a lot of cities. We were not immune from that impact, and we lost revenue that year. If there's something that happens in the middle of a fiscal year, we are able to adjust appropriately. And we have not, even during COVID, we did not use any of our rainy day funds or any of our reserves. We specifically cut expenses. So as I like to call it, we have a little bit of a DEFCON 1, DEFCON 2, DEFCON 3 approach. We would look at various approaches to ensure that we always have a structurally balanced budget. Do I anticipate anything in the next year or so, all things being somewhat relatively equal, a challenge for us as a city to pay for some of these increases? I think as we begin to really feel the effects of SB2 or whatever the legislature decides to do, and maybe lowering it down to 2.5%, I believe that combined with the increases we know are coming, police and fire in particular, or public safety, I believe that there are going to have to be some significant discussions, policy discussions with you as a council on how we're going to pay for that. We've set aside the first 2 years of the police staffing plan, but there's still another $15 million of estimated value now that will go up as costs just increase with personnel. So that's 15 million. That is equivalent to 4 to 5 cents on the tax rate, just for police. So if we don't see the growth that we are continuing to see, not only in sales tax, but we are very fortunate to have development increases as well. We're still growing as a city, and that's a good thing. We had $1.2 billion worth of permit value go through Wayne's office. That equates to 600-ish million, I believe, in new assessed valuation. That is very helpful for us. So if we stop growing, if assessed valuations of existing property go down, if sales tax revenues flatten out from just an economy slowing down, right now I don't know what the economy is going to do. I have zero idea. And I would propose that I don't think there's an economist out there that has any idea. They usually can't agree upon the time of day, let alone what's going to happen with the economy. I do see a potential of some important policy discussions coming up. It's not by no means Chicken Little. I believe as a city we are in a very healthy position. We're not wealthy, but we're in a very healthy, stable financial position. I believe that comes from good conservative financial planning. And we are, as a city, I believe, very good at conservative financial planning. So we can absorb hits and increases. I do see a time that we're probably going to have to slow down our operational increases. I just don't see how we're going to be able to maintain this trajectory, just given growth patterns in the economy. I think at some point in time, we're just going to slow. I think inherently we're going to run out of land to develop, whatever that might be. And our costs are always going to go up. Our personnel costs are always going to be going up. As you can see, of the 16 million, 10.1 million of that is just personnel. And we had 6 million left to do something with, of ensuring that our services, that was paying for operational increases of gas, inflation, supplies, materials, let alone anything else we wanted to do. So those are the inherent challenges. I know it's a long answer to your question, but from a crystal ball, that's about the best we can say for right now.
Yeah, and actually, I think you already answered my other kind of follow-up question. Do we have any kind of scenarios already mapped up should there be an economic downturn? Like, have we started pre-planning that kind of work?
Not necessarily specific scenarios, but we have abilities to, if again, DEFCON 1, DEFCON 2, if something were to occur in the middle of a fiscal year, we would be able to react and appropriately maintain our current levels of service. Even without using our rainy day funds, I believe, through the conservative vacancy savings that we use, et cetera. We would put hiring freezes as we did during COVID. There's a number of ways that we can adjust that.
Chris, talk about what we did during COVID, because you immediately cut and sliced and diced. And
a lot of what we did is the initial reactions, and if you implement those long-term, they will begin to have an impact. We froze hiring for a while. Not that we didn't rehire, but it had to go through a review process, so it wasn't just automatic. If it was an important, for example, public safety position, we would continue to move those forward, so we would hire those. But others, we froze, and we didn't hire them for a period of time. There was some basic maintenance that we didn't do that helped out. There were some other one-time projects that we didn't do that we just held off on to help balance that budget out. Those are some of the initial ones. Travel and training, we limited only to essential training that were required for certifications, for example, in order for our professional staff to go out there, our police, our firefighters, our inspectors to go do their thing and be licensed to do so. But all the other types of travel and training were frozen and not allowed. Those are some of the initial ones. But I believe that we would have the ability to absorb an immediate impact. How long that would last, if we were to have a significant downturn in the economy, we would have to likely come talk to you as a council and walk through a number of different policy scenarios. But I believe we are well positioned to absorb and to manage that, I think, in a better way than potentially many cities out there.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
any other questions? Chris, did we want to bring the...
Yeah, I see we have our chamber chair in Beth here, and if, Mayor and Council, if you want to move forward before we go to C4, if we want to move over to J1 for a presentation by the Irving Las Colinas Chamber of Commerce, if the council is agreeable to that, because we have our guests here in the audience.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, City Manager Hillman, staff, and guests. I'm Beth Bowman and have the pleasure to serve as the President and CEO of the Irving Las Colinas Chamber of Commerce on the Irving Economic Development Partnership. Just want to quickly review our public funding request that was a part of your council packet. We provided our fiscal year 2025-2026 budget memo, which is pretty thorough, a copy of the deck that I'm going to go through on the economic development fee-for-services side, as well as the international affairs sister cities fee-for-services public funding request. Also, just wanted to make sure y'all had a copy of our work plan. So how are we going to accomplish what you've asked us to accomplish in the Economic Development Strategic Plan and through our fee-for-services contract? So have that in your packet for economic development, as well as international affairs and sister cities, a copy of our fee-for-services contract. So fiscal year 2025-2026 will be entering into year 4 of 5 of those contracts. And then last but certainly not least, the great work that y'all did working with City Manager Hillman, Assistant City Manager Sanders, his team, our team at the Chamber, to create the framework that we work within, which is Irving's Economic Development Strategic Plan. And this fall we'll enter into year 2, year 5 of that strategic plan. So feel free to answer any questions that you have. It's a pleasure to be joined here today by our chairman of the board, Steve Love, who y'all know is President and CEO of DFW Area Hospital Council. That's headquartered here in Irving. And then our chair-elect, which will take over October 1, Chair-elect Harry Lake. He currently serves as our board vice chair of our Economic Development Advisory Council. He's with COA Partners, who is a developer here in Irving. And then my colleagues, Diana Velasquez, who leads our economic development team, and Joe Chapa, who leads our international affairs sister cities team. Just quickly, before we begin, just a couple of economic development basics. So our objective day in and day out is really an extension of the city's economic development team, is to maintain and grow Irving's commercial tax base while creating and maintaining jobs for the residents of our community, as well as the North Texas region. So we do this for your marketing outlet, right? So day in and day out, we're amplifying the Irving Las Colinas story, talking about all the great news that's happening in our community. We want to continue to work within the Economic Development Strategic Plan by business attraction, so recruiting target industries home to Irving Las Colinas. But more importantly than business attraction, while that might take a lot of the headlines, we want to focus on our rich business base. So business retention is where our team spends a lot of our time. And Mayor, council members, we're very thankful for everything you do to make sure our businesses know they're appreciated and remain here at home in Irving and work with them on their expansion and capital investment opportunities. We serve as a one-stop shop for business, so we bring our stakeholders together day in and day out, working to pull up that red tape, to roll out the red carpet. We serve as liaison not only from the city of Irving, but also having the pleasure to work with Governor Abbott and his team at the county Convention and Visitors Bureau, Las Colinas Association, and DCURD. Really together, we're all on Team Irving. We are the conduit to connectivity, so knowing again, who the stakeholders are, so business industry can focus on running their business. When they might have a local issue or an opportunity to overcome, we want to continue to bring them solutions. And again, truly appreciate, Mayor and council members, your willingness to take meetings, often outside of traditional business hours or on the weekend, taking y'all away from your family. But it really does help us maintain our competitive advantage. And then ultimately, we want to streamline the process, eliminating any uncertainty for business industry, and making sure that ultimately we can compete in a very aggressive economic development space for business opportunities. There are some opportunities where business industry wants to explore incentives that are available. So again, we work very closely with City Manager Hillman and his team, bringing opportunities in front of you, Mayor and Council, for consideration, and making sure all agreements have minimum qualification, performance measures, and then of course, if they're not performing, there's clawback provisions. Just a snapshot over the last 5 years, our return on investment. So the city, over these past 5 years, invested $11.6 million publicly into economic development. And then our team is really proud of the results that we generated together, bringing over 40,000 jobs home to Irving, $2.6 billion in capital investment that was generated, $23.1 million in property and sales tax generated for Irving, and a return on investment of 199% back to Irving. So we are not required to do this, but every year we feel we engage with the University of Dallas, Dr. Wyson, who does an economic impact of the public investment into economic development versus the results that were generated from that and the return back to the local community. Again, the request of funding that I'll show you momentarily is to allow us to continue to activate our responsibilities within the Irving Economic Development Strategic Plan Council that you accepted, fulfill obligations outlined in our fee-for-services contract. Again, the city's not giving us money. We are performing duties and responsibilities for a fee. Our staffing is consistent with the strategic plan. We want to continue to accomplish our KPIs that are outlined, continue to provide a positive financial return to the city. We want to actively engage in outbound missions. We want to continue to backfill our pipeline and then continue to evaluate tools and resources for economic development success while benchmarking against community competition, as well as staying ahead of our trends. So Irving is definitely known as the headquarters of headquarters. We're known as a place for business and so much more, but that definitely does put a target on our back, and a lot of communities want the businesses that call Irving home to be a part of their community. Just as a reminder, here are the KPIs that are outlined in our fee-for-services contract. So 5 key areas: business recruitment, business retention, site selection, marketing and advertising services, and small business. I have the pleasure to be in front of you twice a year to report out on the details of how we're performing against our KPIs, and we're committed to continuing to do that. Just a historical funding perspective, at the request of our board of directors, we are requesting our public funding to remain the same. So over this time period, though, you can see we've just had a 10% increase over the last 5 years, which is pretty nominal for the incredible work that our team does. These are the detailed line items and how we will spend that money, and then the variance within those line items to be able to recruit and retain a qualified staff. We're going to look to continue to be competitive amongst salaries and benefits. We're going to cut a little bit in the marketing and advertising and repurpose those dollars for some digital formats instead of traditional print. Happy to take any questions in regards to our economic development public funding request, or Mayor, I'm happy to go into the International Affairs Sister Cities budget request.
Questions? Let's go to the next. International Affairs and Sister Cities.
So transitioning, we do have a separate fee-for-services contract for International Affairs and Sister Cities services. In addition to Joe Chapa leading this effort, we're really fortunate to have Dwayne Anderson, who serves as our board vice chair of International Affairs Sister Cities. He also, during the day, serves as the CEO of JVC Kenwood, which is headquartered right here at home in Irving. So just some of the assumptions again, with International Affairs Sister Cities, continuing activation of the Irving Economic Development Strategic Plan, which was accepted by Mayor and Council, fulfilling obligations within our fee-for-services contract, providing staffing consistent with that strategic plan, while continuing to evaluate tools and resources for international economic development success. Just 5 goals from international is continuing to expand relationships with international companies that have an Irving Las Colinas presence, continuing to assist our businesses on importing and exporting of goods, aggressively work from a business retention and expansion perspective with our international companies, continuing to recruit businesses that are based in other global areas and bring those opportunities home to Irving in a central location in the United States, or an opportunity to compete for their U.S. headquarters, while continuing to expand partnerships with organizations and international trade focus. These are our KPIs that are listed for our International Affairs Sister Cities work. And again, as I shared on economic development, we also have the pleasure to present more in detail how we're performing against these twice a year in front of you, Mayor and Council. Our public funding request at our direction of the Board of Directors, again, is to remain flat. It's kind of a historical 5-year look at where the city has funded international affairs and sister cities over the last 5 years. More detailed into that request, again, bottom line stays the same. Some additional line items, transitions, continuing to make sure we retain a competitive team. And then in order to do that, we're having to look at slightly pulling from international trade missions, professional consulting fees, and some travel. Mayor, that concludes our presentation. Happy to answer any questions. And again, our chairman of the board is here, as well as our chair-elect.
Yeah, Beth, if you would like, I don't see any light. Oh, David.
Yeah,
can invite the.
Maybe Mr. Chapa can kind of give us a little flair for how many international businesses are here in the city and from where?
Sure. Joe, if you want to come up to the microphone, please. So we have, we're pleased to have over 150 foreign-based companies here at home in Irving, and Joe does an incredible job of working with them. But Joe, please share a little bit more.
Thank you, Councilman. The question. We have between 150 and 160 international operations in Irving. Some of them are regional headquarters for North America or the U.S. Some of them are just operations. Asia, Europe, and Latin America. Asia has the most, the one country. Japan has about 50. That's the one country. So, but we have from Europe, Germany, the UK, good numbers. And we're looking to get more, especially from Asia. Thank you.
Beth, does the chair-elect want to make a few statements?
Chairman Love, do you want to come up, and Chair-elect Lake, any comments? And they're happy to take any questions as well, or complaints.
Well, while they're coming up, you know, one of the things we're very fortunate is what we get for the dollars we spend. If you, we were just over to a reception the other night at Sister Cities, and you see cities like Fort Worth and others where they're spending way more than we are on all these different things. They have people that are employed within the city as well as the Sister Cities program. So they're spending in the millions of dollars, not the hundreds of thousands. And the same as I think you'll see if you look at the economic development monies and dollars and funds that are being put together in Arlington, in Frisco, in Plano, and Dallas. They run from the 30 million to the 60 million, and we're looking at 2 million. And one of the challenges I think that we need to look to in the future is travel. Because if we're going to continue to compete with what Joe just talked about, You can't fly someplace very cheap anymore or stay in those areas. We receive invitations all the time to travel. I just recently received one to go to Finland, but by the time I would go there and stay and everything, we're looking at probably a $25,000 to $30,000 trip. So those, if we're going to continue to be in some of these games, we really need to think about how we can do it. Some of us pay our own way. The next group may not be willing to pay their own way to things like that. We're fortunate that Al uses his points in his hotels, as do I, to travel at our own expense rather than the city's. And so those things we may have to take a look at in the future. And I think also realistically, we're in a position we talked about earlier with buildings that were built in the 70s, apartments that were built in the 70s, and things of that nature that we really need to start looking at reinvesting if we're going to grow or if we're going to have less ability to bring people in because of the quality of the actual offices we have. So we're going to have to come up with something that we can utilize, unfortunately. We don't have that $115 million we give to DART, so we just basically have our sales tax and our property tax that we can abate to do those type of things. But just if you get a chance sometime, just look at what other cities are investing in their economic development in their sister city programs. We're probably at the lower end and doing probably at the higher end for what we have. So it's really an interesting scenario. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Stouffer. Thank you, members of the City Council. Thank you, City Manager Hillman, and also the city staff for allowing me to say a few words. And I want to especially thank the mayor and the City Council for your public service. We really appreciate it. I'm Stephen Love. I'm chair of the board, as Beth mentioned, for the Greater Irving Las Colinas Chamber of Commerce. My day job, I'm president and CEO of the Dallas-Fort Worth Hospital Council. It's 90 hospitals represented, but our headquarters are here in Irving and has been in Irving for over 25 years. My wife and I live in Irving. We love Irving. I can tell you, we love the many amenities. We love the great restaurants. We love the entertainment, like at the Music Factory. We enjoy the parks, all the recreation. We really love the Irving Arts Center, and Irving offers so much. And not until really I got involved in the council with the chamber did I realize that almost 70% of our tax revenue comes from business and industry. We're very blessed with the economic development that we've had here, and it is a great place for business. I can tell you from the Hospital Council perspective, I have to go out to a 17-county area and visit different hospitals, and Irving is just ideal because I'm going to Fort Worth, I'm going to Plano, I'm going to Denton, I'm going into a lot of different areas and was central. When I have to travel outside of the city to other states, it's so great that I can get to 2 airports in about 10 minutes, thanks to Irving. So Irving is just a great place to live. My wife and I love it here, and it really provides a high quality of life. I was actually having coffee yesterday morning, and I won't name who it was, but it was another chamber in another city that said, I miss Irving. And I didn't realize she had lived in Irving for over 25 years. And she said it's just a unique place and how much she missed it. And I said, well, why don't you move back? We'd be glad to have you. But it does offer a high quality of life. I know you, as the city council, do everything you can to spend tax dollars wisely. So on behalf, I would just like to say, we hope you will fully fund the economic development and the international affairs and sister city contracts at the level that we requested. And I think Beth said it's going to be pretty much in line with what we had before. But I want to thank you again for your public service. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. And I want to thank you for supporting the Greater Irving Las Colinas Chamber of Commerce. And now I think Harry Lake, and I think just about everybody here knows Harry, but in case you don't, you're going to hear from him.
I really didn't have any prepared remarks, but first of all, I'm really thankful for the continued support. You guys know, but I live here, work here, play here, heal here, worship here, everything here in Irving. But for all of your support, none of that's possible. One of the questions earlier was, can we sustain the amount of resources for, our citizens? Well, part of that is growth and with our commercial sector. And so, focusing on the revenue side of that equation, not just the expense side. I think you guys have done a phenomenal job being a steward of the resources that we have. Our job is to continue to push that growth. And the good news is Irving's well positioned for that growth. We have an amazing ability in the next year to take care of our people, take care of the legacy of our city, and push for growth. I mean, welcoming in Wells Fargo is no small feat. Every city in our metroplex is jealous about that opportunity, and we can amplify that message across our across our city. And so I think it's important to continue to invest. We thank you for all of that. Like any investment decision you make, the question is, what's that return on that investment? And like the mayor said earlier, I think the outcome of this, quite frankly, a minor investment into economic development in our city is providing multiples for the citizens, which allows us to enjoy the life that we have, given the limited amount of taxation that we have. So we're excited to be part of that. Thank you in advance for the continued support for the chamber and the efforts that we're doing. I promise you we'll be good stewards of your investment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. Beth, thanks for the presentation. Gentlemen, thank you for taking your time to be with us this morning. I know you've got jobs you're at, so taking your time to be with us, I appreciate it. David, you had...
Yeah, Chairman Love, thank you for being here. Chairman Lake, good luck to you next year. Appreciate it. Philip, your team, Beth, your team. Just one statement, we get a lot of reading material, and that I think you got all this, the public funding request, and this is more for the city council. In your tab with Irving Economic Development Strategic Plan, and Adam, you're talking about a lot of where we're going in the future. This is well worth your time to read this chapter here, because it gives a good 5-year, more ideas than you could shake a stick out of where we're going to go as a city, mainly from the economic development. So I really appreciate the team putting this together, and looking forward to helping the city implementing all these goals that you have. So thank you.
Thank you,
David. Any other questions? Chris?
No, I just want to say thank you very much, Beth. All of you for coming in, definitely appreciate it. And if, Mayor, we're done, we do have lunch ready, and we can go ahead and move forward with lunch and continue after with our budget retreat with where we left off.
Okay.
Thank
We'll
you.
have lunch, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Are you or someone you know interested in sharing your concerns? Well, good news! The City of Irving has just made it easier than ever for you to report those concerns, thanks to the new Irving TX Gov app. Just grab your phone and head to the App Store or Google Play, search Irving TX Gov, and download the app. Then create an account with your name, email, and password. From there, it's as simple as tapping Report a Concern and entering your non-emergency issue. Again, non-emergency issue. Select the type of concern and add any important details, like the location or relevant photos you've taken. If you'd like to be notified of the city's response, go into Account Details and set up notification preferences. And while you're on the app, be sure to check out the latest news and upcoming events right here in Irving. At home or on the go, the Irving TX Gov app keeps you in the know and engaged with your city. So download the app today.
Young Professionals. We attend an event that helps local young entrepreneurs learn how to get involved with the community and elevate their careers.
As an event like this as a whole, just the networking side of it, it's the best way for you to grow your business.
Texas Kitchen. We taste authentic local flavors at Jackson, one of the recent additions to Toyota Music Factory in a new Irving Eats.
We like how much space we have here, that we have the soundstage, and we love the growth.
Readers Convention. We meet authors of some favorite novels from a variety of genres at Texas AuthorCon.
It's a cool opportunity for a lot of us around the country to come together and share the works that we've worked so hard to do.
And in Feature Flicks, I review the film that's kicking off Phase 6 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, The Fantastic Four: First Steps, starring Pedro Pascal and Vanessa Kirby.
We will protect you.
Family. It's about connecting to something bigger than yourself.
Hello everyone, welcome to Irving Spotlight. I'm Susan Stevens. We begin tonight with the newest initiative from the Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. The organization celebrates the Young Professionals program that is empowering entrepreneurs through community involvement and mentorship.
It is our Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Young Professional Launch Party.
We're introducing what we're going to be doing, how we're going to be helping out the community, especially young entrepreneurs that are starting out their businesses.
We wanted to create a space and a group for ages of 21 to 39 to be able to collaborate, give back to the community, and just kind of be the resources some of us may have not had growing up.
I'm just so glad to see you guys out here making an effort and getting involved. It's going to make a really big difference in your professional careers.
I'm just networking, especially for work. I deal with a lot of vendors, so whenever I will need one of them, I can give them a call.
As an event like this as a whole, just the networking side of it, it's the best way for you to grow your business.
As a part of Young Growing Professional Entrepreneur, one of our board of directors sponsored the headshots over there in that corner. It's free.
You know, I was never somebody that believed into headshots. I always thought they were kind of silly. And then I went to a few events and I was like, you know what, free headshot, let me just go do it just to be brave. I was like, finally I have something for my Facebook, for my social media.
I think especially for LinkedIn, networking, it shows the professional side of yourself.
This is free game that we're going to give out for you to be able to chase your dreams wherever you want to go.
This is another resource for the community. And ultimately our goal is to raise money for the skilled trade area. So we are raising $30K through events and our programs for scholarships for skilled trades, so anything from welding, aviation, mechanic, because we want to uplift that category.
The people I've met, the charities, the fundraising, I would have never known about them until I came to these events.
The biggest thing about giving back and being involved is helping other people win, because if you have a community that's winning, it's just a community that you really want to live in.
Thank you guys, continue networking. Thank you so much.
As local businessmen and women work to thrive in our community, a new restaurant is flourishing at the Toyota Music Factory. Jackson is a modern take on a Texas kitchen with a contemporary and energetic setting.
Bold, authentic local flavors are spicing things up at the Toyota Music Factory.
Pimento cheese has roasted poblanos in it. We use a Texas stout cheddar from down south.
The poblano gives it so much more flavor. Wow.
Jackson offers a variety of Texas-inspired dishes ranging from grilled peach salad made with Parker County peaches.
I don't really typically eat fruit on salad, but this one is just so pretty. The peach actually really complements the dressing very well.
Texas redfish with Lancito kale and mustard greens, to a classic chicken fried steak served with buttery smooth Yukon mashed potatoes and chili green beans. All this and more are being served at the heart of Las Colinas.
Irving's been great. The city's been really supportive. The convention center folks and Visit Irving folks have been fantastic. I'm really excited to work with them. We like how much space we have here, that we have the soundstage, and we love the growth.
making Jackson a vibrant dining experience where guests can enjoy both live entertainment and delicious locally sourced ingredients.
We have partnered with Wagyu X, and then we also use Texas beef whenever possible.
We have 96 milk crates upstairs. We have 9 different kinds of mint, 5 different kinds of basil, 3 different kinds of shiso. We're taking them right to the bar, harvesting them at the bar, so they're super fresh for all of our cocktail program. And then we have another herb garden in the back, which the culinary team uses for all of the dishes.
And you can sip on unique cocktails or beers for an affordable price when you take advantage of the restaurant's daily specials.
We're going to be using chalkboards here because we want to always be doing different specials, different wine by the glass, different cocktails, based on is it raining, is it hot, what's really fresh in the herb garden, and really showcasing those things.
Jackson invites guests to indulge in quality dishes and drinks while listening to live music.
After enjoying a meal at Jackson, sit back and watch one of the many summer blockbusters in theaters. While I love Superman, the same can't be said about the newest superhero film to hit the big screen. The Fantastic Four always struggles to make a successful adaptation. They seemingly find the right cast, but the wrong script. The Fantastic Four First Steps is headed in a better direction than its predecessors, but lacks the charm that typically leaves audiences wanting more. Like James Gunn's Superman, First Steps avoids an origin story. Set during a retro-futuristic 1960s, the Fantastic Four and all their merchandise is adored in this world. Early in the film, we learn Sue Storm is pregnant with her and Reed Richards' first child, which they had given up trying to conceive. This happy news is briefly celebrated around the world until Earth receives a harrowing warning by the Silver Surfer. She leads the Fantastic Four to a greedy and evil space god named Galactus, who threatens to destroy the planet unless Sue gives up her possibly superpowered baby. I really wanted to love this one. The cast, including Pedro Pascal, Vanessa Kirby, Eben Moss, and Joseph Quinn, were so promising, but even their performances felt a little lackluster until the final act. I do still have faith in them, but Marvel needs to figure out how to keep audiences connected to their characters. They had the right idea with Thunderbolts, but that may be because we already had established relationships with many of those characters. The only real attempt for a connection here is Sue and Reed as first-time parents. Though we have empathy for them, anything we know about them, along with Johnny Storm and Ben Grimm, is all service level. And while the baby storyline is sweet, and I appreciate the simplicity of the plot, the poor CGI on their baby can feel cheesy and take you out of the movie. The biggest issue with First Steps is how it takes itself entirely too seriously. The jokes they attempt do not land, and with this group, you'd think there would at least be a few chuckles. The Fantastic Four First Steps is the best out of the 4 adaptations so far, but that is not saying much. If you stick around for the in-credit tease, they do leave audiences with something to look forward to, giving a little bit of hope for these characters you so desperately want to root for. The Fantastic Four First Steps is now showing. Check AMC Irving Mall and Alamo Drafthouse Cinema Los Colinas for showtimes. While moviegoers enjoy summer blockbusters, avid readers enjoy the opportunity to meet authors of their favorite books at Texas AuthorCon. From science fiction to romance, the event offers something for everyone.
This is our 4th annual book festival. Basically, it's just a great opportunity for readers to meet some of their favorite authors and to be introduced to some new genres.
It's a cool opportunity for a lot of us around the country to come together and share the works that we've worked so hard to do.
The book I'm featuring today is called The Girl with Strawberry Hair. It's an action western set in 1876.
Definitely have a couple of book series, but our latest one is what we call the Kintaro Scroll series. It's a young adult science fiction.
This year we've got 90 tables with about 112 authors. We've got workshops, we've got panels, in addition to, the authors being able to sign their books for them. We've got a scavenger hunt going on.
We're big readers, so it's really good to find indie authors rather than the big name authors. I was on board. I also quit my job low-key to come here, so. We read a little bit of everything, so I'm into romance of all genres. I read horror. I love extreme horror, splatterpunk,
I do love fantasy. I love romantasy. We've gotten into like dark fantasy, dark romance.
I think it's great for people to read many different kinds of books, and events like this can bring people and books together.
Reading is fundamental, and I just think it's always beneficial to support local artists, and authors are artists.
I really enjoy coming out every year, and the community of authors supporting each other here is just like nothing else we've ever had.
In addition to many unique events happening at the Irving Convention Center, there are lots of fun things to do around the city. Levi Gomez, our man about town, shares his suggestions.
Grab your paddle and get ready for the Summer Pickleball Tournament on August 16th. The action starts at 10 a.m. here at Mustang Park Rec Center. Registration is $10 per team, due by August 14th. It's called the Texas Tahoe Summer Concert because it includes a Chevy Tahoe giveaway right here at Heritage Park. And nationally known country artist Scotty McCreery will be here performing live just for Irving. Don't miss this special event on August 17th, starting at 2 p.m. with food vendors and bounce houses. Color our world with kindness. Place a colorful leaf with an inspirational quote or drawing on this beautiful tree at Valley Ranch Library. Add your leaf anytime in the month of August. August is Clear the Shelters month at Irving Animal Services. Adoption fees are reduced all month long, and if you come in on August 23rd, fees are waived. Come see all the cuties they have here at the Animal Care Campus. At 9 p.m. every Saturday in August, here on the Plaza at Toyota Music Factory, a free cover band concert. August 16th, it's Fleetwood Journey, a tribute to Fleetwood Mac and Journey. All concerts in a tribute to summer are free, and parking is complimentary with validation from a TMF restaurant or bar. Irving libraries have several digital options for kids, including the Tumble Book Library, an online collection of talking books. You can access the online catalog at the library or from your computer at home. You'll need a library card number and a PIN to log in.
And that wraps up this episode of Irving Spotlight. Join us next time as we find out who knows the most about wine at this year's grand tasting for the annual Texas Sommelier Conference. And we walk through the aisles of vibrant artistry and creativity at the North Texas Quilt Festival. As always, tell us stories you'd like to see on the show. You can email us at ictn@irvingtexas.gov or connect with us on social media. So subscribe to our YouTube channel, like us on Facebook, and follow us on X and Instagram. We'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for tuning in and have a great evening. For Irving Spotlight, I'm Susan Stevens.
Your ICTN team produced 41 videos in the month of July.
This is a neat thing for our community to offer this great space to do it in. Great way to celebrate our birthday.
It just brings us all together, and then we see what Irving is and like their people.
What's going to have you be excited to hang out once you leave one of the businesses there?
I would say Irving Youth Theater, it really inspired me to do bigger things.
It means the world because we don't have to be hot. Plus, to be grateful for something that somebody else gives from their heart.
I think it's a good exposure to our products. Christmas is right around the corner.
If you've ever wanted to know what might go on backstage during a show, this is the show for you.
I haven't done much writing since I moved to Irving. It was sort of a goal to prove to myself that I still had it.
Their quick response, their quick actions was what saved this patient's life. It's those first few minutes that saves lives, for sure.
The whole community supports them in what they do and their dreams.
You know, it's all about building facilities that fit for everyone all year long, too.
Stay up to date by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/The City of Irving. heroes on call.
5-4, we're starting CPR.
Being able to come back from a situation like that is wonderful.
He was close to death. Police body cameras capture the quick response to save a man's life. We will show you what happened and talk with some of those who made what some call a miracle possible. Good deeds honored.
This is just a fantastic event where we get a chance to say thank you.
I love seeing everybody come together and just celebrating the community.
Keep Irving Beautiful is honoring those making a positive impact, and there is a special Lifetime Achievement Award. Hear why they enjoy making a difference. Plus, the mayor's special recognition at the Infrastructure Summit.
It's going to be a complete surprise, I hope.
Now on City Source. Before the first bell rings, people celebrate the start of the school year at the Toyota Music Factory. Hello and welcome to City Source. I'm Thomas Gandy. That story's coming up later. But first, an Irving ISD teacher is back in the classroom for the start of the school year after incredible work to save his life. And some of that effort by Irving first responders was captured on camera. We have the video and the special recognition that resulted from it.
There you go. Breathe.
These harrowing moments captured on Irving Police body cam led to this. Medical City Las Colinas honored 5 Irving firefighters and 2 police officers with life safety awards.
I'm grateful for it, and I'm grateful that we were able to assist with bringing him back to life.
Honestly, it's a miracle. Stuff like this doesn't happen.
Let's go through what happened.
Well, so let's pull him out.
Police respond to a 1-car accident and find a man inside.
We were opening up the doors, trying to get into the vehicle, trying to get hands-on to get some kind of pulse or signs of life. We weren't getting any of that, so we decided we have to pull him out of the car and start life-saving measures. 5-4, we're starting CPR.
Later tests would show he was in cardiac arrest.
It was found that he had 100% occlusion in multiple areas of his heart.
He's blue.
But at this moment, they did not know exactly what was wrong, so they drew on their training.
There you go. Breathe.
The police body cam view ends shortly after this as Irving firefighters take over. But we got an idea of what was going on once the patient was in the ambulance and on the way to the hospital.
Quick defibrillation is one of the key things that if we can do that will greatly increase their chance of survival. The other thing is we can attach them to the Lucas device.
That device performs chest compressions.
So we add an advanced airway with our BVM here to give high flow oxygen.
The patient spent 10 days in intensive care here at Medical City Las Colinas. His brain was injured because of a lack of oxygen, but he made a full recovery. And the team here at the hospital says those actions in the first minutes made all the difference.
Their quick response, their quick actions was what saved this patient's life. It's those first few minutes that saves lives, for sure.
During this award ceremony, Luis Marchani Cuevas got to meet the teams responsible for his care. Among them, Irving's first responders.
It's amazing to see how excited he is to be here, how excited he is. He's telling me, hey, I'm working hard on my cardio and I'm exercising, and those things are just a joy for him.
I'm so happy to see you.
All of the personnel involved agree that this case is exceptional.
This one particular patient, he really stood out and stuck with me. So I'm glad to see that he's doing well. It's really great to see him. He is definitely a miracle.
He is a school teacher here in Irving ISD, where he will go back on August 5th to continue teaching to his children.
You share your story with your students.
Of course. A true story of an incredible recovery.
He was close to death.
Made possible by teams of people in Irving committed to saving lives.
There's no way any one of us could do this alone. This is a great group effort.
I'm grateful for all the partners that are here, everybody that I work with. They're amazing. I'm very glad that we were able to bring this school teacher back.
Yeah, and it was interesting to talk with the first responders and hospital staff involved. Several of them told me that it was rewarding to catch up with Mr. Cuevas because they do not usually get to find out how their cases turn out. And for the patient, he obviously did not have memory of what happened on the scene or during most of his time in the hospital, so he was learning about it for the first time. Irving Mayor Rick Stouffer received a special honor at this year's Infrastructure Summit, and organizers wanted to make it a surprise for him. During a luncheon at the Irving Convention Center, former state rep and former Irving City Councilwoman Linda Harper Brown presented Mayor Stouffer with an award for his 28 years of leadership and excellence in support of the Infrastructure Summit.
Infrastructure, to me, is the backbone and the key to the success of not only our city, but every city in the region to make things better. So I'm truly humbled, and it's been one of the greatest experience of my life to be able to work with such amazing individuals. Thank you.
He has done so much for the city of Irving, even before he was mayor. Before he was even on the P&Z, he worked on transit when I was leading the charge for DART. And then he worked his way on up and got so involved in the city, and now he's mayor. So it's an honor to present him with this award.
That recognition was part of the two-day Infrastructure Summit. Some of the topics on this year's agenda included the future of air mobility, TxDOT funding, public transit, water demands, and energy issues. The sessions attract city leaders as well as reps from government agencies and private industry.
It's not just Irving, but it's the whole region, the Dallas-Fort Worth is one of the largest growing areas in the entire United States. How can we better position ourselves in transportation, other infrastructure, water, sewer, to where we're set for even more success than just what we have today?
The City of Irving and North Texas Commission hosted that summit. And let's talk about some major infrastructure. DFW Airport is marking a big milestone in the construction of its new Terminal F. The framework for the first phase is complete, and the airport once again used modular construction. It's an innovative and less disruptive technique we have told you about, in which the structures are built off-site. Then the airport's video captures how, during overnight hours, teams used self-propelled modular transporters to move them into place. Now, some of these sections are nearly as big as a football field, and the largest weighs more than 3,300 tons. This first phase of Terminal F is scheduled to open with 15 gates in 2027. Ultimately, Terminal F will have 31 gates, all serviced by American Airlines. Irving Parks and Rec is spreading the message that the Center Park Recreation Center will be closed from September 1st to October 15th. The announcement comes as construction progresses on the new indoor aquatic center there. During the weeks that center will be closed, crews will be doing utility and concrete work that cannot be done while people are inside the existing building. So during this time, most activities will be relocated to the Georgia Faro Rec Center, and the after-school program will be based at the Center East building. While this closure only lasts until mid-October, additional work will continue. All of the construction on the Center Park Aquatic and Recreation Center, or SPARC, is expected to be complete by Memorial Day weekend of next year. See more about Irving's initiative to elevate aquatics and recreation at irvingtx.gov/playirving. Keep Irving Beautiful is recognizing people and groups who make a positive impact in the city. We found out who took home the awards this year.
It's the 2025 Mayor and Keep Irving Beautiful Annual Award Ceremony.
It's great to come down and see the different people that are really involved in it. It's a different group than we see on a normal basis.
The Margie Stipes Lifetime Achievement Award goes to none other than Irving's first influencer, Mary Hickey.
I'm very, very honored. My husband happened to have been part of the early Keep Irving Beautiful boards, and so to be associated with that is exciting. And then to have it be the Margie Stipes Award is the frosting on the cake.
There are so many reasons that anyone would select Mary Higbee for an award. Her ability to organize, her ability to bring people together. She's an extraordinary human being.
She's been very active in so many things, and so, history is her thing, whether it's the archives, whether it's the Heritage House, whether it's the Mustang Museum. Whatever she's working on, she always appreciates that.
It's what I get back from it, from the association with the people that are also involved in that project, or the completion of a project, or I've learned so many things and gained so many friends.
This is just a fantastic event where we get a chance to say thank you.
It's a really exciting year for us to celebrate those in Irving that make a positive impact in our community.
Accepting the Educator Award, Dr. Sherry Boyd.
I'm really excited and surprised, to be honest. Every year we bring students to Keep Irving Beautiful, to work at Trinity River, to pick up trash, because I believe that they need to give back in some form or fashion to the community that we're located in for North Lake.
The government award this evening goes to the Irving Public Library Community Engagement Team. You rock!
Very exciting. We feel very honored. We've worked with Keep Irving Beautiful on different outreaches such as the Trash Bash.
We've partnered with them a lot with the Adult Day Therapeutic Group that's out of Lively. We would go do Christmas cards with them. We've done park cleanups with them, and it's really a relationship that we've cultivated over the last few years with him, and it's something I really enjoy about my job.
I'm hoping that those award winners will, feel the recognition and then give the attendees an opportunity to see what these individuals and companies, how they impact our community.
It's just an evening to reflect on what works and give some acknowledgement to the people who make it work well.
I feel like we kind of all bounce off everybody's energy of trying to help out.
I've been here a long time, and that has been the unique thing about Irving. It is the people. Irving has really always been known for their volunteers and the high level of volunteers that seem to come forth here.
And KIB is also getting ready for the 32nd annual Trash Bash on Saturday, September 27th from 9 a.m. to noon at T.W. Richardson Grove Park. As you see in this video from past years, it's a cleanup of the Campion Trail along the Trinity River. Attendees also have the chance to take in some exhibits and enjoy lunch afterward. Registration is open now at keepirvingbeautiful.org. The proposed city budget for the next fiscal year is available for viewing at irvingtx.gov/budget. Public input sessions are set for Thursday, August 28th and Thursday, September 4th at 7 p.m. at Irving City Hall. Adoption of the budget is scheduled for September 18th. Then the new fiscal year begins on October 1st. Again, the website is irvingtx.gov/budget. The Irving Police Department has some reminders as the new school year begins. Using handheld cell phones in active school zones is prohibited. Violations are considered a Class C misdemeanor and may result in fines. Other reminders include watching your speed in active school zones and looking out for pedestrians. Police say this is a good time for parents to remind children to use sidewalks and only cross streets at designated crosswalks, all in the interest of safety. Some families celebrated the start of the school year at the Toyota Music Factory.
There's all the awesome carnival games. We've done the balloon animals, the charm bracelets and jewelry, face painting.
I mean, it was a lot of fun having the sword fights with the kids there. You got the music going in the background. They had a good time.
This was the scene at the Back to School Bash on the recently renovated plaza. The event provided a chance to help kids build excitement for the new school year.
He's definitely excited to go back, see all his friends, see his teachers, everything like that.
And every time we come out here, there's something to do for the family, there's something to do for the kids. And it just brings everybody together.
So just to be able to be in an environment where they are combining fun, also education, and just the celebration of students staying in school, getting their education.
The city of Irving owns the Toyota Music Factory, and it's managed by Brookfield Properties. The schedule is out for this year's Movies on Main. The series provides a chance to watch family-friendly flicks on the big screen at Heritage Park each Friday in September. It kicks off on September 5th with Moana 2, and you can see some of the other titles coming up. Each movie starts at 7:30 p.m., and food vendors will be on site. Let's talk conservation now. Here is a way to harvest rainwater for use in watering your lawn. Irving's Office of Environmental Stewardship is offering residents an opportunity to purchase 50-gallon rain barrels at the discounted price of $50. Each rain barrel includes a hardware kit for setup. Note that this offer is only for Irving residents. Reserve your rain barrel at irvingtx.gov/begreen. The deadline to order is September 15th. Hello and welcome to ICTN's Pets of the Week. It's Clear the Shelters Month, and we're going to talk all about that. But first, Egan Dobson from Irving Animal Services is here to tell us about Mallory, and Mallory just marked a milestone here.
She did.
Tell us about it.
So Mallory is our longest resident. She's been kind of in and out of our care for now over a year. Mallory came in at the beginning of August last year, looking for her forever home. She is a staff favorite. She's about 3 years old. She's completely potty trained. She likes dogs who are also chill and relaxed, just like her. But she doesn't mind having a little fun every once in a while.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because you see a great dog like Mallory who's very personable, but sometimes that appearance of just being behind the bars in the outside area can be kind of tough to get an idea of the dog's personality.
Yeah, I mean, I always recommend it if the dog's jumping up at the bars, barking at you. Most of the time, they're just really excited. They haven't really seen somebody. They think, oh, maybe if I say something or bark, they'll give me more attention, not realizing that some people might not understand what that means.
Yeah, and let's talk about Clear the Shelters Month. It's all August long here at both Irving Animal Services and the DFW Humane Society, and you've already had some success, some adoptions.
Yeah, so we've had about 47 adoptions, give or take, within the start of Clear the Shelter. All adoption fees have been reduced to $25, and of course, on Clear the Shelter Day, August 23rd, all adoption fees have been waived.
So that means free, and I like to think of it as even better than free because a lot comes with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all of our animals are obviously, depending on their age, vaccinated, dewormed, flea medication, spayed and neutered, microchip, the whole 9 yards.
And then Clear the Shelters Day on August 23rd. Tell me about some of the other attractions that are going to be here.
Yeah, we're having a food truck. Kona Ice is coming out. Hill Science Diet, who helps us feed all of our animals here, is coming out with goodies. We have free ID tags for dogs and cats if you'd like one. When you adopt, we just have everything.
And we have an update on our Pet of the Week from last time, Miss Meatloaf. You got a lot of calls, right?
Oh my gosh, she just got like internet famous almost to an extent with how many people were calling us. She is in a foster home and they do intend to adopt.
So great news on Miss Meatloaf, and we hope to have some great news on Mallory here, the longest term resident at Irving Animal Services, who is just a sweetie and ready to go home with you. And a great time during Clear the Shelters Month. Thanks so much, Egan.
Thank you.
And the Animal Care Campus is at 4140 Valley View Lane. You can check out the websites you see on the screen for the latest operating hours and to see more adoptable animals. Irving firefighters are getting some special training. On the next City Source, we are on the scene as they go through exercises to learn how to respond to fires in high-rise buildings and go inside a chef competition called Masters of the Craft. Those stories and some surprises next time on City Source. Here is how to connect with us. You can email us at ictn@irvingtx.gov. Our YouTube channel is youtube.com/the City of Irving. We hope you will subscribe and hit that like button on the videos you watch. And we always appreciate it when you leave us some positive comments. And you could look for updates on events and initiatives across the major social media platforms at the City of Irving. And that's it for this edition of City Source. Thanks for watching. Stay healthy, and we'll see you next time.
Are you or someone you know interested in sharing your concerns? Well, good news! The City of Irving has just made it easier than ever for you to report those concerns, thanks to the new Irving TX Gov app. Just grab your phone and head to the App Store or Google Play, search Irving TX Gov, and download the app. Then create an account with your name, email, and password. From there, it's as simple as tapping Report a Concern and entering your non-emergency issue. Again, non-emergency issue. Select the type of concern and add any important details, like the location or relevant photos you've taken. If you'd like to be notified of the city's response, go into Account Details and set up notification preferences. And while you're on the app, be sure to check out the latest news and upcoming events right here in Irving. At home or on the go, the Irving TX Gov app keeps you in the know and engaged with your city. So download the app today.
Young Professionals. We attend an event that helps local young entrepreneurs learn how to get involved with the community and elevate their careers.
As an event like this as a whole, just the networking side of it, it's the best way for you to grow your business.
Texas Kitchen. We taste authentic local flavors at Jackson, one of the recent additions to Toyota Music Factory in a new Irving Eats.
We like how much space we have here, that we have the soundstage, and we love the growth.
Readers Convention. We meet authors of some favorite novels from a variety of genres at Texas AuthorCon.
It's a cool opportunity for a lot of us around the country to come together and share the works that we've worked so hard to do.
And in Feature Flicks, I review the film that's kicking off Phase 6 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, The Fantastic Four: First Steps, starring Pedro Pascal and Vanessa Kirby.
We will protect you.
Family. It's about connecting to something bigger than yourself.
Hello everyone, welcome to Irving Spotlight. I'm Susan Stevens. We begin tonight with the newest initiative from the Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. The organization celebrates the Young Professionals program that is empowering entrepreneurs through community involvement and mentorship.
It is our Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Young Professional Launch Party.
We're introducing what we're going to be doing, how we're going to be helping out the community, especially young entrepreneurs that are starting out their businesses.
We wanted to create a space and a group for ages of 21 to 39 to be able to collaborate, give back to the community, and just kind of be the resources some of us may have not had growing up.
I'm just so glad to see you guys out here making an effort and getting involved. It's going to make a really big difference in your professional careers.
I'm just networking, especially for work. I deal with a lot of vendors, so whenever I will need one of them, I can give them a call.
As an event like this as a whole, just the networking side of it, it's the best way for you to grow your business.
As a part of Young Growing Professional Entrepreneur, one of our board of directors sponsored the headshots over there in that corner. It's free.
You know, I was never somebody that believed into headshots. I always thought they were kind of silly. And then I went to a few events and I was like, you know what, free headshot, let me just go do it, just to be brave. I was like, finally I have something for my Facebook, for my social media.
I think especially for LinkedIn, networking, it shows the professional side of yourself.
This is free game that we're gonna give out for you to be able to chase your dreams wherever you wanna go.
This is another resource for the community. And ultimately our goal is to raise money for the skilled trade area. So we are raising $30K through events and our programs for scholarships for skilled trades, so anything from welding, aviation, mechanic, because we want to uplift that category.
The people I've met, the charities, the fundraising, I would have never known about them until I came to these events.
The biggest thing about giving back and being involved is helping other people win, because if you have a community that's winning, it's just a community that you really want to live in.
Thank you guys, continue networking. Thank you so much.
As local businessmen and women work to thrive in our community, a new restaurant is flourishing at the Toyota Music Factory. Jackson is a modern take on a Texas kitchen with a contemporary and energetic setting.
Bold, authentic local flavors are spicing things up at the Toyota Music Factory.
Pimento cheese has roasted poblanos in it. We use a Texas stout cheddar from down south.
The poblano gives it so much more flavor. Wow.
Jackson offers a variety of Texas-inspired dishes ranging from grilled peach salad made with Parker County peaches.
I don't really typically eat fruit on salad, but this one is just so pretty. The peach actually really complements the dressing very well.
Texas redfish with Lancito kale and mustard greens. To a classic chicken fried steak served with buttery smooth Yukon mashed potatoes and chili green beans. All this and more are being served at the heart of Las Colinas.
Irving's been great. The city's been really supportive. The convention center folks and Visit Irving folks have been fantastic. I'm really excited to work with them. We like how much space we have here, that we have the soundstage, and we love the growth.
Making Jackson a vibrant dining experience where guests can enjoy both live entertainment and delicious locally sourced ingredients.
We have partnered with Wagyu X And then we also use Texas beef whenever possible.
We have 96 milk crates upstairs. We have 9 different kinds of mint, 5 different kinds of basil, 3 different kinds of shiso. We're taking them right to the bar, harvesting them at the bar, so they're super fresh for all of our cocktail program. And then we have another herb garden in the back, which the culinary team uses for all of the dishes.
And you can sip on unique cocktails or beers for an affordable price when you take advantage of the restaurant's daily specials.
We're going to be using chalkboards here because we want to always be doing different specials, different wine by the glass, different cocktails, based on is it raining, is it hot, what's really fresh in the herb garden, and really showcasing those things.
Jackson invites guests to indulge in quality dishes and drinks while listening to live music.
After enjoying a meal at Jackson, sit back and watch one of the many summer blockbusters in theaters. While I love Superman, the same can't be said about the newest superhero film to hit the big screen. The Fantastic Four always struggles to make a successful adaptation. They seemingly find the right cast, but the wrong script. The Fantastic Four First Steps is headed in a better direction than its predecessors, but lacks the charm that typically leaves audiences wanting more. Like James Gunn's Superman, First Steps avoids an origin story. Set during a retro-futuristic 1960s, the Fantastic Four and all their merchandise is adored in this world. Early in the film, we learn Sue Storm is pregnant with her and Reed Richards' first child, which they had given up trying to conceive. This happy news is briefly celebrated around the world until Earth receives a harrowing warning by the Silver Surfer. She leads the Fantastic Four to a greedy and evil space god named Galactus, who threatens to destroy the planet unless Sue gives up her possibly superpowered baby. I really wanted to love this one. The cast, including Pedro Pascal, Vanessa Kirby, Eben Moss, and Joseph Quinn, were so promising, but even their performances felt a little lackluster until the final act. I do still have faith in them, but Marvel needs to figure out how to keep audiences connected to their characters. They had the right idea with Thunderbolts, but that may be because we already had established relationships with many of those characters. The only real attempt for a connection here is Sue and Reed as first-time parents. Though we have empathy for them, anything we know about them, along with Johnny Storm and Ben Grimm, is all service level. And while the baby storyline is sweet, and I appreciate the simplicity of the plot, the poor CGI on their baby can feel cheesy and take you out of the movie. The biggest issue with First Steps is how it takes itself entirely too seriously. The jokes they attempt do not land, and with this group, you'd think there would at least be a few chuckles. The Fantastic Four First Steps is the best out of the 4 adaptations so far, but that is not saying much. If you stick around for the end credit tease, they do leave audiences with something to look forward to, giving a little bit of hope for these characters you so desperately want to root for. The Fantastic Four First Steps is now showing. Check AMC Irving Mall and Alamo Drafthouse Cinema Los Colinas for showtimes. While moviegoers enjoy summer blockbusters, avid readers enjoy the opportunity to meet authors of their favorite books at Texas AuthorCon. From science fiction to romance, the event offers something for everyone.
This is our 4th annual book festival. Basically, it's just a great opportunity for readers to meet some of their favorite authors and to be introduced to some new genres.
It's a cool opportunity for a lot of us around the country to come together and share the works that we've worked so hard to do.
The book that I'm featuring today is called The Girl with Strawberry Hair. It's an action western set in 1876.
Definitely have a couple of book series, but our latest one is what we call the Kintaro Scroll series. It's a young adult science fiction.
This year we've got 90 tables with about 112 authors. We've got workshops, we've got panels, in addition to, the authors being able to sign their books for them. We've got a scavenger hunt going on.
We're big readers, so it's really good to find indie authors rather than the big name authors. I was on board. I also quit my job low-key to come here, so. We read a little bit of everything, so I'm into romance of all genres. I read horror. I love extreme horror, splatterpunk.
I do love fantasy. I love romantasy. We've gotten into dark fantasy, dark romance.
I think it's great for people to read many different kinds of books, and events like this can bring people and books together.
Reading is fundamental, and I think it's always beneficial to support local artists, and authors are artists.
I really enjoy coming out every year, and the community of authors supporting each other here is just like nothing else we've ever had.
In addition to many unique events happening at the Irving Convention Center, there are lots of fun things to do around the city. Levi Gomez, our man about town, shares his suggestions.
Grab your paddle and get ready for the Summer Pickleball Tournament on August 16th. The action starts at 10 a.m. here at Mustang Park Rec Center. Registration is $10 per team, due by August 14th. It's called the Texas Tahoe Summer Concert because it includes a Chevy Tahoe giveaway right here at Heritage Park. And nationally known country artist Scotty McCreery will be here performing live just for Irving. Don't miss this special event on August 17th, starting at 2 p.m. with food vendors and bounce houses. Color our world with kindness. Place a colorful leaf with an inspirational quote or drawing on this beautiful tree at Valley Ranch Library. Add your leaf anytime in the month of August. August is Clear the Shelters month at Irving Animal Services. Adoption fees are reduced all month long, and if you come in on August 23rd, fees are waived. Come see all the cuties they have here at the Animal Care Campus. At 9 p.m. every Saturday in August, here on the Plaza at Toyota Music Factory, a free cover band concert. August 16th, it's Fleetwood Journey, a tribute to Fleetwood Mac and Journey. All concerts in a tribute to summer are free, and parking is complimentary with validation from a TMF restaurant or bar. Irving libraries have several digital options for kids, including the Tumble Book Library, an online collection of talking books. You can access the online catalog at the library or from your computer at home. You'll need a library card number and a PIN to log in.
And that wraps up this episode of Irving Spotlight. Join us next time as we find out who knows the most about wine at this year's grand tasting for the annual Texas Sommelier Conference. And we walk through the aisles of vibrant artistry and creativity at the North Texas Quilt Festival. As always, tell us stories you'd like to see on the show. You can email us at ictn@irvingtexas.gov or connect with us on social media. So subscribe to our YouTube channel, like us on Facebook, and follow us on X and Instagram. We'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for tuning in and have a great evening. For Irving Spotlight, I'm Susan Stevens.
Your ICTN team produced 41 videos in the month of July.
This is a neat thing for our community to offer this great space to do it in. Great way to celebrate our birthday.
It just brings us all together, and then we see what Irving is and like their people.
What's going to have you be excited to hang out once you leave one of the businesses there?
I would say Irving Youth Theater, it really inspired me to do bigger things.
It means the world because we don't have to be hot. Plus, to be grateful for something that somebody else gives from their heart.
I think it's a good exposure to our products. Christmas is right around the corner.
If you've ever wanted to know what might go on backstage during a show, this is the show for you.
I haven't done much writing since I moved to Irving. It was sort of a goal to prove to myself that I still had it.
Their quick response, their quick actions was what saved this patient's life. It's those first few minutes that saves lives, for sure.
The whole community supports them in what they do and their dreams.
You know, it's all about building facilities that fit for everyone all year long, too.
Stay up to date by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/The City of Irving. Heroes on Call.
Fast forward, we're starting CPR.
Being able to come back from a situation like that is wonderful.
He was close to death.
Police body cameras capture the quick response to save a man's life. We will show you what happened and talk with some of those who made what some call a miracle possible. Good deeds honored.
This is just a fantastic event
where we get a chance to say thank you.
I love seeing everybody come together and just celebrating the community.
Keep Irving Beautiful is honoring those making a positive impact, and there is a special Lifetime Achievement Award. Hear why they enjoy making a difference. Plus, the mayor's special recognition at the Infrastructure Summit.
It's going to be a complete surprise, I hope.
Now on City Source. Before the first bell rings, people celebrate the start of the school year at the Toyota Music Factory. Hello and welcome to City Source. I'm Thomas Gandy. That story's coming up later. But first, an Irving ISD teacher is back in the classroom for the start of the school year after incredible work to save his life. And some of that effort by Irving first responders was captured on camera. We have the video and the special recognition that resulted from it.
There you go. Breathe.
These harrowing moments captured on Irving Police body cam led to this. Medical City Las Colinas honored 5 Irving firefighters and 2 police officers with life safety awards.
I'm grateful for it, and I'm grateful that we were able to assist with bringing him back to life.
Honestly, it's a miracle. Stuff like this doesn't happen.
Let's go through what happened.
Well, so let's pull him out.
Police respond to a 1-car accident and find a man inside.
We were opening up the doors, trying to get into the vehicle, trying to get hands-on to get some kind of pulse or signs of life. We weren't getting any of that, so we decided we have to pull him out of the car and start life-saving measures. Fast forward, we're starting CPR.
Later tests would show he was in cardiac arrest.
It was found that he had 100% occlusion in multiple areas of his heart.
He's cool.
But at this moment, they did not know exactly what was wrong, so they drew on their training.
There you go. Breathe.
The police body cam view ends shortly after this as Irving firefighters take over. But we got an idea of what was going on once the patient was in the ambulance and on the way to the hospital.
Quick defibrillation is one of the key things that if we can do that will greatly increase their chance of survival. The other thing is we can attach them to the Lucas device.
That device performs chest compressions.
So we add an advanced airway with our BVM here to give high flow oxygen.
The patient spent 10 days in intensive care here at Medical City Las Colinas. His brain was injured because of a lack of oxygen, but he made a full recovery. And the team here at the hospital says those actions in the first minutes made all the difference.
Their quick response, their quick actions was what saved this patient's life. It's those first few minutes that saves lives, for sure.
During this award ceremony, Luis Marchani Cuevas got to meet the teams responsible for his care. Among them, Irving's first responders.
It's amazing to see how excited he is to be here, how excited he is. He's telling me, hey, I'm working hard on my cardio and I'm exercising, and those things are just a joy for him.
I'm so happy to see you.
All of the personnel involved agree that this case is exceptional.
This one particular patient, he really stood out and stuck with me. So I'm glad to see that he's doing well. It's really great to see him. He is definitely a miracle.
He is a school teacher here in Irving ISD, where he will go back on August 5th to continue teaching to his children.
You can share your story with your students. Of course.
A true story of an incredible recovery.
He was close to death.
Made possible by teams of people in Irving committed to saving lives.
There's no way any one of us could do this alone. This is a great group effort.
I'm grateful for all the partners that are here, everybody that I work with. They're amazing. I'm very glad that we were able to bring this school teacher back.
Yeah, and it was interesting to talk with the first responders and hospital staff involved. Several of them told me that it was rewarding to catch up with Mr. Cuevas because they do not usually get to find out how their cases turn out. And for the patient, he obviously did not have memory of what happened on the scene or during most of his time in the hospital, so he was learning about it for the first time. Irving Mayor Rick Stouffer received a special honor at this year's Infrastructure Summit, and organizers wanted to make it a surprise for him. During a luncheon at the Irving Convention Center, former state rep and former Irving City Councilwoman Linda Harper Brown presented Mayor Stouffer with an award for his 28 years of leadership and excellence in support of the Infrastructure Summit.
Infrastructure, to me, is the backbone and the key to the success of not only our city, but every city in the region to make things better. So I'm truly humbled, and it's been the greatest experience of my life to be able to work with such amazing individuals. Thank you.
He has done so much for the city of Irving, even before he was mayor. Before he was even on the P&Z, he worked on transit when I was leading the charge for DART. And then he worked his way on up and got so involved in the city, and now he's mayor. So it's an honor to present him with this award.
That recognition was part of the two-day infrastructure summit. Some of the topics on this year's agenda included the future of air mobility, TxDOT funding, public transit, water demands, and energy issues. The sessions attract city leaders as well as reps from government agencies and private industry.
It's not just Irving, but it's the whole region, the Dallas-Fort Worth, which is one of the largest growing areas in the entire United States. How can we better position ourselves in transportation, other infrastructure, water, sewer, to where we're set for even more success than just what we have today?
The City of Irving and North Texas Commission hosted that summit. And let's talk about some major infrastructure. DFW Airport is marking a big milestone in the construction of its new Terminal F. The framework for the first phase is complete, and the airport once again used modular construction. It's an innovative and less disruptive technique we have told you about, in which the structures are built off-site. Then the airport's video captures how, during overnight hours, teams used self-propelled modular transporters to move them into place. Now, some of these sections are nearly as big as a football field, and the largest weighs more than 3,300 tons. This first phase of Terminal F is scheduled to open with 15 gates in 2027. Ultimately, Terminal F will have 31 gates, all serviced by American Airlines. Irving Parks and Rec is spreading the message that the Center Park Recreation Center will be closed from September 1st to October 15th. The announcement comes as construction progresses on the new indoor aquatic center there. During the weeks that center will be closed, crews will be doing utility and concrete work that cannot be done while people are inside the existing building. So during this time, most activities will be relocated to the Georgia Faro Rec Center, and the after-school program will be based at the Center East building. While this closure only lasts until mid-October, additional work will continue. All of the construction on the Center Park Aquatic and Recreation Center, or SPARC, is expected to be complete by Memorial Day weekend of next year. See more about Irving's initiative to elevate aquatics and recreation at irvingtx.gov/playirving. Keep Irving Beautiful is recognizing people and groups who make a positive impact in the city. We found out who took home the awards this year.
It's the 2025 Mayor and Keep Irving Beautiful annual award ceremony.
It's great to come down and see the different people that are really involved in it. It's a different group than we see on a normal basis.
The Margie Stipes Lifetime Achievement Award goes to none other than Irving's first influencer, Mary Higbee.
I'm very, very honored. My husband happened to have been part of the early Keep Irving Beautiful boards, and so to be associated with that is exciting. And then to have it be the Margie Stipes Award is the frosting on the cake.
There are so many reasons that anyone would select Mary Higbee for an award. Her ability to organize, her ability to bring people together. She's an extraordinary human being.
She's been very active in so many things, and so, history is her thing, whether it's the archives, whether it's the Heritage House, whether it's the Mustang Museum. Whatever she's working on, she always appreciates that.
It's what I get back from it, from the association with the people that are also involved in that project, or the completion of a project, or I've learned so many things and gained so many friends.
This is just a fantastic event where we get a chance to say thank you.
It's a really exciting year for us to celebrate those in Irving that make a positive impact in our community.
Accepting the Educator Award, Dr. Sherry Boyd.
I'm really excited and surprised, to be honest. Every year we bring students to Keep Irving Beautiful, to work at Trinity River, to pick up trash, because I believe that they need to give back in some form or fashion to the community that we're located in for North Lake.
The government award this evening goes to the Irving Public Library Community Engagement Team. You rock!
Very exciting. We feel very honored. We've worked with Keep Irving Beautiful on different outreaches such as the Trash Bash.
We've partnered with them a lot with the adult day therapeutic group that's out of Lively. And we would go do Christmas cards with them. We've done park cleanups with them, and it's really a relationship that we've cultivated over the last few years with him, and it's something I really enjoy about my job.
I'm hoping that those award winners will, feel the recognition and then give the attendees an opportunity to see what these individuals and companies, how they impact our community.
It's just an evening to reflect on what works and give some acknowledgement to the people who make it work well.
I feel like we kind of all bounce off everybody's energy of trying to help out.
I've been here a long time, and that has been the unique thing about Irving. It is the people. Irving has really always been known for their volunteers and the high level of volunteers that seem to come forth here.
And KIB is also getting ready for the 32nd annual Trash Bash on Saturday, September 27th from 9 a.m. to noon at T.W. Richardson Grove Park. As you see in this video from past years, it's a cleanup of the Campion Trail along the Trinity River. Attendees also have the chance to take in some exhibits and enjoy lunch afterward. Registration is open now at keepirvingbeautiful.org. The proposed city budget for the next fiscal year is available for viewing at irvingtx.gov/budget. Public input sessions are set for Thursday, August 28th and Thursday, September 4th at 7 p.m. at Irving City Hall. Adoption of the budget is scheduled for September 18th. Then the new fiscal year begins on October 1st. Again, the website is irvingtx.gov/budget. The Irving Police Department has some reminders as the new school year begins. Using handheld cell phones in active school zones is prohibited. Violations are considered a Class C misdemeanor and may result in fines. Other reminders include watching your speed in active school zones and looking out for pedestrians. Police say this is a good time for parents to remind children to use sidewalks and only cross streets at designated crosswalks, all in the interest of safety. Some families celebrated the start of the school year at the Toyota Music Factory.
There's all the awesome carnival games. We've done the balloon animals, the charm bracelets and jewelry, face painting.
I mean, it was a lot of fun having the sword fights with the kids there. You got the music going in the background. They had a good time.
This was the scene at the Back to School Bash on the recently renovated plaza. The event provided a chance to help kids build excitement for the new school year.
He's definitely excited to go back, see all his friends, see his teachers, everything like that.
And every time we come out here, there's something to do for the family, there's something to do for the kids. And it just brings everybody together.
So just to be able to be in an environment where they are combining fun, also education, and just the celebration of students staying in school, getting their education.
The city of Irving owns the Toyota Music Factory, and it's managed by Brookfield Properties. The schedule is out for this year's Movies on Main. The series provides a chance to watch family-friendly flicks on the big screen at Heritage Park each Friday in September. It kicks off on September 5th with Moana 2, and you can see some of the other titles coming up. Each movie starts at 7:30 p.m., and food vendors will be on site. Let's talk conservation now. Here is a way to harvest rainwater for use in watering your lawn. Irving's Office of Environmental Stewardship is offering residents an opportunity to purchase 50-gallon rain barrels at the discounted price of $50. Each rain barrel includes a hardware kit for setup. Note that this offer is only for Irving residents. Reserve your rain barrel at irvingtx.gov/begreen. The deadline to order is September 15th. Hello and welcome to ICTN's Pets of the Week. It's Clear the Shelters Month, and we're going to talk all about that. But first, Egan Dobson from Irving Animal Services is here to tell us about Mallory. And Mallory just marked a milestone here.
She did.
Tell us about it.
So Mallory is our longest resident. She's been kind of in and out of our care for now over a year. Mallory came in at the beginning of August last
Or where we were.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
So my name is Mary Ann Kellum, Presidency of the Irving Hispanic Chamber. And I know that you all have the presentation in front of you, so everything that I say up here you can read. So I will go over that, but prior to that, I want to go over a few I know I have some new faces here, and congratulations to all of you that are here for the first time or first few times. But I want to kind of change a little bit about how I'm presenting today, and I want to start off with some statistics on the Hispanic business. And I know some of you have heard this before. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're on.
So just want to share a few things with you guys that will hopefully help you understand what it is that we're doing in Irving with our small businesses. In 2023, the Latino economic hit a staggering $4 trillion, okay? That was a huge increase. It actually was a milestone that only 2 other companies have ever done, and that is Microsoft and NVIDIA. And that Latinos got there 2 years before they did. So those are great statistics. The other one is, you guys have heard this before, that if the Hispanic or Latino population was its own country, would be the 5th largest economy in the world. So that still hasn't changed. Might be changing to the 4th, but right now we're still 5th. And then the other one is the U.S. Latino GDP jumped to $2.3 trillion, and that was 17% growth over the U.S. economy. So those are huge numbers, and the fact that $4.1 trillion is our purchasing power now, and that went up 4.8% compared to 1.8% of the non-Latino population. So those are numbers that are telling us that there is a huge need for the Hispanic support of small business. Also, the Latino economy, I'm sorry, the new business, we represent 4.7 in the Hispanic Chambers of Commerce. We represent 4.7 million companies, small businesses, and that's contributing $700 billion to the economy. The advocacy and connection, we provide access to networks, technical assistance, training, capital, and procurement opportunities. This is not about DE&I, this is about the statistics and the facts. These are the numbers. That's why I feel that the Chambers of Commerce are very relevant to the small business. And with Irving being 50% or more Hispanic, there's a reason why I think we have relevance here. So with that, I will proceed to my presentation. And I think I just turned it off. Okay, I'm not good at this, so can somebody tell me how I can get? Sorry? Thank you, Fernando. My staff won't let me touch anything when it comes to electronics. All right. And so as you know, this is our year-end KPI report for our last year. And you have all this in front of you, so I'm going to go to the numbers. So here we're supposed to fulfill scope of services within the program for 2025. So we hosted 8 Café con Nosotros with 179 in attendance, and this does have a health and wellness series, which has really helped our small businesses. Our power hours generated 175 in attendance. Our after-hour mixers always jumps because there's a little bit of more fun at those events, and we have 416 in attendance. We went back to the power hour in Spanish, La Hora de Poder, and we had 13 in attendance for the first one as we kicked it back off. We had 16 new ribbon cuttings with a total of 377 in attendance. Our MWBE coffee break with Amanda Carey, we had 65 in attendance, and that was for that last year. And then we co-hosted a business summit during Women's History Month with 150 in attendance. And then we kicked off revamped our leadership and professional development and had 17 the first time. And you guys received an Excel sheet with all of the businesses that we assisted and what area of help they needed. So we had 76 businesses listed on there, and all of the different areas that we helped are listed there with all the different areas that they needed help with. Our survey was sent out in July. We're waiting for the results so that we can use it for our retreat, and we'll share that with you. The next one is, and here's where I break down the number of attendees, businesses, and then of those businesses, how many were minority. And so when you look at the minority, that's just not Hispanic, as I mentioned, I think last time I presented. It includes any minority, so African American, Indian, LGBT, whatever whatever it is. We include them all as minority groups. So here are the numbers, and this is page 1 and page 2. So these are all the different events that we had on a monthly basis, okay? And if you have any questions, stop me at any point. And then here's where we're supposed to contact 8 businesses within the month. And my team is averaging 8 to 10 visits per week. And they're reaching out to them to find out what it is that they need help with and where can we help them. And also working with Megan Brown's redevelopment group on the downtown Irving reimagined and the downtown businesses. And I hope you guys are abreast with that because it's going to be very nice. I'm excited. And then on the marketing side, so we continue to promote the city's efforts. We are very involved with the MWBE, with Amanda and the city. We highly recommend certification for all our businesses up through now. We're still working with NCTRCA and the Women's Business Council Southwest. And then we also assist in funding all these other areas that you see on here. And then here are, as we mentioned, wanting to connect with the Minority Enterprise Program, and these are the businesses that we help with certification. With certification, and that's also on your list. And those addresses are also on that spreadsheet. And we continue to direct our members, obviously, to the city's website with all the inquiries that they make and anything that we can do to help them with. We also list all our partners' links on our website and also in our newsletters. I would highly recommend you guys I'm going to add you guys to our list so you guys receive our newsletter so that you can at least read once in a while what we're doing so that you're not looking at me like, you're not doing anything in the community. Because I advise you to kind of follow us on social media because you'll find out that we're doing a lot in the community and versus you feeling like we're not doing anything. So here are, again, the name of the event, the attendees, the number of businesses that you asked for. I keep going too fast for this thing. Okay. This is slow. And that's the second page. So there you have it again. This is kind of a repetition of what we did earlier, but that's what you call for. So, and then as far as South Irving, see, we're going back to working with the small businesses. As I mentioned, we're visiting them, finding out what they need. We had our Big Heroes Appreciation back in March, which was great for our fire, police, and EMTs, which just so wonderful event for us.
Marianne, excuse me. Luis, you had a comment?
Just a question regarding the numbers of attendees and how you guys count those. Those are, even if you have the same people, you're still counting them again, right?
For that month, yes.
Right, so you're counting the total of each event.
Uh-huh.
Do you have any data on what is the total number of different attendees?
Oh,
how many
absolutely.
people repeat? Do you have those
I don't
numbers
have it
available?
with me, but we keep that in our
That would be
KPI
interesting
book.
to see how much outreach
I would
is
love that,
actually
yeah.
happening. Because, the same 20 people show
No,
always
yeah,
at
I
the-
understand.
the same,
And it's
right?
interesting because each of the events, the monthly events, bring different people. Because some people can only attend the morning, some people can only attend the evening. So, yeah, I'll be happy to share that with you.
That's good.
Thank you. All right. And then here's a recap, our Big Heroes Appreciation, our Leadership Professional Development, our Hora de Poder. The Small Business Resource Center is hopping. We added in a new division, which is the Young Professionals, and we had a kickoff for them, and we had 96 people in attendance. So that just shows that the new up-and-coming leaders are very anxious to get some assistance. And then, of course, a small business, showcasing them. We're doing TikTok videos for some of them to showcase them. We're starting the Main Street Pilot Program, as I mentioned, took part in the July parade. And the immigration forum that we held back in whenever it was, March or whatever it was, had 70 in attendees, and we had the police department and other areas of the city that were presented to them. And then upcoming events, we have our gala, which is October 18th, and you'll be getting some more information on that. We are planning on the Dia de Muertos for November. And then next year, appreciation for big heroes. Check in on the 2 chiefs to see when that's going to be available. And then May will be our annual golf tournament. So as you can see by the presentation, we are not requesting an increase in our budget. We remain committed to advancing this business that we're doing within the small business resource and continuing the implementation of our established programs. So the budget will remain at $319,980. Oops, I think I went back. And that's it for me. So now I'm open to questions.
Any questions, Mary Ann? Yep. I don't really see anything, but if you get a chance to get together with Mr. Canosa to make sure that he can get
Oh, yeah, I'll
follow
go
up.
pull those up and send them to him, for sure.
All right.
All right, that's it. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay. Chris, we're going back to C.
C4.
C4.
General fund will finish up with the general fund overview with our capital improvement projects and our debt service.
Afternoon. Once again, Brett Starr, CFO, and when in doubt, C4. Some of you got that. All right. Here all week, try the veal. So going back to the allocation of the tax rate to debt service, a lot of this I covered in C2. But just to remind everyone that we have 15.97 cents the tax rate, or $71 million allocated to debt service for this upcoming year. General debt service is at 13.6 cents, while the pension obligation bonds are at 2.37 cents. And this is a trend where that's been going down. We'll show some slides to illustrate that in a second. Policy direction we've received in the past is to substantially complete the 2006 bond program. Well, we did complete the bond program in 2023, and we wanted to fund the 2021 bond program within 10 years from the election date of which is fiscal year 31-32, and to maintain the total INS tax rate at 15.97 cents. Just as a reminder, 1 cent of the tax rate is $4.45 million. That should say 2025 for the upcoming year. $4.45 million is 1 cent on the tax rate. So here's the pension obligation bond debt service chart. You can see here the average debt's about $11.1 million per year for the first 20 years. And after that, we pay off the TMRS and SPP bonds, and we're left with just the firefighter pension bonds at a lower amount. And as you can see here, the allocation of the rate declines gradually. In 23, it was at 2.97. The next year, 2.73, 2.55 for the current year, and next year we're projecting at 2.37 cents. You can see the amount of the tax rate needed to pay the stable bond program is constant. Here it is graphically. You can see here the orange bars represent the amount going to the pension bonds, while the green is the amount going to the construction bonds, and that number increases each year, or the POBs decrease. Each year I update this, and we always do better than projections, and so it's been remarkable to see the growth in property tax values affecting this chart. So I think this is a good story that we did not do a sliding scale of increasing bond debt in anticipation of having growth in the tax base. We kept it static so that even if the tax base didn't grow, we'd still be able to meet these obligations without impacting any other services or bond programs. We work with Hilltop each year to do a debt capacity analysis. Actually, we update this 2 or 3 times a year. Our current assumptions as we go forward are to maintain the tax rate at $15.97. We have a 5 to 3% average annual growth in the tax base, and we've been exceeding that the last few years. We're projecting 4 to 4.5% interest on future debt. The bonds we sold earlier this year came in at a 4.14% interest rate. We issue 20-year debt for most of our projects. For the joint public safety facilities that we anticipate that were in the 2021 bond election, we are using 30-year debt for those buildings because they will have a useful life more than 20 years. And for capital equipment financing, fire trucks, and also other infrastructure related to technology that has a shorter shelf life, So we issue 5-year debt so we don't get ahead of ourselves and still end up paying for bonds on obsolete equipment. So the debt capacity supports general issuances for 25-26 of $38.79 million in general obligation bonds and $7.69 million in tax notes. And those are in your budget for project detail. We've also been talking about them department by department as we go forward. So large capital projects are usually spaced out to provide level debt issuances over time. However, in 23-24, we front-loaded all the Let's Play Irving projects, and this is the third year we've been paying for that. The big project for this year in the budget is Fire Station 9 construction. And then in 28, 29, and 30, we have money allocated for the public safety joint training facilities, but we don't have a good plan on what those will be spent on. They're just kind of placeholders at this point. We have been seeing inflation, construction, and equipment costs go up. So while we're issuing bonds in accordance with the plan and to be done in 10 years, the cost of each project has been escalating as we go forward. In the event that the costs go above what we have authorized, council can vote to issue certificates of obligation or call a new bond election early to take care of some of those gaps. This is how it looks graphically. The dark green are our 20-year bonds, the blue are our 30-year bonds, and the yellow are our tax notes. And you'll see in 2032, the dark green shades into light green, and that means we don't have authorization for those bonds, but we do anticipate a steady capital program rate of about $60 million a year in debt, and we were able to comfortably fund that using our debt capacity model, thanks to our friends at Hilltop for providing some of the math checking on that. We are anticipating probably in about 2028 or 2029 starting the process of calling another bond election, getting the committee together, reviewing projects so that we have time to vet the projects that are of greatest interest to the community, present some cost estimates, and then bring that forward to council for approval and scheduling of a election for the new bond program. And as we've been discussing earlier, it doesn't have to be a 10-year program. It could be a smaller amount, but also, as they pointed out, the more diverse projects you have on tap, the more supporters you'll find for each little section of the bond program. So it's a dynamic, and we can walk through that over the next couple of years. This is a look at our general debt projection. Blue represents existing principal, maroon existing interest, and the green is projected debt based upon our debt schedule that we showed you earlier. You can see here we have a little bit of an increase in the next couple of years. That's mainly due to the impact of the Let's Play Irving plus the new bond issues, increasing debt, and then as we have lower debt issuances for the last 3 years, it tails off a little bit before ramping back up. And this is all within our projections to maintain the current tax rate and the current tax allocation. So this provides graphically what we've been showing you number-wise. What we have outstanding to date, we have over $1.1 million in principal outstanding. It's broken up among several categories. I've color-coded it here. The two blue pieces of pie are our general debt. Dark blue, general capital projects, $461 million outstanding. Pension bonds, $146.6 million outstanding. In green, we have the three utility revenue debt. Water and sewer is the largest point, $212 million. Drainage utility, including the 0% interest loan, Texas Water Development Board bonds, and then a small amount of sanitation bonds issued, $5.1 million. In yellow are the three hotel occupancy tax-backed bond categories for the convention center at $87.5 million, entertainment value at $51.8, and the convention center hotel at $18.4. We also have some miscellaneous debt. The public improvement districts, all three of the three little PIDs combined, is $19.8 million. Those will be paid off within the next 7 years. And we also have our Heritage Crossing debt from that is backed by but not paid for from sanitation revenues at $13.6 million. That should also be paid off by 2033, I believe. Looking forward, talking about our capital plan, you can see that $1.1 million we have today, or at the end of the year. We're anticipating an additional $551 million in new debt being issued over the next 5 years. $333 million from general, $167 from water, and another $250 from MDU, and that is the second Texas Water Development Board zero-interest loan. And at the same time, we're going to pay off $351 million in existing debt over that time frame. So for the net, we're going to add about $200 million in debt for general water and drainage. So in the next 5 years, we think our total debt obligation will grow from $1.1 billion to $1.5 billion. With that, I'll take any questions.
David.
With the possible Senate bill going from 3.5 to 2.5, does that have any effect on our bond ratings?
Shouldn't, because we were able to allocate debt in excess of that. If one of the reasons we're under our our voter approval rate this year, the unadjusted rate, is because debt service has gone up, and so that gives us a bit of a cushion over where we were. So once you have allocated debt, it's the operations side that gets squeezed by that 2.5%. And actually, just to get on my soapbox, it creates perverse incentives because it forces you to issue more debt, which I don't think they want us to do, but that is how you can increase the voter approval rate. Is if you have more debt, has to be paid, it's contractual, so that gets factored into the calculations of the overall total tax rate. And we try very hard not to use that beyond our capacity, but that is a loophole I'm sure they'll close as soon as someone takes advantage of it in a way they don't like.
Any other questions about our debt? Adam.
Maybe just one.
Sure.
Come on.
For the record, I guess. Going from 1.1 to 1.5, I mean, that's still within our framework and our acceptable comfort operations.
Yeah, and looking at the debt, you see if you look over here at the projection of new debt, there's a whole lot of zeros. So a lot of these debt issuances that are paid for, each debt is paid for. You see the different funding sources there on the right. They have their own dedicated funding source. So the 2% hot revenue, the 2% Brimer hot revenue, those are one-time debt issuances for the convention center and the entertainment venue. And once those are paid off, we're not anticipating any more debt out of that. So the two primary sources of new debt are general obligation bonds and water and sewer. And so we do a really good job of modeling both of those for the needs we have, capital needs we have for that, against what our debt capacity is. And so if you'll look, I don't know if you go back, if I redid this chart for several years ago, that yellow slice would be much larger as we had more before we refinanced the hotel debt and before we start paying this off. So those slices will continue to decrease over time because we're not issuing any more debt for those projects. They are a significant portion of the pie, but they're one-time projects as we go forward. We're not going to build another convention center. We're not going to build another entertainment venue. So as those pay off, all that will start to drop off. The three little PIDs. I don't think there's any plan in the future for any public improvement districts after this. We will not do that again.
We learned our lesson.
Not on my watch. But so a lot of this debt rolls off, and a lot of it, and all of it is self-supporting, whether through general taxes or others. And so we do a really good job of modeling that with Hilltop Securities for our general, and I think it's Freeze and Nichols on our water.
Yeah.
I think they're our analysts. So we have other people checking our numbers for us and helping us guide us through the capital projects.
And even on the water side, if I may, again, 40 to 45% of all of our capital projects in water are paid for in cash. So we're really very careful trying to limit what we borrow over there on the water and sewer side.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that, Adam, I appreciate that question because it brings to light a lot of things that we don't always realize. And so a lot of what we do, we're able to take care of through cash, and a lot of the debt that we have has a term to it, such as the PID, such as some of the others. So while it looks like we're building up a lot, a lot's going to fall off at a certain point as well. Once the PIDs are, taken care of, and a couple of the other projects, it makes a big difference. Chris.
Thanks, Mayor. And years ago, we set a goal to increase the amount of cash that we were using on the general fund side to pay for projects. Because at the time, we were funding in non-bond CIP anywhere from 0 to maybe 5%. of any of our costs. Now we're significantly higher than that. I'd say on average, maybe 15, 20, 25% a year that we're paying in cash. I would love to get up to that 40 to 50% range like we are in water and sewer. It's a little bit more challenging on the general fund side because unlike in water and sewer, where you can very directly control your rates and what comes in based upon your anticipated usage, in the general fund, your property taxes, sales taxes, which are very fluctuating, and they can come and go. So it's tougher to set dollars aside in the general fund for cash. And so through our long-term strategic financial plan, we have set up ways, and that's why we're able to do what we're doing right now. So we'll continue to look to increase that to limit those debt opportunities down the road.
But also in the future, if we do have some challenges, we can use the cash we have to take care of the challenges rather than have to issue debt.
Exactly, and that's one of the other reasons that was, Adam, a little bit back to your question. For example, DEFCON 1 is we have dollars that are in that non-bond CIP that we're setting aside. If for some reason we have a pretty serious downturn and we still want to maintain our levels of service, as opposed to using that cash for a one-time project. We could come in to do a one-time carryover for that type of operational need, hopefully over a fiscal year or two. That means we wouldn't have the cash, but we'd still, if need be, always have the debt service side on that. So that's one of those options that we have to help us pay for that type of downturn. Yep, and that is not using our rainy day funds. We have those reserves, so we're very protective of those as well.
Any other questions? All right. Compensation and benefits. So the two of you just trade off?
We're almost done with the Brett and Shannon show here. We're almost done.
Shannon Phillips, budget manager. I'm going to be, it says health insurance. No, it should be the steps and COLA. They're probably numbered wrong. There we go. You've seen a lot of this already in the C1 presentation, but again, just wanted to emphasize our commitment and policy direction to maintaining the 80th for all eligible position classes, funding of our step and merit increases. Again, for the general fund, that was the $5.2 million. And you see the breakdown between our general government and our civil service. Again, we have more positions filled than we budgeted for last year. To put it in context, I looked through the budget last year, we had about 284 budgeted positions that were vacant, and this year we're at 209. And so, again, as we progress through that pay plan, the trade-off is we're going to have reduction in our vacancy savings.
Shannon, if I may, just as a qualification here, Mayor and Council, you see at the top there, maintaining the 80th percentile. Each and every year, what we do for civil service is we go out and we do an annual salary survey, and we therefore then benchmark against the 80th percentile. We don't do that every year for general government. We usually do that about every 4 to 5 years with our adjustments that we'll make through our class and comp study. But on the general government side, we may or may not necessarily be at the 80th percentile, but that's why we provide the COLA increases that helps keep us up. And the last time we did that, even though we had not done a class and comp study for about 7 years, with the 1.5% at times 2% COLA increases that we were able to provide our employees, that did keep us where about 50% of all of our positions were still at the 80th percentile. So that's a way we can continue to ease into it with our general government, and then when we do our class and comp studies about every 4 to 5 years, we then make any final adjustments up to that 80th.
Well, Chris, I appreciate that, because if we just did the comp and studies every 4 years, we'd have huge spikes up and down on how we do it.
What's your benchmark framework?
We have, for the cities and the civil service side, we actually have 9 different cities that we look at. and compare ourselves to them. And for the general government, we'll look at a larger, broader scope on that when we do our class and comp study. But we actually work with the associations, both police and fire, to determine which of those comp studies we are looking at. And that will also be documented in your fire collective bargaining agreement once that is done, which cities those are.
Okay. Cost increases for 26. Again, we had our public safety market adjustments for this current year. They averaged around 2.67 for police, 3.22 for fire. And again, that's based on our benchmark cities. It includes our benefit costs, including our pensions. Our general government cost of living, we do have the 1.5 baked in, and that amount is a little over $870,000. Again, the benefits changes that we talked about, our health insurance premium increase of 2%, that's applied to both our city and retirees. It's applicable to all our current health plans, and that's at a cost of a little over $480,000. Pension plans, again, I mentioned earlier today, our TMRS, we had an increase from the 10.31% to the 10.75%. We saw a reduction in our supplemental benefit program from 0.74 to 0.70, and then in the FRRF, we had an increase in our contribution rate from 12.76% to 12.78%. Again, this is just a recap from the one-pager of that $10.3 million investment that we have for our employees for recruitment and retention. And that's class and comp. Step and COLA.
Questions?
Just a reminder, the STEP program for civil service is 5% until they reach the max of their STEP, and for general government, it is 3.5% until they reach the max of theirs.
Okay. Thank you. Now we're going to talk about health insurance.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jason Hardy, Workforce Services Manager. This is one of my favorite things to talk about is our health insurance here with the city. I'm going to walk you through it fairly quickly. I want to kind of cover 4 different things for you today. What our plan performance is, what our budget, which you've kind of already talked about the last couple of months, our new plan benefits that we're going to try to implement to help reduce some of our costs, as well as just reviewing our existing benefits. So our health insurance plan, it's available to all employees and eligible retirees. We currently have a total enrollment of total lives. We like to refer to this as belly buttons. This is not employees and retirees. These are actually people on the plan, is 4,275 people. That equates to 1,900 employees, 80 retirees, and you see a little over 2,200 dependents. Now, one thing to note is we have 33 claimants with a claim expense of over $100,000. And so this is going to become a repeating factor as you're going to see some of our high-cost claimants and what they're costing the plan. Just to let you know, though, we do have a stop-loss program. So once a claim reaches $275,000, our stop-loss kicks in. Originally, we were budgeting for a 25% premium increase on this stop-loss. And then we were thinking, we got it down to like 14%. Luckily, with the work of our consultants at Holmes Murphy, we were able to secure that in at about an 8.2% increase. So we were able to get it down, and you see our per participant per month. That's not the total people on the plan. That's your employees and retirees combined there. You can look back, and this is a 12-month rolling on our medical. This is not including our pharmaceutical. And you see here that per participant per month, we are averaging about $993. That's what the plan spends on the medical. On our pharmacy, that number is a little bit more than half at $433 per participant per month. Claims experience, you see over the last couple of years, for 23-24, and so far in 24-25, the plan itself, our gross cost, has gone up, and we're not even done with the 24-25 plan year. We got a little bit more to go. And so here you just see how it goes down, the medical claims, the pharmacy claims, stop-loss reimbursement, what we give our employees who take the high-deductible health plan. We give them $500 a year. That equates to $125 a quarter into an HSA account. Our pharmacy rebates, fixed cost, and our gross cost is all included there. Here we have our top 10 diagnoses that we have in our plan, and you'll see that the current plan amount, the members that it's impacted, what it was previously, and the members previously under that current. And you see the MSK is the one that it cost us the most money for our members right there. What does this really equate to? And this is where I like this graph here, is 18.6% of all of our claimants make up 88.5% of our cost. And so that's a big number when we really look at this. And that's why we want to try to tackle some ways to help reduce cost overall, because we want to make sure we're improving the care for all of our employees and the dependents that they have. So when we talk budget, one of the things that we're doing this year is we're introducing a new to therapy program. GLP-1s have a rising cost increase in all medical plans out there. Historically, what people can do is go to the doctor. They can get a 90-day prescription for a GLP-1. That's like your Mounjaro, your Ozempics. And they'll go back the next month and the doctor will change the script. They got a 90-day supply, and now they're getting another 90-day supply. So what we're doing is you're new to therapy, you're going to be limited to a 30-day supply to make sure those changes aren't there before you can switch over to a 90-day supply. We have very low employee disruption on that. In addition to that, we're going to introduce a program called PEAK. This is going to help measure the actual care of the physicians on the plan. It allows employees to go out and shop services. So one of the programs we have is we call it member rewards. Employee can go out there and shop for procedures like an MRI, a colonoscopy, a mammogram, different procedures like that, and compare what their cost will be at the different providers. In addition to that, it will give them a reward for going to that provider. Why do we give them a reward? It's saving them money, but it's also saving the plan money. And what the PEAK program is going to do is also measure the actual performance of those physicians. And then cancer is always one of those things that always we're concerned about. And so we're going to implement for this year a program called Access Hope Oncology. That will cost us about $20,000, but our hope is it's going to help provide that care and that need to our employees and their dependents who are going through cancer. We have a 2% increase to our budget. You've heard this a few times. And here it forecasts, we're trying to forecast what happens in the future. You'll see here if with doing a 2% increase, we're potentially still looking at future increases in the years. We have been very fortunate, though, to limit our increases through the years. So you'll see in 2020 we had a 0 premium increase. That's on the city and the employee side. In 21, we had a short plan year. It was a 9-month plan year. We had a 2% increase. Then going into the 12-month plan year that went back to a fiscal year plan, we did 0%, 22-23, 2%, 23-24, 3%, 24-25, 2%, 25-26, 2%. I know from personal experience, looking at health plans across the industry, my wife's in education. Their plans are going up 10, 15% year over year, and their costs are much higher than our costs are. So we're doing a good job on this right now.
And Jason, I'm going to echo that. In all the cities that I've worked for and in a number of organizations I'm just familiar with other municipalities, to have anywhere from 0 to a 3% increase over the last 5 to 6 years is simply extraordinary. We're doing all we can to try and limit our costs, to help educate our employees, to help give them options so that they can become as educated as they can on their healthcare choices. As we continue to work with them and look for new and innovative ways to limit those costs. I really appreciate the great work there, because that is obviously less than even the inflationary costs that healthcare is going through at this point.
Chris, at some point it'd be kind of interesting for the new people to understand some of the things that you've implemented, like how they can get money for their premiums, by doing certain things, and how they can get points in other areas, so that because the whole program works not just because we've got a good program, it's because we've implemented things for the employees to do to offset their costs.
Yes, sir, we can do that.
So you'll see here, this is our each plan, and this is the employee increases on the plan. You'll see an employee who is on the high deductible health plan, they have a 72-cent increase for their monthly premium. An employee who is on what we call the rich plan, with their employee, if they have themselves and their family, they're going to be paying $13.42 more per month. And so that's actually what your 2% increase means in actual dollars for these employees right here. When we look at our existing benefits, one of the things that you just approved for us and we're super excited about is we are going to be having a new employee clinic, and it's called Crossover Health. We're actually going to be paying less money for the employee clinic and having more services. And what do I mean by more services? We're going to have a health coach that's available to our employees 40 hours a week. We're going to have mental health services that are available to our employees 40 hours a week. At the Irving location, there are 2 doctors who live in Irving, and so we don't have to worry about them leaving and our employees being upset. They're super excited to serve us. There's chiropractic care. There's unlimited physical therapy. It's a super exciting thing for our employees. They have 5 locations in the Metroplex. So really, no matter where our employees live, their families can also get the care, because this is for eligible people on the plan, so employees, retirees, and their dependents. And so the Las Colinas is their flagship location, and we're super excited about that.
We need to figure out how to get retiree benefits for us that are leaving. and regular benefits for those who are still here. Anybody, David, I'm sure you're seeing as you now go out and do this, and Mark was just saying, I mean, these are unheard of numbers to just see a $2 to $10, $15 a month increase for a family.
So
I think
the other
this
thing
is one thing we don't
really
tout how much we've really accomplished in this in the last, 5 years, Chris, that we've really been pushing this?
Yeah, even if you go back, Mayor, if I can, about 8 years, we made some pretty significant and impactful changes to our healthcare plan. At the time, we were approaching about $29 million in annual payouts. Through some of those changes, we are actually able to lower that down to about $22 million. And of course, with cost increases, that's been moving back up. But we've been aggressive yet mindful and very understanding of employee and their family needs, providing the health care coverages that they need, and again, trying to limit those costs.
So the other service we've added this year is, or not added, we've replaced, is our EAP provider. That change is in effect tomorrow. That's going to save us about $6,000 a year. But in doing that, we're also going to get 10 more hours for training and critical incident. What is a critical incident hour? If you take an active shooter situation, if you have an active shooter at a location, we can bring in counselors to talk to those employees. Those are critical incident hours that we can utilize for that purpose at no additional cost to the city there.
Jason, real fast, what was the cost savings by going to our new clinic?
And this is where I always say it's a hard number to actually nail down, because there's a lot of theoretical costs there, but actual costs in everything we've added versus what we had, it's about $75,000 a year. But we've also added that chiropractor, that physical therapy, that mental health services that we previously did not have.
So again, a lower cost per year with more additional enrollment services. Thank you.
And better locations in the Metroplex too, I would say. So the additional benefits we have is just some of the ones that are real important to help reduce our costs. Is we have a program with Arasti for our employees with MSK injuries that helps them manage those MSK injuries, get back to work quicker. CareLoop is a service we offer our employees. It's an amazing service for them to kind of help lower their stress levels in taking care of their family, their loved ones. And it's a service that will go out there and help assist them in finding the needs that they have. For our public safety folks, we have that goes along with our public safety wellness unit and everything else we do for mental health. Responder Health is another service we have for our first responders that they can call, they can get treatment that they need when they need it. In addition to that, we still offer a critical illness, accident, hospital indemnity, voluntary life. We have our city-paid life insurance and dental, vision, all the rest of your traditional benefits that we have for our employees. Any questions?
Questions? Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
We want all our employees to be healthy and their families. It's great to have those services that close for everyone to be able to know that they've got a quality physicians that they can count on. We have water and sewer. Todd, is everything flushing and everything running?
How's the lake looking, Todd?
You would know if it wasn't.
The lake is good, and we do have a tour set up. Hopefully y'all are all aware of that. We've got the tour set up for October the 22nd. So we're going to
October 22nd.
Yeah. So it's on a Wednesday. We'll take the day off, and I know a lot of y'all responded. I appreciate that. So hopefully we'll see everybody there. So we'll make a day of it. So I'm going to cover the water and sewer fund. A lot of pieces to that. So I'm going to briefly cover our proposed operating budget, our capital improvement program, revenues, what our water and wastewater rates look like. And y'all may remember we've got a 5-year plan. We're on year 2 of that, so we're following through with what we've told you in the past. And then we've got some benchmarking results at the end of it. We continue to look really good on the benchmarking compared to the other utilities in the area. So just a reminder of what's in our budget, operating expenses. You know, the O&M is always a big part of it. That's all the stuff that it takes every day for us to go out and maintain and keep all of our systems up and running. Capital is always a big part of our budget. Our capital improvement program, it takes a lot of money to keep utilities running effectively and stay out of trouble with the regulators. And then finally, the treatment services. These are our pass-through costs. I think everybody's familiar with those, but Irving, since it goes back to the 1960s, we contracted with TRA to provide our wastewater treatment. And then Dallas, actually back to the late 50s, Irving made the decision for Dallas, or to purchase water from Dallas. And then in 1998, we had another contract with Lake Chapman, and that contract provides a treatment for our Chapman water. So we got 3 major contracts on the pass-through cost. So this shows just an overview of the 3 main categories I just covered. And it used to be a third, a third, a third. It's still pretty close, but you can see the treatment is the one that's accelerating the most, wastewater treatment with TRA. And I will warn you, I mean, if you look at the next 5 years, they've got massive expansions of the plant, work at pipelines. It's going to continue to have some pretty hefty increases. I know this year they're 13.5, next year they're 10, the year after that they're 17. So they've got major expenses coming up. But you can see the other breakdown. We're different than other general fund departments in that our salaries and benefits are only 12%. That's because we are infrastructure heavy. Overall O&M is about 29%. You can see capital's 32, half of that's debt service, half of that's cash funded capital, and we are in a good position. So we already talked about being able to fund 41% of our capital program with cash, and we've been doing that for a number of years. So this just shows in more detail how the budget's changing or what we're proposing for 26 compared to 25. So all those same categories, you can see the dollar change and the percent change. Salaries and benefits, we've got the COLA, the healthcare increases, salary increases, as well as 2 new FTEs that I'll talk about here in a minute. Supplies, we continue to see increases in supplies that we purchase to keep our systems up and running. One of those is meter costs continue to go up. We are doing more and more sewer maintenance on the system in-house. And then we did add, I think, $400,000 for pipe. That's part of our pipe laying crew. And we're starting to do pipe installations, more and more of that in-house, which is a good long-term money-saving thing for us. And that's been real productive. Debt service, you can see the increase there. That includes the last bond sale, non-bond CIP, and then you can see the two treatment entities, DW and TRA. We only increased the TRA budget 10.8%. We didn't quite go to the 13.5. They typically don't charge us for the full increases that they tell us each year, so we're counting on that for next year. And look at the trending. I think we're safe by doing that.
Chris, you
Yeah, thank you. Again, Todd, in Mayor and Council, I just want to highlight the blue bars if I can. Debt service is for 2026, 24.7 million. Cash is 24.5. So we are 50% of all of our capital projects we're paying in cash. Part of that is being paid for with the coverage factors that we're required to have on our debt service. We have to have those coverage factors, so that's cash coming in. That falls into the non-bond CIP, which then goes into the replacement. And I believe I'm going to put Brett maybe a little bit on the spot here. Is our depreciation still about 18 to 20 million, or have we gone up?
I would say it's gone up, but not by much. So I think you're in the ballpark.
Okay. So we are now, with that cash infusion, we are paying more in cash for replacement than what we are depreciating each and every year, which is a very good, healthy position to be in.
Todd, when you said pipe installation, so are we, as you're replacing pipe, we're doing it ourselves rather than?
Yeah, we added some people going back about 5 years ago and built a crew in-house, bought the equipment to do it. So we've been, I'd say the last few months, we've done probably a cul-de-sac a month where we've gone out and actually replaced the pipe with in-house crews. So that saves us over having to hire contractors for all that. So there's a lot of jobs like that are little niches for us that we can do more effectively than a contractor. And so that's what we've been focusing on. So that's been real successful.
Well, I know you've been working diligently on replacing steel pipe and sewer, the old cast iron or the old clay sewage pipes and things of that nature. So I know we've made pretty good progress on that over the years.
We've made a lot of progress and still a long way to go. But yeah, unfortunately. But we you know, if you look at brakes and some of the history on maintenance, you know, we really trended pretty flat. Maybe even come down a little bit, which is a good indication that we're replacing enough of the infrastructure to stay on top of it. It's not getting away from us. The repairs aren't going up and up like they used to. So I think the investment that we've made, and I go back about 20 years, I mean, we've come a long way in 20 years in replacing.
Yeah, we had hundreds of miles of steel pipe and
right.
Hundreds of miles of sewage pipe. So
we still have breaks, you know, every day pretty much, but it's something that's manageable and something that's any utility. It's a never-ending challenge to keep on top of it. We have 1,500 miles of pipe, and it's a never-ending challenge for us.
Thank you.
So I did mention a couple of positions. We have one leak detection specialist today that's responsible for proactively going out and finding leaks as well and working for all the repair crews that we have out making repairs each day. So when we see water coming up through the pavement, rather than going out and just tearing up the pavement, we want to know exactly where that's coming from. So this person, there's a lot of technology that's come on board, I'd say the last 5 to 7 years that we're using now. And so we really want to grow that. We want to add a person, so when that person's on vacation or out, we've got somebody else that can do it. Right now, again, we just have the one person. When they leave the position, get promoted, we don't have anybody, so really need to add some depth there and build on that capability. And then we've got a senior environmental compliance specialist. This is to improve our backflow program. So backflow, we have backflow devices just beyond our meters or at our meter location for every business in town. And so in the past, we've had a program to monitor all those devices for the high hazard devices. So when we attach to a commercial business and industry that has, you know, processes in place that could have contaminated water that could come back in our system. We've got devices that prevent that water from coming back in our system. You may remember a couple of years ago, Grand Prairie had the issue with the firefighting chemical that got in their system and caused a lot of problems. They had boil water notices that went on for about a week, and I could give you a lot of examples of that. So it's a program that we want to expand and really take it to where we're doing all commercial businesses, not just the high hazard devices. And so we've got a person to help us with that. We have one person right now that manages that program, so this will be a second person to help us with that. So this, some of the numbers in the graph at the bottom just shows you how many devices we currently keep track of. There's over 3,200, I think, roughly. And so if we expand it to all the commercial and all the fire lines in town, it would get up to over 8,000. So that's why we need the extra person. It will require some changes to the ordinance, Chapter 41. So we'd have the requirement again for all commercial backflow assemblies to be tested each year and to provide that data to us from a certified tester. So we'd also add in the Chapter 41 the installation requirements as well as all the different types of devices that we would allow. We are proposing a $40 fee, which is pretty consistent with what we see across the state. Anyway, we'd bring that back to you here in a couple of weeks with more details on that. There's a lot more details that we don't have time for today. But anyway, that's our plan for the enhanced backflow protection. This just shows some of the fees that we've gone out and benchmarked. You know, it's roughly from $30 to $50, what we see a lot of cities doing. We charge $0 currently, but as we add more devices, you know, we're getting up close to 8,000 devices. It would bring in a little over $300,000 at $40 a piece. The software that we use, it's about $18 per device to be able to use that software and track everything. So final revenue total would be about $168,000 a person. Vehicle would be $171,000. Ongoing costs would be roughly $120,000. So it would help pay in the future for all of one position and part of another one. And again, the goal is to try to protect our system and make sure that we're not having incidents where contaminated water gets back in our public system. So I want to spend just a minute talking about our meter system investment. This has been something we've focused on a lot the last 6-7 years. We've come a long ways. If you go back 8 to 10 years, we used to have to estimate a lot of meters each month, which caused a lot of problems. We don't do that anymore. We're able to read every meter every month. It's also improved our lost water, or unaccounted water, by getting more accurate meters out there in the system. And we've been replacing 4,000 to 5,000 meters per year about the last 5 to 6 years at a cost of about $2 million. So we've already replaced, I'd say, over 20 to 25,000 meters in the last 5 to 6 years. Meters, an accurate meter has a lifespan of about 12 to 15 years. After that time, you really start to lose the accuracy. And when you lose the accuracy, for mechanical meters, they just read slower. And so we're under accounting for the water we have going through our system. The large meters, we have a lot of those that are even older than 15 years in the system, so we really try to get aggressive on replacing those. We've got an in-house crew we've repurposed. We're doing 25 in-house per year. It's a much bigger project to do those. And we've increased the funding for contractor-led replacements to $4 million. So starting to make some good improvement on that. And then finally, the other piece of our meter reading systems are AMI. So when you hear terms like smart meters, remote read meters, that's our AMI system. We've had a system in place for a number of years. We've worked with the current vendor, I'd say 15 to 20 years, but we're really at the end of the life on the current system and starting to see some problems, so we're wanting to move on to a new system. And the big thing about AMI, instead of having once a month reads like we used to, you're getting reads every hour. So when it comes time to helping customers really manage their water usage, understand how much irrigation water they're putting through the system, they can do that now. They can get online, they can see their usage, can help identify leaks. It certainly helps resolve billing concerns. We can see what time of day, where the water usage is coming from. And just status of our current AMI system, go back a couple of years, we're reading 95% of the meters through that system pretty consistently. And now we're about in the 80 to 85% range of some of the equipments. We've had problems with it and really just struggling with the current vendor. Trying to get parts. We waited on a year to get some parts. Troubleshooting problems and just keeping contracts updated has been a real challenge. So we would like to come back in the fall, bring a consultant on board. There's lots of different vendors out there. Whatever we pick needs to last for 15, 20 years. So really make sure we make a good decision on what vendor, what system to pick. And there's lots of new technology with this, with leak detection, pressure, temperature, a lot of things that we can monitor in the system through an AMI system. But I wanted to mention it because it is a big investment. It's $20 million over the next 4 to 5 years and a whole lot of work because we have to physically go out and touch every meter in the system, put new equipment in the meter box, get it programmed, get all the systems integrated, and it just takes a lot of time and effort to do that. And we currently have that funded in the 5-year CIP program. And moving on to CIP, just want to highlight a few of the projects we have. Just these 3 projects is about $100 million that we have in the works. Carbon pump station, everything's going really well with that project. We hope to have that online early next year. Major improvements in capacity and functionality, energy efficiency with that. The Esters elevated storage tank, that'll get started here in the next couple of months in construction, adding 1 million gallons of elevated storage. And then the Princeton booster pump station, we hope to have that on the next agenda. We've got everything worked out with Upper Trinity. They're going to fund most of that project. And that'll expand the capacity of that pump station so that we can move the Lake Ralph Hall water, as well as give us some flexibility on being able to pump more water at times to meet our needs as well. But basically everything you see in that picture, all those pumps will go away and be replaced by much bigger pumps in that system.
They look like they're new.
They do look new. We take good care of them, and they've worked really well for us for 20 plus years, but we're going to get some bigger, newer ones. So this is just a simple breakdown of where our capital improvement plan money is going for next year. It's over $52 million. About a third of it's wastewater mains, a third's water mains, and the rest of it's just miscellaneous tank and metering work and pump station work. We've already talked about funding it over 40% with cash. And I'm not going to go into detail on this, but this shows you our CIP overview for next year, over $35 million. Really a wide range of projects from water main replacements to Road to the Future, water master plan, capacity improvements, tank work, meter work, and some new generators. Wastewater is really focused on pipe, and so a number of projects here for, again, both master plan projects, Road to the Future, wastewater mains, and then just some manhole rehab projects that we do each year.
17.
Moving on to revenues, this just shows you big picture where our money comes from, and we don't receive any tax funds for our utility. It essentially operates like a business, and so most of the revenues that come in come through the water and wastewater rates. We have worked hard to get the wastewater rates up near the water rates, so the water system's not subsidizing the wastewater system, and we're getting there. You can see it's almost equal at this point. And most of our cost increases are coming in on the wastewater side, so that'll continue to go up. And you can see there's a little bit of revenue from Upper Trinity and some other miscellaneous revenues. And this slide just shows that where our revenues are coming from. We are essentially a separate city business, and most of our fees come from the rates, most of our revenues. And the 3 R's, making sure every year we have enough revenues coming in to meet our expenses. A real key thing for utilities is reserves, making sure we have adequate reserves for rainy, wet years. Our revenues can fluctuate, $2 to $5 million per year just due to the weather that we have. So having reserves that can help us make it through those years, and then also we have lots of unexpected major repairs that come in and just helping us pay for those as they come in. And then certainly reinvestment's a big part of making sure we're taking care of our infrastructure. Bond rating agencies, I listed 2 things. There's really 3 things that they like to see every year. One of them is that we're raising rates to keep up with the cost increases that we have. But the cash reserves, we have a goal of 120 days of operating expenses available. That's something that we've been meeting. And then the debt coverage, making sure that we have enough money once we pay our operating expenses that We don't just match the debt service 1-to-1, but it's a 1.8 times ratio of revenues coming in once we pay our expenses compared to the debt service. So that also provides some benefits, and that gives us some cash to do projects. So our water rates, we have a consultant that goes through this every year. This is a current 5-year plan. And what they're showing is 4.58 for water, 8.43 for wastewater, total about 6.58. And it's really going to vary depending on size of meter, class of customer. Some customers will be less than this, some will be more than that. But this is, I'd say, an average bill percent increase for a residential customer. And this just shows you the impact to different customers. This is a 3/4 inch meter. Again, there's lots of different size meters and classes of customers, but we have a lot of customers that are in the $3,000 water volume range, and so it's roughly about $1.50 for them. Customers that use more water, I'd say families, some irrigation, it's probably closer to $6 per month, and then in the summertime when people are using a whole lot more water, you'll see a jump of about $10. And the way our rates are built, we have inclining blocks, so that lowest block, say 0 to 10,000 gallons, will be one rate, and then it goes up a little bit more, 10 to 20,000 gallons, and a little bit more above 20,000 gallons. So the more you use, you pay a little bit higher rate for that water. And then finally, just some billing comparisons. That minimum bill that I just talked about, 3,000 gallons, which I think is really important. People that are trying to watch their spending. We have some of the lowest rates, if not the lowest rates in the Metroplex. So if you use a very small amount of water, you're going to pay some of the cheapest rates in the Metroplex. Even when you get up into a little more water usage, we're still some of the lowest in the Metroplex on the residential side. This includes our increase. I know Dallas is talking, I think, 8% this year. A lot of cities, I'd say, are in the 6 to 9% range from what we've seen so far. But we don't have any of their increases built into this comparison at this time.
Todd, I think some of these comparisons, and just, get to this last one here. We were talking about this at lunch, that a lot of people only know Irving. They've lived here their whole life. So they look at their water and say they're paying all these outrageous prices because it goes up $2 or $3. But if you get out and you look at what the other cities in the Metroplex are paying, we're actually at the bottom. But they don't realize that. They just know what they've seen within their own. And I think these things, these 2 or 3 slides here really show us what we've been able to do and continue to pay for 50% with cash and continue to operate the pipeline and upgrade everything and still be at the lowest or close to the bottom in these areas.
And we're usually right there with Dallas and Carrollton. Irving usually have some of the lowest residential rates. We kind of jump back and forth every year.
Well, when Dallas provides the water, it's hard for them to sell it to anybody cheaper than themselves.
Right. It's hard to beat their price. And this is a comparison that they do. It's based on a 5/8 inch meter, 8,300 gallons of water, 5,900 gallons of wastewater. I think this is an average of their customers in the residential side. And these are all the customers that they provide water to, and you can see we're right there actually with them in Carrollton on this benchmark as well. So lots of different ways to compare costs, but certainly on the residential side, we're on the lowest. Commercial, I'd say we're in the bottom third to bottom half, a little bit different, but on the residential, we're at the bottom. And that's all I have today. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Dennis.
Yeah, I just got one question because the Carrollton rate stuck out to me because normally Carrollton was always like the lowest. Do we still buy about 15% of our water from Dallas, or have we?
We do, through the wholesale agreement.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because a lot of people don't realize that the benefit of having our own lake and, and everything, and that investment that was put in, it's helped us keep our water rates lower. Right. Because we don't have to get all of our water from Dallas. Do you think we'll ever get to a point where we don't have to get don't have to get any of our water from Dallas, or just?
I'd like to get to a point where we buy less. I don't know we'd ever want to get to where we buy zero. I think it's good to buy a little bit of water. If you got into a drought and you have a contract with them and we needed to buy water, we'd already have an existing contract with them. So, but certainly that's something that we would like to do in the future, is get to a point where, that number gets smaller. As the city grows, we're able to find some other sources to help us with that.
Al?
Hey, Todd, contracts that we do with Dallas and Trinity River, what's the duration usually?
Dallas is 30 years. That one's coming back up in 2033, I know. Upper Trinity, I think our contracts are typically 30 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank y'all.
Next, we have MDU. And then maybe after MDU, we take a quick break.
Okay.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. Trevor Crane, Director of CIP. So today I'll quickly go through our Municipal Drainage Utility Fund overview. So we're going to talk a little bit about revenue and expenditures, our rate discussion, some of the significant changes from fiscal year 25 to 26, and then some capital improvement projects and debt service. So this is a little pie chart that shows our proposed budget, kind of where we're spending all the money. And so as you can see, our biggest one is debt service with a little over $6 million, followed closely by salary and benefits at $4.2 million. We spend about 3.1 on O&M, neighborhood drainage projects at 2.5, and then just some of the smaller pieces there. We support our drainage road repairs at $500,000 a year. Transfers to our VERF, which is our vehicle replacement fund, at a little over $500,000. Transfers to our general fund at $769,000 a year, and then money to our flood control districts at $541,000 a year. So we do have a balanced budget. Our proposed revenue and expenditures will equal out at just over $18 million. So let's talk a little bit about our MDU 5-year rate plan. So our rate plan was adopted in June 27 of 2024. We are entering the second year of that current rate plan. So the fiscal year 24-25 budget revenue was almost $17 million, 16.8. And then our proposed revenue for fiscal year 25-26 is $18.3 million. That is a total estimated increase of almost $1.5 million. And that additional increase will continue to support our capital projects, our O&M, and our MDU program. So this is our rate card. Our current monthly rate, you can see that in the first column. And then the second column that's highlighted in the orange is our proposed. That is the 5-year rate plan where we go up $1 every year. So some of the significant changes that we're looking at. First one is to create a storm pipe inspection and cleaning program. Really, both of these are trying to get into a proactive mode out of that reactive, to where we're just, going out when we get issues called, or we're, finding out things are happening as they break down. So the first one is that inspection and cleaning program. So the first thing is that CCTV inspection unit. This is a mobile unit that we can retrofit into a already existing vehicle, $130,000. A hydrovac machine, which is $600,000, and then a new field repair coordinator position to oversee that program. And really that program is meant to, again, get into that proactive rate where we're going out and inspecting all of our stormwater pipe, to where we can build that maintenance program and fix those items before we see those breaks. The second item there is our bar ditch maintenance program. So that is purchasing a Great All excavator at $620,000. And then we will use current MDU operations staff to oversee that program. Currently, that Great All is we rent that when we need it. We're finding it more difficult every year to be able to get that equipment whenever we need it to come in and do that program. So again, bringing that in-house to where we can actually set that up on a maintenance program and be proactive as a part of that maintenance program. So our capital improvement projects and debt service, I'm not going to read through all of these, but we've done a lot of work in improving our drainage system. A lot of projects that are either completed, currently underway, or about to start. Some of the two I'll highlight there are West Irving Creek Phase B and Phase C, where we're looking for that TWDB, that Texas Water Development Board money. That will help to fund those projects. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
David?
Yeah, thank you, Trevor. The rates that we're paying for this and our comparison piece in the last presentation, are we comparing apples to apples on water on that presentation to the other cities, or do we have these rates in there too that we're comparing?
The MDU rates were not included as part of Todd's piece, if I'm understanding your question,
Right,
sir. Yep.
but are the comparison cities, do they have their MDU inside their water bill inside that piece?
I believe we separate those out, but I'll confirm with
They don't.
Todd. Go
They're,
ahead.
they're separate.
Okay, thank you.
They're separate in both comparison and this, so.
There are, we don't use the same benchmarks because there are some cities that do not have an MDU program.
Okay.
And there's a couple other ones, like say Denton, where it's just an outrageous amount per month that doesn't even compare to ours, although we're getting closer. But it's time. So yeah, we benchmark separately and we charge them, and we evaluate the fees separately.
So I think a little history on this is originally they were put in place because we were required to do some inspections and pay for things. And so they were a smaller fee that we were using. But then we started to realize that we had all these drainage problems and we could utilize this for the drainage issues. And if we put enough revenue together, we could be eligible for these grants and things that we're now getting our capacity to. So these funds is what we have used over the years to pull close to 2,000 homes out of the floodplain. So those homeowners today do not spend an extra $1,000 or $1,200 a year just for flood insurance in their homes. And so we needed another mechanism to, and this one fit the bill. So the decision was made by the council several years ago. Phil Riddle kind of led the charge on it because it's mostly down in the southern sector of the city, but yet the rates are paid across the city, so that we could make sure that we had the dollars to start cleaning these areas out. And then staff has also expanded on this to where they're now doing some dredging on their own in other places of the city where there's silting that occurs and things of that nature. But the initial, we were trying to make sure that we had enough dollars and we had a tool or a funding source to make sure that we could clean out those areas, because we had actually started with 183. We put bigger channels in there when we reconstructed the road on 183. And so the channels, the drainage bins got bigger. I know what you call them. The concrete things that the water runs through, they got bigger, and so that got more volume and more velocity, which tore up the rest of the city from there south. And so this was a tool that we were able to use, and then we said, well, if we're going to take care of that, we have to have it for other parts of the city. So we've used it in the northern sector too, to do some cleanup as well. But so a lot of other cities don't use it as this as a tool. They just use it as a mechanism to have the dollars to generate to do the water treatments and stuff that they have to supply to the federal and the state levels. And so theirs aren't as high as ours. Is that right on that?
And Mayor, if I may, even going back a little bit further from a financial perspective, the MDU was actually part of in terms of financing, part of the general fund. And we kept track of it in there, and the capital projects were paid for out of the general obligation dollars. So that was taking up capacity that the city could use for other capital projects and parks, et cetera. So by separating all this out, we always had the fee there, but by separating it all out, creating its own financial fund, we're much better able to manage all those capital costs, all those operational costs.
We also raised it because we were, my voice comes and goes, I apologize, because we were rebating it back to the flood control districts at one point as well. So like Valley Ranch is now okay. A couple others, I think we're still, what we said the other day, 300,000-400,000 going to decurred. And then we're matching another 300,000-400,000 somewhere else.
Yeah, there's about $600,000-700,000 a year in between TIF 1 and the MDU that goes out to different flood districts.
I mean, just to point out, when we did the first 5-year plan for MDU, we structured the increases. If you'll remember, it was $1.50 per month per year for those increases. 65% of that went to fund the debt service for the major construction projects like Brockbank Channel and West Irving Creek, and then 35% went to operations, maintenance, and the ability to do minor projects. And so the second 5-year plan, we're in the second year of that, it's a $1 a month increase over this 5-year plan. And so we've maintained that 65-35 split, so that the majority of the funding goes to these major projects. Because if you're doing a water line, I mean a drainage channel like this, it's $40-50 million per segment, and so we needed a financing tool to be able to do that. And this is what we've been using for the last 7 years.
And I think that's where we got our last grant that we talked about earlier that saved us all that money, was basically because we had this tool in place. All right. Any other questions? All right, we'll take a break for about 10-15 minutes. I apologize, sometimes I get in the weeds with how this all was established, so keeps it fresh in how it all got here and where it's going.
Heroes on call.
First floor, we're starting CPR.
Being able to come back from a situation like that is wonderful.
He was close to death.
Police body cameras capture the quick response to save a man's life. We will show you what happened and talk with some of those who made what some call a miracle possible. Good deeds honored.
This is just a fantastic event where we get a chance to say thank you.
I love seeing everybody come together and just celebrating the community.
Keep Irving Beautiful is honoring those making a positive impact, and there is a special Lifetime Achievement Award. Hear why they enjoy making a difference. Plus, the mayor's special recognition at the Infrastructure Summit.
It's going to be a complete surprise, I hope.
Now on City Source. Before the first bell rings, people celebrate the start of the school year at the Toyota Music Factory. Hello and welcome to City Source. I'm Thomas Gandy. That story's coming up later. But first, an Irving ISD teacher is back in the classroom for the start of the school year after incredible work to save his life. And some of that effort by Irving first responders was captured on camera. We have the video and the special recognition that resulted from it.
There you go. Breathe.
These harrowing moments captured on Irving Police body cam led to this. Medical City Las Colinas honored 5 Irving firefighters and 2 police officers with life safety awards.
I'm grateful for it, and I'm grateful that we were able to assist with bringing him back to life.
Honestly, it's a miracle. Stuff like this doesn't happen.
Let's go through what happened.
Well, so let's pull him out.
Police respond to a 1-car accident and find a man inside.
We were opening up the doors, trying to get into the vehicle, trying to get hands-on to get some kind of pulse or signs of life. We weren't getting any of that, so we decided we'd have to pull him out of the car and start life-saving measures. First floor, we're starting CPR.
Later tests would show he was in cardiac arrest.
It was found that he had 100% occlusion in multiple areas of his heart.
He's cool.
But at this moment, they did not know exactly what was wrong, so they drew on their training.
There you go. Breathe.
The police body cam view ends shortly after this as Irving firefighters take over. But we got an idea of what was going on once the patient was in the ambulance and on the way to the hospital.
Quick defibrillation is one of the key things that if we can do that will greatly increase their chance of survival. The other thing is we can attach them to the Lucas device.
That device performs chest compressions.
So we add an advanced airway with our BVM here to give high flow oxygen.
The patient spent 10 days in intensive care here at Medical City Las Colinas. His brain was injured because of a lack of oxygen, but he made a full recovery. And the team here at the hospital says those actions in the first minutes made all the difference.
Their quick response, their quick actions was what saved this patient's life. It's those first few minutes that saves lives, for sure.
During this award ceremony, Luis Marchani Cuevas got to meet the teams responsible for his care. Among them, Irving's first responders.
It's amazing to see how excited he is to be here, how excited he is. He's telling me, hey, I'm working hard on my cardio and I'm exercising, and those things are just a joy for him.
I'm so happy to see you.
All of the personnel involved agree that this case is exceptional.
This one particular patient, he really stood out and stuck with me. So I'm glad to see that he's doing well. It's really great to see him. He is definitely a miracle.
He is a school teacher here in Irving ISD, where he will go back on August 5th to continue teaching to his children.
You share your story with your students? Of course.
A true story of an incredible recovery.
He was close to death.
Made possible by teams of people in Irving committed to saving lives.
There's no way any one of us could do this alone. This is a great group effort.
I'm grateful for all the partners that are here, everybody that I work with. They're amazing. I'm very glad that we were able to bring this school teacher back.
Yeah, and it was interesting to talk with the first responders and hospital staff involved. Several of them told me that it was rewarding to catch up with Mr. Cuevas because they do not usually get to find out how their cases turn out. And for the patient, he obviously did not have memory of what happened on the scene or during most of his time in the hospital, so he was learning about it for the first time. Irving Mayor Rick Stouffer received a special honor at this year's Infrastructure Summit, and organizers wanted to make it a surprise for him. During a luncheon at the Irving Convention Center, former state rep and former Irving City Councilwoman Linda Harper Brown presented Mayor Stouffer with an award for his 28 years of leadership and excellence in support of the Infrastructure Summit.
Infrastructure, to me, is the backbone and the key to the success of not only our city, but every city in the region to make things better. So I'm truly humbled, and it's been one of the greatest experience of my life to be able to work with such amazing individuals. Thank you.
He has done so much for the city of Irving, even before he was mayor. Before he was even on the P&Z, he worked on transit when I was leading the charge for DART. And then he worked his way on up and got so involved in the city, and now he's mayor. So it's an honor to present him with this award.
That recognition was part of the two-day Infrastructure Summit. Some of the topics on this year's agenda included the future of air mobility, TxDOT funding, public transit, water demands, and energy issues. The sessions attract city leaders as well as reps from government agencies and private industry.
It's not just Irving, but it's the whole region, the Dallas-Fort Worth, which is one of the largest growing areas in the entire United States. How can we better position ourselves in transportation, other infrastructure, water, sewer, to where we're set for even more success than just what we have today?
The City of Irving and North Texas Commission hosted that summit. And let's talk about some major infrastructure. DFW Airport is marking a big milestone in the construction of its new Terminal F. The framework for the first phase is complete, and the airport once again used modular construction. It's an innovative and less disruptive technique we have told you about, in which the structures are built off-site. Then the airport's video captures how, during overnight hours, teams used self-propelled modular transporters to move them into place. Now, some of these sections are nearly as big as a football field, and the largest weighs more than 3,300 tons. This first phase of Terminal F is scheduled to open with 15 gates in 2027. Ultimately, Terminal F will have 31 gates, all serviced by American Airlines. Irving Parks and Rec is spreading the message that the Center Park Recreation Center will be closed from September 1st to October 15th. The announcement comes as construction progresses on the new indoor aquatic center there. During the weeks that center will be closed, crews will be doing utility and concrete work that cannot be done while people are inside the existing building. So during this time, most activities will be relocated to the Georgia Faro Rec Center, and the after-school program will be based at the Center East building. While this closure only lasts until mid-October, Additional work will continue. All of the construction on the Center Park Aquatic and Recreation Center, or SPARC, is expected to be complete by Memorial Day weekend of next year. See more about Irving's initiative to elevate aquatics and recreation at irvingtx.gov/playirving. Keep Irving Beautiful is recognizing people and groups who make a positive impact in the city. We found out who took home the awards this year.
It's the 2025 Mayor and Keep Irving Beautiful Annual Award Ceremony.
It's great to come down and see the different people that are really involved in it. It's a different group than we see on a normal basis.
The Margie Stipes Lifetime Achievement Award goes to none other than Irving's first influencer, Mary Higbee.
I'm very, very honored. My husband happened to have been part of the early Keep Irving Beautiful awards, and so to be associated with that is exciting. And then to have it be the Margie Stipes Award is the frosting on the cake.
There are so many reasons that anyone would select Mary Higbee for an award. Her ability to organize, her ability to bring people together. She's an extraordinary human being.
She's been very active in so many things, and so, history is her thing, whether it's the archives, whether it's the Heritage House, whether it's the Mustang Museum. Whatever she's working on, she always appreciates that.
It's what I get back from it, from the association with the people that are also involved in that project, or the completion of a project, or I've learned so many things and gained so many friends.
This is just a fantastic event where we get a chance to say thank you.
It's a really exciting year for us to celebrate those in Irving that make a positive impact in our community.
Accepting the Educator Award, Dr. Sherry Boyd.
I'm really excited and surprised, to be honest. Every year we bring students to Keep Irving Beautiful, to work at Trinity River, to pick up trash, because I believe that they need to give back in some form or fashion to the community that we're located in for North Lake.
The Government Award this evening goes to the Irving Public Library Community Engagement Team. You rock!
Very exciting. We feel very honored. We've worked with Keep Irving Beautiful on different outreaches, such as the Trash Bash.
We've partnered with them a lot with the Adult Day Therapeutic Group that's out of Lively. We would go do Christmas cards with them. We've done park cleanups with them, and it's really a relationship that we've cultivated over the last few years with him, and it's something I really enjoy about my job.
I'm hoping that those award winners will, feel the recognition and then give the attendees an opportunity to see what these individuals and companies, how they impact our community.
It's just an evening to reflect on what works and give some acknowledgement to the people who make it work well.
I feel like we kind of all bounce off everybody's energy of trying to help out.
I've been here a long time, and that has been the unique thing about Irving. It is the people. Irving has really always been known for their volunteers and the high level of volunteers that seem to come forth here.
And KIB is also getting ready for the 32nd annual Trash Bash on Saturday, September 27th from 9 a.m. to noon at T.W. Richardson Grove Park. As you see in this video from past years, it's a cleanup of the Campion Trail along the Trinity River. Attendees also have the chance to take in some exhibits and enjoy lunch afterward. Registration is open now at keepirvingbeautiful.org. The proposed city budget for the next fiscal year is available for viewing at irvingtx.gov/budget. Public input sessions are set for Thursday, August 28th and Thursday, September 4th at 7 p.m. at Irving City Hall. Adoption of the budget is scheduled for September 18th. Then the new fiscal year begins on October 1st. Again, the website is irvingtx.gov/budget. The Irving Police Department has some reminders as the new school year begins. Using handheld cell phones in active school zones is prohibited. Violations are considered a Class C misdemeanor and may result in fines. Other reminders include watching your speed in active school zones and looking out for pedestrians. Police say this is a good time for parents to remind children to use sidewalks and only cross streets at designated crosswalks, all in the interest of safety. Some families celebrated the start of the school year at the Toyota Music Factory.
It's
There's all the awesome carnival games. We've done the balloon animals, the charm bracelets and jewelry, face painting.
I mean, it was a lot of fun having the sword fights with the kids there. You got the music going in the background. They had a good time.
This was the scene at the Back to School Bash on the recently renovated plaza. The event provided a chance to help kids build excitement for the new school year.
He's definitely excited to go back, see all his friends, see his teachers, everything like that.
And every time we come out here, there's something to do for the family, there's something to do for the kids. And it just brings everybody together.
So just to be able to be in an environment where they are combining fun, also education, and just the celebration of students staying in school, getting their education.
The city of Irving owns the Toyota Music Factory, and it's managed by Brookfield Properties. The schedule is out for this year's Movies on Main. The series provides a chance to watch family-friendly flicks on the big screen at Heritage Park each Friday in September. It kicks off on September 5th with Moana 2, and you can see some of the other titles coming up. Each movie starts at 7:30 p.m., and food vendors will be on site. Let's talk conservation now. Here is a way to harvest rainwater for use in watering your lawn. Irving's Office of Environmental Stewardship is offering residents an opportunity to purchase 50-gallon rain barrels at the discounted price of $50. Each rain barrel includes a hardware kit for setup. Note that this offer is only for Irving residents. Reserve your rain barrel at irvingtx.gov/begreen. The deadline to order is September 15th. Hello and welcome to ICTN's Pets of the Week. It's Clear the Shelters Month, and we're going to talk all about that. But first, Egan Dobson from Irving Animal Services is here to tell us about Mallory. And Mallory just marked a milestone here.
She did.
Tell us about it.
So Mallory is our longest resident. She's been kind of in and out of our care for now over a year. Mallory came in at the beginning of August last year, looking for her forever home. She is a staff favorite. She's about 3 years old. She's completely potty trained. She likes dogs who are also chill and relaxed, just like her. But she doesn't mind having a little fun every once in a while.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because you see a great dog like Mallory who's very personable, but sometimes that appearance of just being behind the bars in the outside area can be kind of tough to get an idea of the dog's personality.
Yeah, I mean, I always recommend it if the dog's jumping up at the bars, barking at you. Most of the time, they're just really excited. They haven't really seen somebody. They think, oh, maybe if I say something or bark, they'll give me more attention, not realizing that some people might not understand what that means.
Yeah, and let's talk about Clear the Shelters Month. It's all August long here at both Irving Animal Services and the DFW Humane Society. And you've already had some success, some adoptions.
Yeah, so we've had about 47 adoptions, give or take, within the start of Clear the Shelter. All adoption fees have been reduced to $25. And of course, on Clear the Shelter Day, August 23rd, all adoption fees have been waived.
So that means free, and I like to think of it as even better than free because a lot comes with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all of our animals are obviously, depending on their age, vaccinated, dewormed, flea medication, spayed and neutered, microchip, the whole 9 yards.
And then Clear the Shelters Day on August 23rd. Tell me about some of the other attractions that are going to be here.
Yeah, we're having a food truck. Kona Ice is coming out. Hill Science Diet, who helps us feed all of our animals here, is coming out with goodies. We have free ID tags for dogs and cats if you like one. When you adopt, we just have everything.
And we have an update on our Pet of the Week from last time, Miss Meatloaf. You got a lot of calls, right?
Oh my gosh, she just got like internet famous almost to an extent with how many people were calling us. She is in a foster home and they do intend to adopt.
So great news on Miss Meatloaf, and we hope to have some great news on Mallory here, the longest term resident at Irving Animal Services, who is just a sweetie and ready to go home with you. And a great time during Clear the Shelters Month. Thanks so much, Egan.
Thank you.
And the Animal Care Campus is at 4140 Valley View Lane. You can check out the websites you see on the screen for the latest operating hours and to see more adoptable animals. Irving firefighters are getting some special training. On the next City Source, we are on the scene as they go through exercises to learn how to respond to fires in high-rise buildings and go inside a chef competition called Masters of the Craft. Those stories and some surprises next time on City Source. Here is how to connect with us. You can email us at ictn@irvingtx.gov. Our YouTube channel is youtube.com/the City of Irving. We hope you will subscribe and hit that like button on the videos you watch. And we always appreciate it when you leave us some positive comments. And you could look for updates on events and initiatives across the major social media platforms at the City of Irving. And that's it for this edition of City Source. Thanks for watching. Stay healthy, and we'll see you next time.
Are you or someone you know interested in sharing your concerns? Well, good news! The City of Irving has just made it easier than ever for you to report those concerns, thanks to the new Irving TX Gov app. Just grab your phone and head to the App Store or Google Play, search Irving TX Gov, and download the app. Then create an account with your name, email, and password. From there, it's as simple as tapping Report a Concern and entering your non-emergency issue. Again, non-emergency issue. Select the type of concern and add any important details, like the location or relevant photos you've taken. If you'd like to be notified of the city's response, go into Account Details and set up notification preferences. And while you're on the app, be sure to check out the latest news and upcoming events right here in Irving. At home or on the go, the Irving TX Gov app keeps you in the know and engaged with your city. So download the app today.
Young Professionals. We attend an event that helps local young entrepreneurs learn how to get involved with the community and elevate their careers.
As an event like this as a whole, just the networking side of it, it's the best way for you to grow your business.
Texas Kitchen. We taste authentic local flavors at Jackson, one of the recent additions to Toyota Music Factory in a new Irving Eats.
We like how much space we have here, that we have the soundstage, and we love the growth.
Readers Convention. We meet authors of some favorite novels from a variety of genres at Texas AuthorCon.
It's a cool opportunity for a lot of us around the country to come together and share the works that we've worked so hard to do.
And in Feature Flicks, I review the film that's kicking off Phase 6 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, The Fantastic Four: First Steps, starring Pedro Pascal and Vanessa Kirby.
We will protect you.
Family. It's about connecting to something bigger than yourself.
Hello everyone, welcome to Irving Spotlight. I'm Susan Stevens. We begin tonight with the newest initiative from the Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. The organization celebrates the Young Professionals program that is empowering entrepreneurs through community involvement and mentorship.
It is our Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Young Professional Launch Party.
We're introducing what we're going to be doing, how we're going to be helping out the community, especially young entrepreneurs that are starting out their businesses.
We wanted to create a space and a group for ages of 21 to 39 to be able to collaborate, give back to the community, and just kind of be the resources some of us may have not had growing up.
I'm just so glad to see you guys out here making an effort and getting involved. It's going to make a really big difference in your professional careers.
I'm just networking, especially for work. I deal with a lot of vendors, so whenever I will need one of them, I can give them a call.
As an event like this as a whole, just the networking side of it, it's the best way for you to grow your business.
As a part of Young Growing Professional Entrepreneur, one of our board of directors sponsored the headshots over there in that corner. It's free.
You know, I was never somebody that believed into headshots. I always thought they were kind of silly. And then I went to a few events and I was like, you know what, free headshot, let me just go do it just to be brave. I was like, finally I have something for my Facebook, for my social media.
I think especially for LinkedIn, networking, it shows the professional side of yourself.
This is free game that we're going to give out for you to be able to chase your dreams wherever you want to go.
This is another resource for the community. And ultimately our goal is to raise money for the skilled trade area. So we are raising $30K. through events and our programs for scholarships for skilled trades, so anything from welding, aviation, mechanic, because we want to uplift that category.
The people I've met, the charities, the fundraising, I would have never known about them until I came to these events.
The biggest thing about giving back and being involved is helping other people win, because if you have a community that's winning, it's just a community that you really want to live in.
Thank you guys. Continue networking. Thank you so much.
As local businessmen and women work to thrive in our community, a new restaurant is flourishing at the Toyota Music Factory. Jackson is a modern take on a Texas kitchen with a contemporary and energetic setting.
Bold, authentic local flavors are spicing things up at the Toyota Music Factory.
Pimento cheese has roasted poblanos in it. We use a Texas stout cheddar from down south.
The poblano gives it so much more flavor. Wow.
Jackson offers a variety of Texas-inspired dishes ranging from grilled peach salad made with Parker County peaches.
I don't really typically eat fruit on salad, but this one is just so pretty. The peach actually really complements the dressing very well.
Texas redfish with Lancito kale and mustard greens, to a classic chicken fried steak served with buttery smooth Yukon mashed potatoes and chili green beans. All this and more are being served at the heart of Las Colinas.
Irving's been great. The city's been really supportive. The convention center folks and Visit Irving folks have been fantastic. I'm really excited to work with them. We like how much space we have here, that we have the sound stage, and we love the growth.
Making Jackson a vibrant dining experience where guests can enjoy both live entertainment and delicious locally sourced ingredients.
We have partnered with Wagyu X, and then we also use Texas beef whenever possible.
We have 96 milk crates upstairs. We have 9 different kinds of mint, 5 different kinds of basil, 3 different kinds of shiso. We're taking them right to the bar, harvesting them at the bar, so they're super fresh for all of our cocktail program. And then we have another herb garden in the back, which the culinary team uses for all of the dishes.
And you can sip on unique cocktails or beers for an affordable price when you take advantage of the restaurant's daily specials.
We're going to be using chalkboards here because we want to always be doing different specials, different wine by the glass, different cocktails, based on is it raining, is it hot, what's really fresh in the herb garden, and really showcasing those things.
Jackson invites guests to indulge in quality dishes and drinks while listening to live music.
After enjoying a meal at Jackson, sit back and watch one of the many summer blockbusters in theaters. While I love Superman, the same can't be said about the newest superhero film to hit the big screen. The Fantastic Four always struggles to make a successful adaptation. They seemingly find the right cast, but the wrong script. The Fantastic Four First Steps is headed in a better direction than its predecessors, but lacks the charm that typically leaves audiences wanting more. Like James Gunn's Superman, First Steps avoids an origin story. Set during a retro-futuristic 1960s, the Fantastic Four and all their merchandise is adored in this world. Early in the film, we learn Sue Storm is pregnant with her and Reed Richards' first child, which they had given up trying to conceive. This happy news is briefly celebrated around the world until Earth receives a harrowing warning by the Silver Surfer. She leads the Fantastic Four to a greedy and evil space god named Galactus, who threatens to destroy the planet unless Sue gives up her possibly superpowered baby. I really wanted to love this one. The cast, including Pedro Pascal, Vanessa Kirby, Eben Moss, and Joseph Quinn, were so promising, but even their performances felt a little lackluster until the final act. I do still have faith in them, but Marvel needs to figure out how to keep audiences connected to their characters. They had the right idea with Thunderbolts, but that may be because we already had established relationships with many of those characters. The only real attempt for a connection here is Sue and Reed as first-time parents. Though we have empathy for them, anything we know about them, along with Johnny Storm and Ben Grimm, is all service level. And while the baby storyline is sweet, and I appreciate the simplicity of the plot, the poor CGI on their baby can feel cheesy and take you out of the movie. The biggest issue with First Steps is how it takes itself entirely too seriously. The jokes they attempt do not land, and with this group, you'd think there would at least be a few chuckles. The Fantastic Four First Steps is the best out of the 4 adaptations so far, but that is not saying much. If you stick around for the in-credit tease, they do leave audiences with something to look forward to, giving a little bit of hope for these characters you so desperately want to root for. The Fantastic Four First Steps is now showing. Check AMC Irving Mall and Alamo Drafthouse Cinema Los Colinas for showtimes. While moviegoers enjoy summer blockbusters, avid readers enjoy the opportunity to meet authors of their favorite books at Texas AuthorCon. From science fiction to romance, the event offers something for everyone.
This is our 4th annual book festival. Basically, it's just a great opportunity for readers to meet some of their favorite authors and to be introduced to some new genres.
It's a cool opportunity for a lot of us around the country to come together and share the works that we've worked so hard to do.
The book I'm featuring today is called The Girl with Strawberry Hair. It's an action western set in 1876.
Definitely have a couple of book series, but our latest one is what we call the Kintaro Scroll series. It's a young adult science fiction.
This year we've got 90 tables with about 112 authors. We've got workshops, we've got panels, in addition to, the authors being able to sign their books for them. We've got a scavenger hunt going on.
We're big readers, so it's really good to find indie authors rather than the big name authors. I was on board. I also quit my job low-key to come here, so. We read a little bit of everything, so I'm into romance of all genres. I read horror. I love extreme horror, splatterpunk. I do love fantasy. I love romantasy. We've gotten into dark fantasy, dark romance.
I think it's great for people to read many different kinds of books, and events like this can bring people and books together.
Reading is fundamental, and I just think it's always beneficial to support local artists, and authors are artists.
I really enjoy coming out every year, and the community of authors supporting each other here is just like nothing else we've ever had.
In addition to many unique events happening at the Irving Convention Center, there are lots of fun things to do around the city. Levi Gomez, our man about town, shares his suggestions.
Grab your paddle and get ready for the Summer Pickleball Tournament on August 16th. The action starts at 10 a.m. here at Mustang Park Rec Center. Registration is $10 per team, due by August 14th. It's called the Texas Tahoe Summer Concert because it includes a Chevy Tahoe giveaway right here at Heritage Park. And nationally known country artist Scotty McCreery will be here performing live just for Irving. Don't miss this special event on August 17th, starting at 2 p.m. with food vendors and bounce houses. Color our world with kindness. Place a colorful leaf with an inspirational quote or drawing on this beautiful tree at Valley Ranch Library. Add your leaf anytime in the month of August. August is Clear the Shelters month at Irving Animal Services. Adoption fees are reduced all month long, and if you come in on August 23rd, fees are waived. Come see all the cuties they have here at the Animal Care Campus. At 9 p.m. every Saturday in August, here on the Plaza at Toyota Music Factory, a free cover band concert. August 16th, it's Fleetwood Journey, a tribute to Fleetwood Mac and Journey. All concerts in a tribute to summer are free, and parking is complimentary with validation from a TMF restaurant or bar. Irving libraries have several digital options for kids, including the Tumble Book Library, an online collection of talking books. You can access the online catalog at the library or from your computer at home. You'll need a library card number and a PIN to log in.
And that wraps up this episode of Irving Spotlight. Join us next time as we find out who knows the most about wine at this year's grand tasting for the annual Texas Sommelier Conference. And we walk through the aisles of vibrant artistry and creativity at the North Texas Quilt Festival. As always, tell us stories you'd like to see on the show. You can email us at ictn@irvingtexas.gov or connect with us on social media. So subscribe to our YouTube channel, like us on Facebook, and follow us on X and Instagram. We'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for tuning in and have a great evening. For Irving Spotlight, I'm Susan Stevens.
Your ICTN team produced 41 videos in the month of July.
This is a neat thing for our community to offer this great space to do it in. Great way to celebrate our birthday.
It just brings us all together, and then we see what Irving is and like their people.
What's going to have you be excited to hang out once you leave one of the businesses there?
I would say Irving Youth Theater, it really inspired me to do bigger things.
It means the world because we don't have to be hot.
On the air, Chris.
Yeah, Mayor, can we skip forward to N, our police staffing study funding approach? The chief is going to likely get called back into arbitration here later this afternoon. We want to get him up there while we still have him.
Chief, we want to hear from you while you're here.
I'd much rather be with you than where I'm going. Mayor and Council, Derek Miller, Chief of Police, here to present to you our staffing study funding approach. If you remember back in May, I presented to you the plan for a 5-year staffing plan for the police departments and our needs. And so this is just an overview of that presentation and then some options for you. So the study was to review the current staffing of the organization and reflected the forecasted growth for the next 5 years for the department. The total plan was proposed to add 86 sworn officers and 61 professional staff to the police department, a total of approximately $17.7 million over the next 5 years. Well, the goals of the plan were simple: to improve our service delivery. We wanted to make sure that we reached optimal operational efficiency in our target initiatives and some of our structured milestones that we have that I covered back in May. Also taking account for some of the unfunded mandates that the department that we all face in respect to our training requirements for active shooter, some of the new responsibilities coming out of Austin for our training responsibilities, our licensure, and then some of the responsibilities put on us as we file criminal cases. RMA is a Richard Miles Act that requires us to have an enhanced level of scrutiny over criminal cases filed. The deliverables were very definable. We wanted to leverage professional staff as best we could in specialized tasks that are being currently done by sworn personnel, so we could deploy and assign sworn personnel in a more intentional and effective manner. And some of those positions would manifest themselves in positions like public safety officer, which would be a non-sworn position to help to augment positions on the street. Criminalist, which would be a non-sworn position to augment some of our functions with respect to crime scene investigation to enhance criminal investigations. Investigative support, which would be a non-sworn position. Instead of adding more detectives, we would add civilians to come alongside sworn detectives to help in that, and then criminal analysts to help us in how we are now leveraging technology and policing smarter. So those analysts would go in our real-time crime center and be embedded in some of our investigative units as well. Some of the immediate deliverables that we wanted to enhance were our homeless outreach team. You know, we only have one of those teams currently, and then we wanted to add another team of our crisis response unit. Both of these units are very specialized. They do a very specialized job. They're effective at it, and it puts operational personnel back into the streets and neighborhoods where they need to be. We also one of the deliverables was to implement a focused patrol unit on the street to enhance our service delivery during peak service times. As you can imagine, our calls for service really balloon probably midday to almost 2 a.m. in the morning. So these focused units would help us as we and put more officers on the street during those peak times of rush hour and high call volume. We also wanted to add intentional resources to the urban center, have some coverage in that in the place of a central patrol division, and then I wanted to have some specialized street units that could deal with emerging and nimble crime threats as they occur. that's the overall deliverables of the plan. Excuse me. So here are the overall staffing recommendations. Just want to remind you for the next 5 years, this chart can be confusing, but if you'll notice on the FY26 next year, it's broken down each year, sworn personnel and professional staff. Professional staff is our non-sworn. And so, and at the very bottom, you'll see across the bottom is the total positions we're asking for. So in year one, 2026, remember the police department is 403 authorized strength today. And in the past, we've had about a 40 officer vacancy. Now, we've had great strides in the last couple of years in hiring those 40. I was just told today that at the end of this month, I think I'm only going to have 5 vacancies left, which is amazing. So what I'm doing is I'm taking those personnel that would otherwise be assigned throughout the police department. I'm going to start this plan this year. So I'm going to take those unassigned positions, and I'm going to start, and I'll show you in just a second, I'm going to start assigning that existing personnel into those initiatives I've just spoken about, which means this first year I need no new police officer positions. I'm reallocating existing positions to start those initiatives I spoke about. I am, however, going to ask for year one 11 professional staff to support as we add those positions. And then you'll see on the following years, FY27, again, I'm still into my 403 number. So I'm going to deploy those towards those initiatives I just spoke about, but then I'll need 15 more officers. So the second year of the plan, I'm only asking for 15 officers to help with those initiatives I just spoke about. And then you'll see 28, 29, those are all new positions. So what does that look like? So next year, I just spoke about it. The blue indicates reassigning of existing positions. The orange is new positions, and then the yellow are new professional staff positions. These are the 4 lines of business in the police department, and so you'll see how I'm going to add those positions. So reallocation of those police officers in the Field Operations Bureau into the Central Patrol Division, the power shift, which is the directed patrol shift during peak times. And then in the Investigative Bureau, you'll see the addition of the homeless response, the HOT team, which is the homeless team, and then the Crisis Response Unit. And those are where the badges will go, year one. And in the yellow boxes you notice, you will start adding professional staff. These are part of the positions that we're asking for year one that support the police department throughout year one. Here's that broken down again differently to how the dollars are allocated. And so without going through line by line, I'll just do the Chris Hillman and rip the Band-Aid off. If you'll go to the bottom right, the grand total for all those positions is 1.2 and change. I'll say change. Here's the same idea for year 2 of the program, which is fiscal year 27. Again, remember, orange is new police officers added. That's at 15 I spoke about. Blue is reassigned, and then yellow are new professional staff. So again, in the Field Operations Unit, we'll continue adding a power shift. A power shift, remember, there's a shift. There's a day shift and a night shift, north and south, and there's 2 shifts that one works the first of the week and the other works the second of the week. So I need power shifts across those. So I'll have to add power shifts every year of this plan. So you'll see power shifts being added. And that's what that NP, we'll add it specifically up north. I can't do it piecemeal. I'll need to add a power shift. I'll need to build a power shift together and deploy it together. So you'll see year 2, what I'm wanting to really do is complete that power shift up north. You'll see and some additions to the real-time crime center. The analysts go back in the real-time crime center. We're adding investigative support specialists to the criminal investigation division to help with detectives. And then you'll notice in the administrative services, we start to add, as the animal service campus comes online, we start to add animal service personnel and, again, public safety officers. Again, here it is again differently, year 2, how that's broken down by the dollars, and then the totals on the bottom right of your page at $3.388 million. If approved, year 1, like I said, as outlined of those positions, we'll set aside year 2 of the proposed budget, and we'll do the best we can. I predict if hiring continues as we're able to hire now, I can safely say that I'm very confident that we'll be able to hire those positions because we're doing very, very well. And then we'll talk about strategies. Hang on. The funding for that total together 2 years of $4.5 million with $900,000 with vehicles and one-time costs, because we have to make sure as we build this plan, the city manager is really on us about ensuring that we have basically total cost of ownership and how much it's going to cost and all things to deal with body cameras, radios, pistols, magazines, everything, so we can build this all together. And then if we get over that hurdle, we'll start talking about year 3 and 4 if I can figure out how to squeeze Mr. Hellman. Discussions or questions?
Al. Thank you. Al. Thank you, Mayor. Chief, give me a view of the profile of what your department's going to look like from now to the next 3 to 5 years, because sworn, non-sworn professionals and then administrative staff. Because I see it kind of growing in a lot of ways right now, especially the needs and some of the areas that you're being asked to, to handle.
So the department will look like, and as we progress through this plan, is trying to put more uniformed officers on the street where we interact with the public. So we can be more, we can deliver more services there. But as you know, understand with call volume and population going up, what we wanted to make sure that we're able to do is do that. At the same time, we need to make sure that all the other services that come along with that also grow at a conservative rate. So for example, if I add a patrol function to the urban center and then I add these other frontline officers and presumably accident reports go up or criminal investigations go up, that volume needs to be handled by the investigative unit. Well, I'm not growing the investigative unit with sworn, that would be more cops I would need to ask for. So what I'm asking for is to embed professional staff, which is somewhat of a new idea in our profession, because there's a concept that civilian, if you got to have a badge and go to the police academy, we know is not true. And so what we're doing is embedding people with our investigators. And so what you'll have are groups of detectives, sworn detectives with civilians, professional staff who've gone to school and have trained in this and help them even be more effective. So if a detective, if a detective who works fraud, for example, which has a very hard job, is very voluminous with all the things that need to be pulled and research that need to be done, you can actually have a researcher doing that while they're doing the criminal side with warrants and things like that. So that's how that would be enhanced. On the patrol side, again, remember, I want to make sure that the officers are where they need to be when they need to be. So if there's a call for abandoned property, that's very important, especially if you lost a bicycle, right? If someone finds a bicycle, but instead of sending a uniformed patrol officer to that and pulling them out of the neighborhood, I could send a PSO to that to pick that up. There's still a criminal process behind there, right? It was abandoned property. We need to log it and things like that. Parking tickets or parking enforcement, things like that. These folks can come alongside and help. So to answer your question, this as we grow the department and diversify the department in its functionality, what you'll see is a more nimble department that has increased contact or with the public from a uniform stand. Our response times will go down, and I think it'll have a direct effect on crime as well. I hope I answered your question.
Well, that's basically my feeling, and I'm glad to hear. I knew you'd probably say that, but because that's going to be a growing, what I call kind of mission creep, non-sworn officers, because we're getting a lot of technical applications, and you know what's going to happen. But then going into the professional area makes a heck of a lot of sense to relieve, so you got your people out on the streets when they have to.
Yeah, so. I'm glad you mentioned mission creep, because that is a concern. When you add these, what you'll have is, if you don't stick to the plan, what you'll have is mission creep. Mission creep meaning if I have a plan to deploy, to have a power shift, and then all of a sudden, hey, how about we create this other unit? And what happens is we didn't stick to the plan. So what we've done, back to the tranche of officers for year 1 and 2, we've already looked at our vacancies within the police department. As officers come out of training, we already know which positions we're releasing that position to. For the first couple of positions, will be released to the homeless response team and the crisis response unit. And so in our strategic plan, we've got a board where our vacancies are, where these specific positions will be released to, so we can make sure that we stick to the plan so that we don't have mission creep.
David?
As far as buildings and housing all these new people, what's your outlook on that?
Yes. Well, with the staffing study, sir, we also did a facility study, and we know that right now we are jam-packed between about 7 places in the city, all inefficient. So we're right now looking for how to figure that out. We're trying to figure out, well, maybe with some of our the bond money and some other strategies, are trying to find where the idea is to consolidate all these desperate buildings that we own and consolidate that into a centralized, what we're calling central patrol. So you would have the CJC here on the southern half, and I'd like to have a central or northern CJC and have all these functions that I have consolidated in one. I've got folks at the auto pound. I've got folks in a warehouse down here. I've got a group of undercover cops in an undisclosed location, and what I'd like to do is consolidate all those into 2 areas. I think it'll also help the efficiency and some of the leadership challenges that we have as well. So that's ongoing.
Luis?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I appreciate, obviously, this big multi-year plan. I know it's been a lot of work, and maybe a lot of residents don't realize the amount of intelligence that had to, and effort that had to be invested in making a plan that makes sense, that will work for many years to come, to also, as you were explaining in detail, not just hiring more and more officers, but also hiring people that are best suited for the function that they will perform. Absolutely. So that's obviously appreciated, and congratulations on the recruitment. Great work with that.
Thank you.
So, of course, I'm fully supportive, and I think that residents, especially in South Irving, will be as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the chief? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Chris, we're going to go back to solid waste.
Yes, sir.
David, we're going to talk about solid waste.
Just in time for your election.
He keeps throwing that out there. Stop saying it. If you don't want it, stop saying it.
Good afternoon,
everybody. Travis Schweitzer here to talk about automation. No, I'm just joking.
We will strike that from the record. The staff is not recommending that. The staff is moving forward under the direction of council.
Now, I'm going to present an overview of the Solid Waste Services Fund. We'll talk about our revenues, our expenditures, give you an update on our capital projects that we have underway and are wrapping up. There are some proposed fee increases, and I say fee, not rate. We're not proposing any residential rate increase. These are fee increases to our roll-off service and our landfill tipping fee. We'll touch on our landfill sale capacity analysis, something that we've just had one meeting on that we will be getting more and more into, and then we'll wrap that up with FY 25-26 initiatives. So in solid waste services, the revenues are about $23.4 million. The 2 main drivers of that is our monthly fee, the residential rate, that accounts for about $18 million, and then our landfill sale capacity, that's $3.6 million. That's where we sell capacity at our landfill to a private hauler, where they bring material and they pay us for that. So it's a good revenue stream for us. On the expenditure side, it totals about $22.7 million. Main drivers are, of course, people, the associated benefits, and the maintenance of the equipment. Solid waste is mainly trucks and people, so it makes sense that most of the expenditures are in those areas. Moving on to our projects, we have the new middle track disposal cell. Most of you have seen some of this before. It's 17 acres in size, approximately 85 feet deep. We're looking to complete that in the next couple of months coming up. This cell combined with the other middle tract cell, represents about 10 years of landfill life remaining. We also have a small tract or small cell in our west tract. It's about 1 acre in size, 23 feet deep. It's that bottom picture, kind of the triangular dark shape there. Estimating completing it coming up in the next couple of months. And that small little cell represents about 1 year of landfill life. We also have drainage improvements that we've completed. This is drainage improvements interior to the landfill. So not outside the fence along Hunter Farrell, but inside of the landfill itself, catching the water coming off the landfill slopes and handling it appropriately. You can see in these pictures we had some pipes and culverts and stuff that were blocked up, and we had to reestablish our drainage ditches as they had silted in over time. So we've completed that work. And the disposal cells and the drainage improvements combined were a little over $4.5 million. We also have the convenience center, Citizens Convenience Center. Once it's done, it will be an all-weather location for customers to bring material, and they can drop it off on an elevated surface down below into a recessed open-top container. It's for household trash, recycling, metals, tires, that sort of thing. Estimating completing it about the same time, next couple of months. It's important with this project that we coordinate it with the opening of our middle tract cell, so all the vehicular traffic inside the landfill is headed in one direction. Otherwise, we'd have large trucks and cars going in different directions, and it would really be unsafe. You may remember from this morning there was the new maintenance facility. You see that pictured here in the bottom blue building. The one on top of it was the old maintenance facility. The new one is about 4,900 square feet, includes a 15-ton bridge crane, and that maintenance shop is operational, and we are using it today. It combined with the convenience center was about $2.5 million. Moving over to our Briary location, this is where our collection staff operates out of each morning, and then where they return to once their route is done. And what you see here pictured is an old welding shop that we have cleared out and made ready for it to be turned into a new break room for these folks. We've outgrown the location we're currently in, and this new location will be very much appreciated. It'll provide showers for the collection group. It'll also provide female restrooms. We do have 3 female employees, and so it's important that we make sure that we can accommodate that. It'll provide them usable lockers. Their old lockers were very, very narrow and were really just for uniform delivery. New lockers will be larger in size and able to house their rain gear and other items. And then we're estimating this to be completed in the fall, winter of 2025. Okay, talking about the proposed fee increases in roll-off and landfill tipping. And as I mentioned, there's no proposed rate increase on the residential side. You'll see that here in this next year, in 26. You'll also see we're anticipating no fee increase for 27. However, in 28, 29, and 30, we are anticipating rate increases in those outer years. We're also proposing a $50 increase in each of our 3 roll-off categories. And then in the landfill tipping, we're proposing a $4 increase per ton or a $1 increase per quarter ton. Recalling back to our May strategic plan meeting, we spoke of different landfill expansion alternatives. Alternative 3 was the alternative where we landed on it. It provided the most years of additional life, and council at that time directed us to evaluate increasing the minimum and maximum tonnage requirements for that sale of capacity contract relative to the increased life of the landfill. Essentially, is there an opportunity to sell more landfill space given the extended life of the landfill and help offset or even hold flat, we don't know yet, any sort of residential rate increase. That's something that we want to be looking into. That current landfill sale capacity contract expires at the end of this next fiscal year, 25-26. So as I mentioned, we are engaging Burns & McDonnell to perform the necessary analysis of our landfill capacity, and we'll be returning with those findings at a later date. Some upcoming items. August 28th will be the first reading of the proposed roll-off service fee increase and landfill tipping fee increases. Then on September 18th comes our second and final reading for the proposed roll-off service fee increase and landfill tipping fee increases. And I will say that these increases came out of the work that Burns & McDonnell did looking at our cost of service and our collection and operation. So that they're recommended from that analysis that they did. Initiatives coming up in 25-26. Want to complete our feasibility of our landfill expansion, return to you with those findings, and then initiate the alternative 3 landfill expansion. We'll definitely need our engineering folks to assist us with that. And then, as I mentioned just a few slides ago, evaluation of the life of the landfill and the landfill sale capacity, and return those findings back to you all. Something else that we are looking into, and this is a potential revenue stream, we don't know yet, is landfill gas. We want to analyze the amount of gas the landfill produces, and is it of a high enough quality to be viable to install a collection system and combine that with the city of Grand Prairie's facility that they're building on their site just across the river from us. There would be, if there's enough gas and it's viable, where we could see some royalties from that operation. And then some smaller items, but very important, is just a storage solution for our landfill small equipment, mowers, skid steer, different hand tools, that sort of thing. We want to pursue additional business for our roll-off operation, and then continue end-use options for mulch. And with that, we'll answer any questions.
Mark. Yeah, thank you, Travis. I'm looking forward to seeing that report from Burns and McDonald. It seems like it's a significant portion of the revenue stream is the sale of capacity.
3.6 million. Yep.
I know we're concerned about the longevity of the landfill. That's part of the analysis too. And so I think we do need to look at whether that makes sense for us, as far as looking out for the best interests of the city long term, whether to actually continue doing that.
Yep.
And if we stop doing that, then how to make up for the revenue stream? I guess you're talking about capturing the gas. I don't know what kind of revenue that would be.
I don't know yet.
Yeah. But I guess we'll have those discussions here in the future, and
Yes, sir.
those are significant decisions.
Yep.
Because we made the decision not to buy that land some distance away to use as an ancillary site.
Yep.
Right. Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions of Travis? Just look forward to the analysis. I know we've had several things over the years where we weren't compacting the dirt enough, and we were using more dirt and running out of dirt and all different type of things. So I don't know if we've got enough equipment in there to actually make sure that we are getting the best compaction and the best.
We're actually, our compaction is on the increase. We're not quite to our goal of 1,250 pounds per cubic yard. I don't recall, we're about 700 pounds shy of our goal. But since we purchased larger compactors, we are moving in the right direction for sure.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You bet. Thank you all.
Oh, I'm sorry. Abdul, did you want to?
Just a quick question. In the past, we discussed about acquiring and extending the life of landfill.
Mm-hmm.
And that discussion was to purchase a potential adjacent land. Are we still on that track? Or?
Yes, that's right. I'll be bringing back to you all the results of our feasibility study, and then we'll get into the engineering behind what's necessary with that property. There'll have to be environmental studies. There'll need to be flooding issues, flooding mitigation will come into play. Of course, the whole permitting process. There'll need to be a levee system constructed around that to keep stormwater out of it. And so there's a lot to it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
A lot more to come.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Fleet. We always like to have it about this time of day because you're so excited. You get us all back up and awake and paying attention.
And I'm caffeine free.
I know.
I
know.
And Larry, he's talking about you.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Debbie Jackson, Fleet Business Operations Manager with Larry Spain, the Fleet Maintenance Manager, and we're just going to go over a few things with Fleet. As we've said before in our Future in Focus, and we thought it was important to bring it up again because this matters to Fleet, we have 1,479 vehicles and pieces of equipment, which we've broken down into different groups between general government, public safety, and other equipment. Fleet employees, we have 33 with 1 vacancy. Fuel stations, we have 19 different locations with 27 tanks. Impacts on the budget. Major increases to the budget, a little over $200,000 for parts and supplies, a little over $250,000 for outside work, $26,000 for overtime, a little over $40,000 for instrument maintenance, a little over $20,000 for motor vehicle maintenance, and then major decreases to the budget. If you'll see, this number has changed, and so my apologies that it was not updated by me. Fuel is now at $2.90 a gallon, which is going to make the difference. Instead of it being $328,000 savings, it's going to be $928,000 savings. Right. And then we're also going to have a $30,000 CNG savings. Vehicle and equipment purchases. New purchases since 2020. 621 vehicles and equipment have been ordered. 534 have been delivered, and 87 are awaiting delivery. Capital improvements. Construction of the new fleet facility, which is amazing, is a 3-phase approach. First phase completion, we're looking forward October 2025, and we're going to be soliciting help, free hands to help us move. Also, second and third stages combined should be about 12 months, and we're really hoping that everybody gets to come out and see it because it's going to be amazing. And then we'd like to say thank you so much from Fleet, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Mark? Yeah, I just have a quick question about the cost of gasoline. We've heard from several presentations that the cost has gone down, $3.90, $2.90 a gallon. And but it's not like we have a set rate that we for a certain amount of time. Is it that so it'll fluctuate whatever the market is, and so because it came down quite a bit from last year, and then just in the next few months it could spike again, right?
Yes, and that's the volatility of the fuel market. Like I've always said to Mr. Himmel before, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what it's going to be, but actual trending and the way it's been going, and you know how you go to your local Quick Trip or racetrack or whatever, and you're seeing like one day it's $2.59, the next day it's $2.99, that fluctuation. Well, remember, we have strategic ordering that we do in Fleet that I'm so proud of. We started this many years ago, and there's different things called bobtails, and there's different things called transports. And how you order fuel, what day you order fuel, matters on your prices from the rack. And luckily, we have the rack here in Irving, right? And so with strategic buying, we save anywhere from 25 to 35 cents a gallon from what you see at the main stations, right? And so with that up and down fluctuation, we're currently trending at about $2.58 a gallon. And that's even with us having the spike going up, at the main pumps for, $2.99 if you were to go out to a station today. So because of the strategic buying and the way that we do stuff and buying from a rack, here in Irving, we save money. And so that's how we're able to do prices lower. Now, I'm greedy, and I asked for $3.40, only for the simple fact of, it's a volatile market, and it really does worry me. But I've been, told that not to worry about it. My job's not on, in jeopardy because of the fuel pricing. And I'm putting that on record.
We just need to let y'all know, we all debated as the budget team who we were going to send up against Debbie, and we all volunteered Brett. So thank you, Brett, for doing it.
Thank you for that explanation, and well done, yes, strategically buying the gasoline that way.
You're welcome, sir.
Any other questions? Great job. When you look at a lot of these things, it's just major increases. It's very understandable, parts and supplies and outsourcing, outside work and instrument maintenance and those type of things are really out of your control as far as what's happening. So
yes, sir.
Appreciate all you do for us.
Thank you for what you do for us.
All right. Thank you. Information technology.
He's the one that always talks about saving money, I think, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So those are the expectations for you, Chad.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Chad Powell, Chief Technology Officer, and Debbie is a tough act to follow, but I will try and match her momentum. So the first presentation is gonna be covering our funded IT projects for this coming fiscal year. And just to kind of give you a high-level overview of the way our project intake process works, we do have a business analyst that works closely with all of the various departments throughout the year to identify their needs and to match those needs with solutions. So when our project request window does open, and it's open for a 2-month period, those departments are prepared to submit their project request. After the project window closes, their respective department directors are required to approve that request, and then it moves to IT. We take a look at it from a management team perspective. We're not necessarily weighing the merits of the project itself. We're trying to identify whether or not this meets the qualifications to be considered a project. We're looking at the impact the projects will have on our resources and then matching that to the capacity that we have available to do those projects. So once we sort through all those projects, it then goes to the executive team during the line item review process, and then the executive team takes a look at the merits and identifies if there's funding available. So this year we had 52 project requests that were submitted, and out of all those, 23 did meet the criteria to move forward to the executive review. 25 did not meet IT project criteria, and a lot of times that just means that it could have been a request or a support ticket. It may be as simple as just needing Wi-Fi in a particular part of the building. It's not a major deal. We can take care of that outside of the project process. One was no longer needed by the time we got to the review, and then 3 were denied by their department director. The executive team reviewed those 23 projects, and out of those, 16 were funded and 7 were deferred for consideration in future years. So to go quickly over the ones that have been recommended to be funded, and I'm probably going to be extremely redundant to Shannon's presentation from this morning, so I can answer any questions if we need to dive deeper. But Municipal Court has an e-warrant software that they're looking for that automates their process of obtaining and executing search warrants that will be of benefit to both the court as well as PD. And that is going to be funded through their municipal court specialized fund for $10,000 and then $2,000 ongoing. They also have a remote certified court interpretation service. That particular system is $25,000, and that provides the ability to have language access and hearing accommodations for individuals in all of their court proceedings and not just the trials. It complies with broader requirements, reduces costs, and the court will expand interpretation services by using a remote vendor, and that's where we come in and why this is an IT project. The police department is currently undergoing a CAD and RMS replacement project, and as a part of that, there will be significant components for training. And they have requested a training area so that there will be some a need for new computers to be set up with multi-monitors, network connectivity, and the plan is to keep that ongoing for ongoing needs even after the project completes as a training area. That is at no additional cost, as that funding is coming from the bond fund that's funding the CAD replacement. And then we do have we have a few different camera projects. The first two I'll lump together, and that's Hackberry Pump Station and Northgate Pump Station. Their cameras were both put in 2013, so they are at 12 years currently, and they're at the end of their life cycle. We are standardizing on a Verkada, which is a cloud-based camera solution that allows for you to access cameras and monitor them remotely or through an app on your phone. It reduces the cost of storage that we have to provide since it is cloud hosted. These two are at no additional cost, as the funds have already been baked into the base budget of the Water and Sewer Operating Fund. Next, CityWorks is a work order system and asset management system that's in use by most of our public works departments. IT works closely with water utilities. We kind of share the ownership of the CityWorks platform and support. And they are sunsetting the current version that we're on and moving to a new platform called CityWorks Respond. And the idea is to move to that because our current one will no longer see continued development and eventually no longer have continued support. So again, that's no additional funding, as it's built into the base budget. And then the existing GIS software that that water utility utilizes is in need of upgrades to both their application and their database servers. And this is also at no additional cost. Todd spoke earlier about improvements and enhancements to backflow. They've also submitted a request for a new backflow software. The current one is missing some essential features, and then it also lacks some compliance components. So they've identified and want to move forward with a new system. And the IT involvement is going to vary depending on whether or not it's going to be an on-premise solution, one that we maintain, or one that is cloud hosted. Similar to the pump stations, the Esther's construction has camera requirements as well as network access and physical access control. Again, at no additional dollars, as that is built into the base budget. Also mentioned earlier was legal is looking to replace their existing case management software. We anticipate and estimated that cost to be $105,000 with $35,000 recurring, and that is being funded out of the technology fund. They also mentioned the BUPSAP relocation. That's not a huge monetary cost, but it will provide a tremendous benefit to fire, as they are literally working out of closets when they're at that backup location. This will give them some more space. And then Beltline elevated storage tank is being rehabilitated, and with that, that's the perfect time for us to come in and do camera and other technology upgrades at no additional cost, as it's built into the base budget. We'll be adding that Verkada camera system to the apparatus storage building, and that is being funded out of the technology fund at about $25,000. And then the library has a project for book vending kiosk to be implemented at various locations that may not be in close proximity to a library branch, so that they can extend access for checking out books throughout the city. No additional cost, that is being used from their library bond fund. And the municipal court is working on securing their staff parking lot. I believe Jennifer spoke previously about the needs for that. So there is a project request in for the access control portion of that. And it will not be add an additional cost, as we've identified funds this year to go ahead and take care of that. And then the last funded project is the traffic signal control software that Dan's team uses. This will be funded from the existing non-bond CIP funding, and then there is a $55,000 recurring cost. Their current system runs on a very outdated software platform known as Silverlight, and that's no longer supported. So now for the projects that we are deferring for future year consideration, the police department currently is on a scheduling software called Telestaff, and they are forcing them to move to a cloud-based version of that software, and they feel that it's a good time to take a look at other options, and one of them is through our Tyler Munis by procuring a module known as Advanced Scheduling. Again, these are the ones that we'll be deferring and not working on next year. The Public Safety Wellness Unit did request an AV refresh or upgrade for their training room. What they have currently is not adequate, and that was at $42,000. And then ICTN had requested a $339,000 project to overhaul the IT infrastructure, specifically on their production and networking side between their computers that produce all the videos. It is extremely outdated, and they're looking to modernize with improved storage and networking. Tablet Command was a system that the fire department had requested for incident management for their battalion chiefs to track and assign firefighting crews during emergencies. Station alerting was a project that we already have. Station alerting, they wanted to add some enhancements to it. One being lights that gradually light and wake up the firefighters when there's calls for service. And then the other component to that was automatically opening the bay doors when there is a station alert, and then when the trucks leave, the doors automatically close, so it's also a security enhancement. And then the last one that's being deferred is the Peregrine software solution that the police department requested. That solution combines various softwares that they already have, including their body cameras, into a single searchable interface to help improve their productivity and effectiveness. Oh, and then, sorry, one last one. And Power BI dashboard was a smaller request on the project side, but they were requesting a dashboard that displays their key operational metrics, and which would include crime rates and response times, arrest statistics. I think the reason that one was deferred, if I remember correctly, is because we're currently going through the replacement of their CAD and RMS system. The project, while low cost, is high effort on IT's part, and we would have to go back and redo all of that once the new software was implemented in a couple of years. And that's the last one.
Any questions? Okay, let's talk about the radio plan.
All right, radio transition plan is a means of just giving you kind of an overview of where we're at. Our current Motorola P25 radio system, which was a 4-site simulcast system, that system and our contract expires in a couple of months here in October. And so the issue we're looking at is that to get the Motorola system up to a supported platform and have a new contract in place, we're looking at extremely high costs of about $3.74 million per year. We have the reduced contract duration, or a maximum duration of only 6 years. It's a very complicated architecture. There's no, poor in-building coverage, and it's not able to be supported directly by IT. So we did identify and present previously on an alternative of E.F. Johnson, effectively doubling the number of broadcast sites or towers that we have. So therefore, increasing the coverage and the resiliency that we'd be able to offer our police and fire. And it's also distributed architecture, which is more resilient. It would represent an operational shift in the way that we support the radio system, moving it to an internal self-supported model. And the transition plan includes an investment in the E.F. Johnson hardware, staff, additional staff, tools, vehicles, and building modifications. So working with finance for funding, the total cost to fund the E.F. Johnson system for next year is $5.4 million. And I do want to caveat that the reason this is going to be a higher number than when I presented a couple of months ago is because after we started sitting down and doing contract negotiations, E.F. Johnson requires that the hardware be purchased up front. But through finance, we are funding the hardware portion of that through a tax note at $4 million. And that also includes some capital expenses such as the 4 vehicles we're requesting, and then the very expensive analyzer equipment. The personnel cost for next year is $1.1 million, and non-capital equipment and tools $183,000, and then there's building modifications at $100,000 so that we can accommodate the additional staff into the existing facility. That $100,000 is coming from the building repair fund. And then we would still have to pay for the Motorola maintenance for 1 more year while the system's being implemented, and the funds identified for that is non-bond CIP fund at $1.6 million. So just high-level next steps from now until the beginning of the fiscal year. We'll be working on beginning that procurement process and developing the scope and the specs for the evaluation criteria for the procurement. We'll work with legal and purchasing on that. And then we will prepare for recruitment of the new FTEs. After the new year begins, in the November-December timeframe is when we would expect to have that contract finalized and get it to council so that we can cut the purchase order for the hardware and services from E.F. Johnson. We'd also expect to begin the facility modifications and the vehicle procurement process. In the January to June timeframe is when we'd be receiving the initial equipment, getting it configured and ready to be deployed. And then from July to September is when we would complete the transition to E.F. Johnson. We'd cut over all the all the tower sites and dispatch centers and fully decommission Motorola prior to October 2026. Any questions?
Questions? Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chad. Chad, I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit, if that's all right. Could you please walk through again the reason why we're going from Motorola over to E.F. Johnson, what that savings is anticipated to be over the next 10 years, as well as some potential opportunities for other cities to join us to help offset some of the costs that we have?
Yes, absolutely. So I believe that number over a 10-year period in terms of cost savings was somewhere in the neighborhood of about $10 to $12 million, and that's not including the ability for us to provide additional cost savings by having partner cities in the region join an E.F. Johnson system. The Motorola system itself, while it's a very sound system, it's just the cost have been astronomical and nothing but increasing. $3.27 million a year. And then we've had issues with coverage within the urban center, particularly where you have the high rises. When firefighters and police are inside those buildings, they don't have the coverage. And the reality of why that is because we only have 4 of those simulcast sites. And in reality, we need about 8. So take that $3.27 million and essentially double it. It's not apples to apples, but the cost of actually having the Motorola system where we need it would be well beyond what we would already consider a high cost for the next contract.
Adam?
Hey, thank you very much. Just a quick question about the tax note, and Chris, this one might be for you. Is that could you just explain that finance mechanism just for clarity?
Brett, do you want, it's a 5-year tax note, I believe.
Yes, it is. Yeah, so rather than issue long-term debt, like fire equipment, IT equipment is notoriously short-lived. And so we're going to finance this for the 5-year tax note. We've previously done this for IT when we installed our new enterprise resource planning software for our financial system. And so this is just a way to do some short-term financing to pay for some of these costs and not impact the budget with a one-time cost. So otherwise, we'd be transferring $4 million from general fund to IT for this, and then next year not having to transfer it. And so this gives us a chance to pay it out over 5 years, kind of like a lease to own, if you will. But also, we have some extra money in the debt service fund that allows us to draw that down. The only way you can get money out of the debt service program is to pay debt. So this allows us to finance some of that without affecting our overall debt rate, if you will.
No, that makes sense. Thank you.
And if I can, I just want to emphasize that last point that Brett just made. We've been able to successfully build up our debt service reserve. And it's to a point where we can use some of those dollars because we don't need as high reserves because we're beyond our policy. This is a good opportunity, again, that we can purchase this equipment, use these 5-year tax notes, and just have that reserve pay for that. So that way it's not hitting and impacting the general fund. So it's a good strategy to use.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Non-bond capital improvements and building repairs. We got a lot going on.
Yes, sir, we do. Trevor Crane, Director of Capital Projects. We're going to go through the non-bond CIP and Building Repair and Replacement Fund, or BRF. So this first slide is our fiscal year 25-26 high priority facility improvements coming out of our general non-bond CIP. A lot of projects, so I'll run through them really quickly. Bunker gear replacement, $500,000. ICTN production facility and truck. It's $97,000 for the first, $70,000 for the second. Vehicles for new positions coming through supplementals, $1.2 million. That Motorola hardware, software that Chad just talked about, $1.6 million. Capital expenditures unallocated, so $3.5 million there. Our TRE trail, $800,000. EMS equipment, $200,000. A treadmill, $20,000. Our ADA transition plan, $250,000. And then retaining wall repairs and new sidewalk installs for $250,000, which totals up to $8.5 million for our high priority facility improvements.
Hey, Trevor, real quick, the TRE Trail, Rock Island, it's from the county, not from DART.
Yes, sorry about that. Thank you. All right, so moving on to our high priority facility improvements coming out of the BRF. We have a generator replacement at the North Police Station, $469,000. A generator installation, I'm going to butcher this since I'm not from here, Grauweiler Pump Station. All right, $378,000. The police fire joint facility classroom and burn tower pavement repairs, $471,000. We have some fire station improvements for $350,000. A chiller, replace the chiller at the MacArthur Pump Station, $110,000. Replace a rooftop unit at CJC, $40,000. Replace a chemical exhaust fan at Heritage Aquatic Center, $13,750. Replace the tarmac at Fire Station 1, $60,000. Tarmac at Fire Station 11, $60,000. Replace our split system HVAC at Center Park, $40,000. Some roof drainage improvements at CJC, $125,000. Continue on the next page. Restain the fence at MacArthur Boulevard to Shady Grove, $20,000. Couple of shower doors, $6,000. Install some windows and existing doors up on the second floor in inspections, $5,000. Some IT communication expansion, $100,000. So the subtotal there is a little over $2.2 million. And then some future facility projects have some money set aside for that, $377,000, for a total of $2.625 million. Moving on to some high priority projects for our City Hall complex. So we're looking to install a traffic coding in the parking garage, $350,000. Installing some speed control devices, $20,000. Replacing the cooling tower at J.D. Huffman, $195,000. And then some MEP infrastructure improvements in City Hall that we'll do in conjunction with the renovations that are planned, a little over $3 million.
I got a curiosity question. The speed control devices in the parking garage. Help me understand what that is and who is that for?
We've clocked you, Dennis.
No, it wasn't me, trust me.
Sure, so those would be speed bumps and those types of things to make sure people aren't speeding through the garage.
Just make sure they're not too high, so I can get over it.
There have been many a close call with people coming in or trying to leave very quickly. And so the guilty shall remain unnamed, but.
Next slide is our water and sewer system non-bond CIP. So we have the VVMC building A and B locker room refresh, $250,000. Main restrooms at the VVMC, first and second floor, $110,000. Hackberry pump station landscaping, $37,000. And then an IT communications expansion, $100,000, for a total of just under $400,000. Our solid waste non-bond CIP. So some storage containers, $75,000. A magnet sweeper, a little under $24,000. Litter wind fences, $110,000. An automatic gate, $25,000. And replace flooring and repaint Briary admin building, $25,000, for a little over $250,000. And with that, I can take any questions or refer your questions to those department heads who are having us do all this work.
I think everything's great. We're just trying to figure out about the speed bumps. We don't need any on our end, do we? It's on the upper end. Thank you, Trent.
All right.
All right, the city attorney's office.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, if I may, can we go to I, just a collective bargaining? This is going to be a very brief verbal update, and because we are still in the middle of our collective bargaining discussions, it will be scripted. Thank you, Janet. The city and association first met on February 18th to establish ground rules. Those ground rules were signed by both parties on February 21st. Both parties participated in interest-based bargaining, or IBB training. That was on April 16th, and we have, the negotiating teams have had 6 bargaining sessions to date. June 16th, the 25th, July 9th, July 28th, July 29th, and August 11th. The contract that we are anticipating bringing to the council and that the association will bring to its members, we're anticipating that contract to have 27 different articles. We have entered into tentative agreements, or TAs, as we call them, on 13 of those articles. So those are all signed TAs. So those are sections that we have all agreed to and that we can move forward on. The initial 60-day period, that's set by statutes. Very rarely do collective bargaining discussions complete by 60 days. That doesn't mean that some don't, but most will usually have extensions. We knew and understood that would likely be the case. The initial 60-day deadline is set to expire on August 15th. The parties have signed a first extension to negotiate for another 15 days. That will be through the end of this month on August 31st. We anticipate another 15-day extension as well, starting September 1st. Our next scheduled collective bargaining session is on September 4th. Our goal is to have a contract in front of you for your consideration as a council and for the association to have that contract for association member review in September and approval. From a budgetary perspective, as you have seen, there are currently 8 positions that are included in the budget. That was part of the chief's future in focus. We have had those conversations as well with the association. They know and understand that those 8 positions were going to be part of the budget discussions. If there are any additions to the budget based upon our collective bargaining agreements, we will bring those to you as a council before you adopt your budget on September 18th. With that, Mayor, that is our update.
Okay. Kale, give
Yes,
us
sir.
some legal advice here.
Well, no legal advice, thankfully. This is just a budget. But just a big picture, our team, although we are a charter organization, did participate with the city manager and his executive team and the budget team. So we did a line item review, as I've done. This is my 10th year doing that with Chris and his team. And so I always appreciate the support of the budget team and Chris, and you'll understand why, especially with respect to our budget. Bottom line, our budget is part of the general fund. There is no structural change in our budget. Over 94% of our budget are salaries and benefits. And so all of those numbers are provided by the budget team. And then our budget represents a little over 1% of the general fund. There is one supplemental request that has been submitted as an IT project, and so that has been vetted through the normal process. We did a request for information relating to having a new data and case management software, and I'll talk a little bit about that. This is a pie chart, and you can see just, the 94% of the budget are the salaries and the benefits, and so because we do have employees that are eligible for step increases, that is reflected here, and then the corresponding increases in benefits. We have 21 FTEs, and so there was a lot of salary savings this year because we had a vacancy in our chief prosecutor position that was hired. Matthew Saliba was hired in March of this year. We hired a paralegal. That is a position that you all added to our budget. If you'll recall, in the police budget, they had been carrying that position, but they needed those dollars for their records team. So we added the paralegal that supports the police legal advisor. We hired someone that was here for a short duration because they were poached by Dallas College, but a new employee starts this following Monday. So currently we have one vacancy, which is an assistant city attorney, one in the main office. Other things that are significant changes, there are rate reductions in both life insurance and unemployment taxes. I'm sure that is not just for our department, that is across the board. We have more employees that are eligible for incentive pay, especially bilingual pay. There were significant increases from 7 to 14% on legal publications. We no longer have a library. We have shifted to having most of our publications online. And some of our software, during the last budget cycle, you all had approved an increase. Westlaw, which is our main research software, now has an AI component, and so that was a new contract with a 10% increase. There was a bump, not significant, but there was a bump in training in this year's budget. We do try to provide additional training opportunities. All of our attorneys are licensed, and several of our paralegals are also licensed and have certain credentialing. This year, our IMLA conference, there are 2 in the fiscal year, so that accounts for most of the increase in that portion of the budget. Again, when you look into the tab, there is a one-pager that shows all the differences between this year's budget and last year's budget, and like the city manager's office, every line item has very specific detail down to our publications, down to the conferences that we attend. Are there any questions before I go off this slide? Thank you. And then the supplemental request, I want to thank Chad and his team, in particular Taylor, who walked with us through this process. We did put out an RFI to get an idea of cost for our case and document management software. We are going into the 5th year of utilizing this. We implemented it the month before COVID, which thankful that we were able to do that. All of our files are now kept electronic, and we're grateful for that. However, there are some challenges with the current software, and so we're hoping that this year we can, with your support and funding, we will be going out to look for new software that includes better integration with our Office platform, but more importantly, some of the reporting features that we have asked, that our client departments have asked for. Any questions regarding that? So this is a not to exceed amount. There is quite a range in cost from $40,000 to $105,000, and from $2,500 a month to $30,000 to $40,000. So there's quite a range there. But this was IT assisting us, just trying to capture maybe some of the top part of certain proposals that we may get. That's all I have. If there are any specific questions, happy to answer them.
Any questions on their budget? Nope. Thank you,
y'all.
K.O.
Appreciate it.
Shanae? I got to remember, you're in charge of our budget, too.
Mayor and Council, while Shanae walks up, if I can just add an aside. For each of the charter organizations, when they present their budgets, these budgets by charter are between the charter organizations and you as a council. I do not have the purview over that. I always include that in my city manager's recommended budget. If there are requests from those charter organizations that directly impact the general fund, I always have the capacity set aside for those requests if that is what is eventually approved by you as a council with your charter organization. So I just want to let you know how we move forward and manage each of these charter organization budgets. Thank you. Sorry, Shanae.
And we do participate in Chris's line item, as K.O. mentioned. I too participated, and we have a lot of fun doing that, actually. We enjoy it. So he is very well informed on what we are asking for. What the mayor and council is asking for and what our office is asking for. I always feel compelled to remind y'all that there's a whole other half, because you guys come up in our office and see me, Jennifer, Cece, Julia, and Carol. We have another half of my office, which includes Bailey, Darren, and April. They're the records management office, and they are in another facility, and they handle thousands of documents for this city. So I just want you guys to know that. Our budget overview, our operating budget, top 3 expenditures, salary and benefits. And on the salaries, we have a few changes from 2024 to 25. There are salary increases due to intentional succession planning, increase in police overtime to cover election costs. When we have elections, we have to pay for the police officers to stay. And then I have 2 employees that did not use our benefits, and they've started using our benefits. So that was a big increase to our budget. Our second 18% of our budget goes to elections, and 9% goes to operating expenses. And that's things like operating expenditures, offsite storage, paper and microfilm destruction, paper to digital conversion, codification and publication of ordinances, and state law mandated publications of notices in zoning cases. City Secretary's budget represents a whole 0.55% of the city's overall general fund budget. So we don't bring much money in, and we do bring some money in for open records, but we don't take much of your budget either. And we had no supplemental request submitted through the City Secretary's office or Records Management Office for this proposed fiscal year 2025-2026 budget. Our initiatives for next year, I just wanted to remind everybody, is to implement a public portal of Tyler Content Manager citywide so that residents can search resolutions and ordinances. Implementation of electronic records modules, which is a new module to assist departments in organizing their electronic records, and replace Minute Track with one meeting. Jennifer and Cece are working miracles in tandem with the IT department to try and keep your Minute Track going until we can get one meeting off the ground. So we are in the process of working or not working with Granicus very well in doing that. Any questions on our budget before I move to the mayor and council's budget?
Questions?
Okay.
Nope. Oh, sorry, David.
Yeah, so for the elections, where's the Dallas County, how much we pay Dallas County every year in the budget? Is that from this,
I have
your office?
it prepared. Yes. In 2021, we paid $200,000. I'm going to round these numbers out. In 2022, we paid $105,000. It depends on runoffs too. In 2023, we paid $250,000. In 2024, and keep in mind we had 2 elections then. It was $683,000, and in 2025, we paid $600,000. Because when we have runoffs, it doubles the price. The runoff alone was $425,000. The regular election was $170,000.
And we have no choice in those
No
expenses?
choice. It would be cheaper if y'all moved in November, but that doesn't seem to be at the desire of the council. So if you want to stay in May, you gotta pay. Want to stay in May, you got to pay. All right, so.
We did that one time.
Uh-huh.
And there were 63,000 votes.
Yep. And it comes out a lot different when you move to November, so we go to the bottom of the ballot.
Abdul?
How come this is so expensive?
Well, that's a great question, but it's an easy answer.
You know, I was in impression that each election cost us somewhere around $75,000 to $100,000.
That was in the olden days, before we got vote centers. Now we have vote centers. So we used to have election locations, and we had 13 election locations, and that was all we paid for. Now we have vote centers, and those vote centers spread out all through Dallas County, and you can vote anywhere in Dallas County. And that is a good thing.
No, that is a good thing for...
But it increases the cost of your election because what they charge us on, based on, is our population and the number of registered voters we have. So, Dallas got charged $2 million for their election, where we got charged $170,000. So it's just, and Dallas was floored as well.
Okay, 175 is fine, but where is this 600,000 coming from?
Well, basically, when we have a
400,000.
runoff and the county's taking just care of ours,
Yeah.
we have to pick up a whole expense. Where when we're running with a bunch of others, they divide the expense.
Correct.
So if it costs $800,000 or $600,000 to run the event, if there's 5 other cities working and using it, then you're paying 100 and some thousand. But if it's just us on a runoff, we're paying full board.
You're going to pay out the wazoo when you have a runoff.
Thank you.
What would be the cost in November? Do you know?
It would be significantly less because that is when the federal, state, and county elections. In Dallas, the county picks up a majority of that cost. So they pick up at least half of it. So I don't know the exact number, nor can they give it to me. And by the way, our election administrator just resigned 4 days ago. Hyder Garcia is going elsewhere, and so they've got that position open. And we'll have a new election administrator for the 3rd time in 5 years.
Yeah, and I think that's something we can talk about, the November election. The challenge always been that, to run an election with where you're sending out 25,000 pieces of literature to 25,000 people versus 60,000, your cost for an election, even the year that I ran in that situation, it was about like 250,000 just because of the mailing costs and stuff to cover the whole city. And it just, plus then you also get into the fact that it becomes
Partisan.
partisan. And I was even though I never said what party I was with, because I had a minority individual running against me, they basically, one party picked that person up and just said, vote for the minority on the location on the ballot. And the other thing is there's a benefit to where you're located on the ballot when we draw. When you run in a partisan, depending upon whether the president's Democrat or Republican, that determines where they put you on the ballot. So one may be a good time one time, but it may be you may be better off being two the next time, depending upon who the party in charge is. So
And we will always be at the bottom of the ballot
We're
if
at the
we move
bottom.
to November.
So getting them to the bottom, and I still got 63,000 votes, and my opponent got 30,000 and never spent a dime.
It's always amazing to me that local government is the closest government to the people, yet we're the most non-paid attention to government. The states and the federal and the county is always going to get the attention.
Okay, what are you going to give us for money this year?
Not much. Y'all salaries and benefits are 46% of the budget. Your operating expenses are 32%, and those are things like attending outside events with Salvation Army, Brighter's Tomorrows, North Central Texas Council of Governments, award banquets, NLC membership, and then you have your travel and training, which is 22% of your budget. No changes. Our budget stayed flat, as did y'all's.
Yeah. Y'all happy with your money?
Any questions?
No, I do think at some point, though, not this year, but I do think we should have some real discussion on travel and training, because it's either, if we're going to be involved with some of this economic stuff and this sister city stuff, it either gets in the chambers or the economic development component where they have to pick up a tab, versus if we're going to pay for it at our level to pick up the tab, because with the cost of things. This year I wouldn't mess with it, but I would say in the future it probably needs to be something that's looked at if we're going to get more and more involved. I chose not to get into the whole U.S. Conference of Mayors, other than COVID kind of saved me because I did a lot of stuff but otherwise there was trips to Europe. There was, you get on a committee, and Beth was in 3 or 4 countries.
She was very involved, yeah.
And so you can really get yourself in deep if you want to.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
I'm not going anywhere for the next 9 months, so
No.
we're safe.
No.
Municipal Court. Judge, I didn't know you were out there waiting.
You get to experience the docket call a little bit there, Judge.
Sure.
You got to experience a little bit of a docket call there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, only 2 lawyers laughed. I don't understand.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council, Mr. Hillman, distinguished city leadership. It's my pleasure to present for your consideration the judiciary budget for 25-26, or the judiciary budget request. I wanted to start by mentioning that the amount that I'm asking for judiciary is $748,984. No supplemental requests were submitted for this budget, and I, like Ko and Shanae, appreciated going through the line item review with Mr. Hillman and his staff. This budget request represents a 21.1% reduction overall from the prior fiscal year. If we break down the difference between salaries, benefits, and operations, you can see that salaries and benefits represent 91.6% of the overall judiciary budget. Operations are 8.4%. All the line items are 100% supported by the general fund except for the travel and training line item, which is supported by a time payment fee and an accumulation of different specific fees. Of the 6 line items, 2 line items were increased, and the others are all represent a decrease. So if we move on to salaries, the salary line item represents a 16.6% reduction, and there are several reasons for that. One, we started at lower salaries than our predecessors. 2, there's no significant amount of longevity pay, seeing as how 2 of us started October 1st of last year. We just recently completed 10 months, and the 3rd full-time judge started on January 20th of this year. There's less sick leave accumulated, and the senior legal assistant position who provides administrative support for the judiciary, that position has been moved to court operations. Moving on to judiciary operations, there are a couple of increases. One is in the clothing line item. It's an increase of 15% because of the addition of a 3rd full-time judge for judicial robes, maintenance, and dry cleaning, basically, of the judicial robes. The jury service pay has been increased by 27.8%, and that's mostly because we have jury trial dockets every month now. Previously, they were every other month. We want to make sure that our citizens have the most timely resolution of their cases. And the travel training dues line item is being reduced by 27.4%. From the judicial side, I wanted to make sure that we were here as we were rebuilding the judiciary and the court system. Finally, I wanted to move on to professional services. This is how we pay our alternate judges. This line item is reduced by 36.8%, and there are 2 reasons for this. One is that there had been several hundred hours designated for magistration duties for Class B and above misdemeanors, and as you all know, we don't do that. Secondly, we've changed how we use the alternate judges. You can see from this slide, one judge was paid $63,880 for a 1-year period. So they were using the judge almost as a 3rd full-time judge. Well, we now have a permanent full-time judge. So I was able to use that line item differently, which also allowed me to contribute $40,000 to the courthouse security fence project. So the requested budget for this line item is $48,960. This is my first budget request, and I tried to give this a lot of thought. I know there's a maxim regarding government funding that if you give something up, you'll never get it back, but I wanted to establish a foundation of trust with the council in terms of budget submissions so that when I come back to you, and I will, with increased budget requests or perhaps a request for courtroom renovations with Ms. Bezorgna, you'll remember this moment and know that I'm only asking because we really need it. I respectfully request your consideration and approval of this judiciary budget request, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of the judge? Judge, you've done an amazing job. When we look at the numbers here and you see how that the money was being spent and how you've reevaluated around and been able to give reductions where possible. And I appreciate that your perspective on things. I really do appreciate the fact that rather than just take numbers and make them work, you actually took the time to see where you could, how you could cut back on things and how the money could be spent more appropriately. So I want to thank you very much for that. And if you have a request that comes in while I'm here, I'll be more than happy to realize that you really took the time to make sure that you could save the money where you could. And if there's something you need, we'll be more than happy to take that into consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been very lucky, and I'm grateful for all the support that I've received from Mr. Hillman and the staff and KO, and especially Jennifer Bezorgna. Thank you.
Any other questions to the judge? Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Irving Department of Arts and Culture. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Make sure I can work that. Perfect. Oh, good afternoon, Mayor Stouffer, City Council members, City Manager Hillman, and City staff. I'm Todd Eric Hawkins, Executive Director of the Irving Department of Arts and Culture. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget. Just a note, this budget will be passed by the Arts Board at their Monday night meeting. I will begin with a brief overview of the Department of Arts and Culture. The Department of Arts and Culture operates with 5 funds, all deposited into one bank account. That is a separate bank account from the City of Irving. The department is primarily funded through 3 hotel occupancy tax allocations. The department is also funded through earned income from interest, rentals, ticket sales, art sales commissions, class tuitions, gift shop sales, and membership fees. The Heritage Museum Fund and the Historic Preservation and Redevelopment Fund also rely heavily on contributed income. Some funding is also provided through the general fund of the City of Irving. The general fund expenditures are mainly utilities, ground landscaping, and pest control, each of those left over when we took over the museums from Parks and Recreation. Each of our accounts has a required reserve per Resolution 53-07167, which requires us to maintain a balance equal to 90 days of operating expenditures. You will see as we go through each of these funds that we have accounted for all required reserves. Hotel occupancy tax allocations continue to be our largest source of revenue. The City of Irving charges a 9% local hot tax. Of that 9%, 2% goes to the debt on the Convention Center, and 2% goes to fund the debt on the Entertainment Center. Of the remaining 5%, Irving Arts Center receives 35.5%. The Heritage Museum Fund gets 2.5%, and the Preservation and Redevelopment Fund receives 1%. At the end of the year, the City of Irving performs a true-up of the Arts Fund account. Local municipalities can use up to 15% of their hotel occupancy tax collection for the arts. That's 15% of the 7 cents. This is known as the cap. A true-up is when the city takes the total collected from the 7 cents, calculates 15% of that amount, and collects anything that has been allocated above and beyond our 15%. That is known as the cap. You will hear us speak a lot about the cap and the sweep. That is what we were talking about right there. The excess in the arts account. Excess. The overage in the arts account. A special bracket put in place several years ago allowing Irving Arts Center to keep $1.6 million above the 15% cap. This bracket will expire in September of 2026, and at that time, the 1.6 will be reallocated to another hotel occupancy tax allowable use. Mara and I addressed the reallocation of hotel occupancy tax at the May budget retreat. You will be receiving a resolution regarding that reallocation at an upcoming meeting. Here is a look at the hotel occupancy tax for the last year, the projection for this year, and a projection for fiscal year 25-26. The final column of this page shows the service fee amounts. The City of Irving charges a 4% administration fee for all hotel occupancy tax allocated fund. For the Arts Fund next year, we are projecting hotel occupancy tax of $5,923,917. The Museum Fund next year is projected to receive an estimated $436,211. It is critical for the museum to be able to retain any of the overage from the art in order to operate next year. That's the sweep that we are going to be bringing forward to you for approval. The Historic and Preservation Redevelopment Fund is projected to receive $174,484 in fiscal year 25-26. We will now dive into each of the funds and look at the proposed budgets for fiscal year 25-26. The Arts Center Fund consists of 4 separate funds. The Computer Replacement Fund, used for replacement of computer equipment. It is funded through transfers from the Irving Arts Center General Fund based on depreciation. The Theater Equipment Replacement Fund, used for replacement, restoration, or upgrades of building and theater equipment, funded by fund transfers from the Irving Arts Center General Fund based on depreciation. And the Special Projects Fund, used to save for major events or exhibitions, also funded by transfers from the Irving Arts Center General Fund. And then the General Fund, which funds our operations. Proposed changes to the Arts Center budget for fiscal year 25-26. You notice we talk a lot in our strategic plan about sustainability, and that has a lot to do with the building. We do dedicate a lot of our funds to make sure that that building is the jewel that it always has been. So proposed changes, we're proposing the replacement of the orchestra lift in both theaters for $659,560. We're going to seal the facility and repaint it. It hasn't been repainted in 30 years. It really needs it. $754,400. Some speaker upgrades for our Carpenter Performance Hall. Also a standardization of the sound and audio system for the entire both theaters. I'm going to keep doing that. Assisted listening systems upgrade for both theaters. We do find that there are a lot of different people with hearing issues, and a wide range of those mechanisms is very helpful, and we can run through each one of them to figure out which works for them. We are planning, there will be new furniture in the Carpenter lobby. There are not enough places to sit. That's what we keep hearing when people come to shows, so there's going to be some new furniture for the lobby, enjoyed by patrons as we hold our first ever resident group reception and season kickoff in September of 26. We have also budgeted for some additional security for a few of our exhibitions to keep them safe from large crowds at Irving Arts Center events. In terms of staffing for the Irving Arts Center, the changes in staffing that we have proposed will bring us to a staff of 41, with 23 full-time employees and 8 part-time employees. For the Arts General Fund, we anticipate a total revenue in fiscal year 25-26 of $7,484,554, which you will find on the bottom row all the way to the right of this page. Going back to the top of that column, you can see the hot projection of $6,194,197. Earned income, hot projections. Earned income on the next line is projected at $1,209,650. The fund transfers of $80,707 brings the total revenue forecast for fiscal year 25-26 to the $7,484,554. For expenditures, we are proposing $6,980,440. I just want to point out that's less than revenue. Which you will find on the bottom row of this column. Going back up to the top of that column, you will find the continuation of $4,524,034. Continuation is comprised of all the yearly expenses that we do not have control over. This includes salary, benefits, membership, software license, utilities, maintenance, and all ongoing projects to keep up the facility and the grounds. Programs, those things we do have control over, are projected to be $833,185. I will list each of those programs on a separate slide. Then there are the building projects. $1,602,352. That is the amount we must cut out of the budget for fiscal year 26. Just wanted to point that out. If we can get the majority of the building projects done next year, the building will be in good shape for a few years while we reassess and find different sources of it. The $20,869 is depreciation into the computer replacement fund for a total proposed expenditure for fiscal year 25-26, $6,980,440. The summary for the general fund, on the top row in the last column, you will see the projected revenues that we just talked about, $7,484,554, less expenditures of $6,980,440. We will be adding $504,114 back into our reserves, adding to our sustainability in a very volatile tourism market. We are taking the most conservative numbers that we have been given about projections and using those. We do not want to get into a problem if there's a downturn in the economy where we cannot continue our services. When you take the required 90-day reserve per council resolution of $1,745,111, we are left with an available balance of $2,353,180. The programming for next year is as follows. There are Arts Board programs listed for $3,000. This is July 4th, Christmas, holiday parade, those kinds of things. Then we have several of our community programs, Adult Education, Art Connection. the bus reimbursement program to help schools offset the cost of busing school groups to all of our facilities, family fun days. The grants program is proposed to be a total of $500,000 next year. Last year, we reinstated the community grants program for $20,000. The total grants pool available to the resident organizations is $480,000. Holiday programs, as for the programming throughout the holidays, Santa Saturdays, that's really hard to say, and other events. And then there's the homeschool happenings. For further programming, we have Jumpstart, Kids Arts, Memories in the Making, other outreach programs, programming partnerships, and our resident group annual reception, which is brand new, which we will be using to show off all of the changes in the building, the new roof, the new HVAC. We're getting in the orchestra shell in the back. So we will be showing off all of that in September of 26. Then there's this Saturday School, the Student Transportation Art Contest, the Teen Art Program, the Ticket Initiative to encourage our staff to attend performances. We have Artist Alley at the Toyota Music Factory and the Frames down on Main Street. Pardon me. And finally, the volunteer program, a very robust volunteer program. One of the full-time positions that we are asking for next year is a full-time volunteer coordinator. As our resources become less, we will need to rely more on volunteers to get all of the work done that we need to get done. Exhibitions planned for the Arts Center for FY 25-26. We are anticipating the new sculpture in the Sculpture Garden. We will also have our annual holiday exhibition, the annual Black History Month, annual exhibition of student artwork. We have 2 Art Connection showcases, one in November and another next summer in June or July. There are 6 exhibitions planned for the Focus Gallery, 4 in the Dupree Lobby, 4 in the Carpenter Performance Hall, and 3 or 4 in the Courtyard Gallery, for a total of programming of $833,185. We continue here the building project. You see the $1,602,352, comprised of the orchestra lift, the facility seal and paint, speaker upgrades for the theaters, and the assisted living, wrong building, assistant listening devices. We continue to prioritize the training and certification of the staff of Irving Arts Center. These are the conferences and trainings that we will be sending staff to in fiscal year 25-26. It is the one thing that we've added is the annual Americans for the Arts Conference for the board. We travel every other year down to Austin for Arts Advocacy Day. And this is just the opportunity in the off years for the board to go and get some professional development. There's the International Security Conference, American Alliance of Museums, all things that you would normally see for arts and culture, for a total of $60,351. In the computer replacement fund, we will be making 2 transfers. You see the $4,296 in project interest revenue, transfers from the Arts Center and the museum for annual depreciation. After the transfers in and out of the computer replacement fund, the fund will have a balance of $136,060. For the theater equipment replacement fund with $66,822 projected in interest, we project an ending balance of $1,976,034. For the special projects fund, the projected interest is $19,496. We will not be making any transfers into the fund, leaving an ending balance of $576,528. The Heritage Museum Fund, the Department of Arts and Culture began managing this fund in January of 2017 after the City Council approved the consolidation of Irving's cultural assets to the Irving Arts Board. This fund provides for the operations of Irving Archives and Museum and the Mustangs of Las Colinas. The budget changes proposed for the museum are as follows. We have the Big State Sign Project for $55,000. Kevin Kendra, who has been our longtime archivist, is just too hard to quit. So we have kept him on as a consultant as we train our new archivist. Replacement of 2 staff desktops at the museum. Translation services for 8 projects. Defibrillator replacement, very important. some workroom shelving for the scanning station and replacement of the scanning station desktop. Staffing levels will remain the same for fiscal year 25-26 with 13 total employees, 6 full-time and 9 part-time. Revenues from the museum are projected to be $755,015, which you will find on the bottom row of the last column of the page. Going back up to the top of that column, you will see $610,695 projected in hotel occupancy tax. We are projecting $91,520 in earned revenue and $52,800 in donations and sponsorships for a total of $755,015. Looking at the expenditures proposed for next year, the museum is proposing expenditures of $1,409,720. The first row across the top is continuation. For the museum fund, there is a proposed continuation of $1,130,479. Programs being proposed total $147,335. We will go over a list of those on a separate slide. Land betterment is the placement of the big state sign. Then we have the fund transfer of $81,906 for a total expenditure of $1,409,720. For a summary of the Heritage Museum Fund, we are anticipating total revenues of $755,015, total expenditures of $1,409,720. Expenditures exceed revenues by $654,705. This budget relies on the retention of the art sweep in order to remain solvent. Once we have required for the 90-day reserve of $352, you'll see that we are a negative balance of $784,007, around the amount we anticipate the sweep to be at the end of this fiscal year. The $42,485 in programming number breaks down to the following exhibitions and programs: Through Darkness to Light, photographs along the Underground Railroad, Standing Together, March to Freedom, Time Before Texas, Why We Serve, Native Americans in the United Armed Forces, The Perfect Shot, Walter Loss, Jr., and the Art of Sports Photography, and finally, Killing the Negative, Poetic Interventions. Badge of Pride deinstallation there will be paid for by Badge of Pride exhibition, but we need to account for it in our budget, which is why it is on that sheet. Then we have community partnerships and school programs, the volunteer program, Spark Lab, exhibit repairs, and future rental deposits. Programming for the Preservation Fund includes the annual Bear Creek Spring Festival and restoration and preservation of the Big State sign for a total expenditure of $147,335. The museum team will have representatives at the Technology Participation Training, American Association of State and Local History, Museum Store Association, National Arts Education, Texas Association of Museums, and the Real Place Conference. We will also have representatives at the Society of Southwest Archivists, Association of Fundraising Professionals, and the Smithsonian Affiliates Conference for a total of travel and training of $27,150. And that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
David.
Hey, Todd, thank you for the presentation. What is continuation what's in that line item?
That is salaries, benefits, the memberships all of those things that we don't have any control over. So continuation moves forward, utilities, all of that.
Gotcha. And number two, I've been to a lot of cities where huge corporate donors or grants to the arts. Can you kind of fill me in on where we are in Irving as far as corporate donations or arts donations or grants and those type of things?
Absolutely. We've actually made quite a lot of headway on that in the last month. We hosted 9 Fortune 500 companies and their employee resource group for the Badge of Pride. About 125 people came in. It's kind of the first time we've really gotten that kind of corporate involvement. Celanese also brought their team down to the exhibition as well. In terms of grants, we are looking at one of the positions that we have open is a grant writer. Somebody was asking about that, having a grant writer on staff to be able to go after more of those foundation grants and corporate grants. We have certainly not been in that game for a long time and have just really gotten in there. So I'm kind of excited by what is happening at the museum right now and how we will be able to turn that into a far more front-facing for the corporations in Irving.
Thank you.
Touchy subject. What are we doing with the big state sign?
There is a location that I think that we're looking at. We have, where we are in it right now is we are looking at an alternative to.
Because it's just in a warehouse. I mean,
It's in a warehouse right now. We have to redo all of the neon light. Looking at trying to make it LED so that it is less expensive to run, and may stay longer. So lots of restoration on that. My proposal is Joe in the room. My proposal is that we try to put that on the amphitheater at Heritage Park, just over on the side, up on the top. It stays near its original location. It is down in Heritage Park and where it makes sense. I think all of that is being negotiated right now, but that would be my plan, unless somebody told me why not.
Yeah, I would just, no, my thought process was if we're going to spend $55,000 fixing it, we got to put it someplace rather than just in the warehouse.
That is the plan, to really put it someplace where it can be viewed by all the citizens.
Dennis?
Yeah, have y'all ever considered either trying to purchase the pole sign at Jackie Townsend's store, or maybe some kind of fence around it with some kind of historical significance about that? That sign is still there, and that's a very, very historical sign in our city.
We've had many conversations about that and continue to, and we're hopeful that we get to do something with it because it is very significantly historic.
Well, I think it'd be good if you can just put a piece of wrought iron fence just around it, and then maybe with some type of monument on it that, you know, gives the history of, you know, her store, her significance, and all this kind of stuff. I think it'd be
absolutely
be a good historical.
Just finishing up the exhibitions in all of the buildings so that the entire Jackie Townsend Bear Creek will be open. So that would be our next initiative. We'll look at that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Who owns the sign?
We do now.
Means who, we? The city or IDAC, which is the city?
The Friends of the Museum raised the money to purchase the sign.
No, I understand that. But you didn't answer me. Who owns it?
I guess it would be the Friends of the Museum because it was on sale on Facebook, and that's where they grabbed it.
And they raised the fund. But the $55,000 is coming from where? The city?
We are also raising it. We just needed a refurbishment plan and to be able to take it out to the public to say this is what we're doing with the sign, this is where it's going. The plan was always to raise that 55.
Okay, it's not raised.
No.
It needs
A portion
to be
of it
raised.
has.
Okay, what's the commitment? Do we have a contract, or do we have rescission powers? I mean, where are we on this?
Right now, we're still looking for solutions on how to refurbish it so that we can put it out for the public. If we can't do that, then there's no reason to raise the $55,000.
Then what happens?
I'm sure that we would keep it somewhere just because it is an important artifact for the city.
Okay.
I don't know where we'd hang it, but.
Now, are we paying storage?
I believe it's out at Briery. I don't believe we're paying storage.
Do we know?
I'll double check that for you,
Don't
sir.
laugh. Don't make me laugh, David. No, and this is serious, okay? I understand heritage. I understand that it's been kind of brought to us a while back, and so there's at least a moral commitment at this point. But I'm more concerned about raising the 55, and then once we do it, then the restoration, and then where we put it, et cetera. I mean, there's some questions that I think need to be finalized before.
Absolutely.
And at the end of the day, who's going to go raise it?
Friends of the Irving Museum,
They're
along
gonna-
with our help.
Okay. I think we need to look into it as to how we proceed, and probably Rachel is probably in your area. And I know my colleague is now the liaison. I handed it off to you, David. But I'm with you on this, okay? At the end of the day, we need their fish or cut bait on it one way or another, because it's out there, it's been there for a while now. So I think you're in a, and first of all, let me say something. This is the best presentation in my 7 years on the city council that somebody, and of course, IDAC wasn't there 7 years ago, but to what you've done, Todd. So I really have to commend you. And I guess your board and your staff and all, because this is very complete, but it does not paint a very, how do I say, positive picture for the future, okay? Which means we've got some decisions to make in the next probably year or less. So, David, all kidding aside, this is serious, because I really do believe, and that's why during my tenure as liaison from the council to IDAC, I'm a believer in arts, I'm a believer in the culture, and I really support it and would like to. But here we are with something where you're going and you're having to deal, and you've already had to make some decisions on part-time people and cutting them back. If I remember, 3 are probably, I think, when I was at that meeting. And so when I look at that, and I look at $55,000 that we have to go, or somebody's going to have to raise it, and then where do we put it, and then how, maintain it? There's a lot of pieces to this. So I guess I would hope that the board is taking this up, because I think you have a board meeting coming up, don't you, next
Monday
Monday?
night.
Okay, and you have a budget
Yes,
decision?
this is the exact presentation that I'll be giving them.
Okay, good. Well, I think that might be a time for this to be surfaced and a decision made one way or another, so.
Just to be clear, they've been given this presentation twice already. We are working on some other things to pass it, but this is what they will pass.
Well, at the end of the day, I think we owe it to, I guess, the Friends of, I'm not sure who actually raised the money, but it was the Heritage Board or whatever, it doesn't matter. They raised it in good faith. We need to do something about it, okay? And whatever that is, then I think the decision's got to be coming right from the board, and then we'll see if we end up taking it up or what, because I'm more concerned about, it's not the amount of money, it's about what you're facing. It's just that simple, that we all are going to have to deal with. So, end of comment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for your service on the Arts Board as the liaison. We have really enjoyed your time. You have brought us a lot of really great ideas and have just been extremely supportive. And so on behalf of the Arts Board and the entire staff of the IDAC department, thank you, sir. And welcome to Councilman Pfaff.
All right. The item number L, we're going to push that to our work session on the 28th. M, municipal service benchmarks.
Yes, we can go through that. It's a very brief presentation. I believe, is that going to be Shannon that's doing that? Oh, there you go.
And then we'll just have a little bit on the input, and then we'll take up the resolution expressing the consider adopting the proposed tax rate.
That is correct. In Mayor and Council, Section P, the Future and Focus funding requests, those are in your packet. There was no presentation on that. Those are just a list of what was and was not funded. P2, those are just council priorities and projects. If for any reason that we missed something in the budget, that's just there to just be able to catch all that so you can talk about that if there's anything that we missed. If not, we'll go to M, Cost of Municipal Services.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Frank Slaughter, Senior Budget Analyst. I'll be going over the cost of municipal service benchmarks. Okay, as you can see here from the charts, these are the property tax rates by our benchmark cities. As you can see, we're kind of right there in the middle compared to our benchmark cities, and this is pretty much based on a proposed tax rates. Upon researching, some of these are going to change. I know McKinney is proposing to decrease their tax rate, as well as the city of Fort Worth, but nothing too major. I do know the city of Mesquite and Arlington will increase they're proposing to increase their tax rates. All right, and on this chart, you can see we're kind of still in the middle range of the average taxable home value compared to our benchmark cities. On this chart here, this is a combined city services compared to our benchmark cities. The orange, you can see, is the property tax. Combined with the blue is the city utilities. And it's kind of the same where we're right there in the middle compared to our benchmark cities. And this is the same from that prior slide, just kind of giving total compared to the benchmark cities. All right, any questions?
We're in the middle. Questions, comments? All right.
All right. Next, we have community budget input.
No problem. All right, community budget input. The goal here is to simply show you what we heard from our residents during this year's budget process. The agenda is kind of give an overview of the public input process and kind of just some of the feedback that we received from our citizens. Public input fosters better decision-making, increasing community trust, and promotes a more responsive and accountable government. Public input opportunities. Our citizens have opportunity during council meetings, as well as the Ask the BFF email, as well as the city secretary office. And there's 4 opportunities during public hearings to provide feedback. The number of comments submitted during this budget process were 19. 17 came through the Ask the BFF email, 1 through the CMO's office, and 1 through the mayor. One of the first topics, or one of the first feedbacks from the residents was road maintenance. I guess the road maintenance team being more proactive to inspect and identify and address potholes and other incidents due to the lack of awareness of the pothole hotline. This has been addressed with transportation, working with the communications department to increase awareness of the pothole hotline. Dog parks are needed in South Irving. This suggestion has been reviewed, and at this time, there's no additional funding in the 25-26 proposed budget for another dog park. Another comment was to turn the green space between Sunnybrook and Canyon Oaks Drive into a dog park. And again, that suggestion has been reviewed, and at this time, there's no additional funding in the proposed budget for another dog park. Regarding the library, to increase digital burrows for Hoopla, offer more copies of new audiobooks for Hoopla and Libby, and offer more large print copies of popular books. This has been addressed as we increased the digital materials line item by $20,000 for Hoopla and Libby materials. Another comment was to add funding to the libraries to provide homeless services in Irving at the branch level. This has been addressed as the PD department has a homeless outreach team who is available to the city staff for assistance when responding to homeless concerns. The city has additionally funded $450,000 in homeless prevention and diversion in the fiscal 24-25 budget. Efficiency. One of the feedback comments was to eliminate positions that have been vacant for more than 6 months and that are non-essential. This has been addressed by due to staffing challenges and the ability to hire quality talent. Sometimes it's impossible to eliminate positions that have been vacant more than 6 months. In the fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget, a total of 44 positions were eliminated. 18 from arts and culture, 12 in solid waste, 8 in parks, and 6 in the police department. Another comment was to eliminate contracts that can be performed in-house. This has been addressed as professional service contracts are reviewed and a cost-benefit analysis is performed to determine if the service can be performed at a lower cost in-house. Another comment received was to fully fund all deferred infrastructure maintenance. Infrastructure maintenance is reviewed annually to determine if maintenance can be deferred to a later scheduled time or needs to be escalated due to public health and safety. As mentioned earlier, roughly a total of $1 million was cut from all funds, including $750,000 in the general fund during the fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget line items by the city manager. One of the questions we had or our comments were over 65 and disabled exemption increase is not significant enough to offset rising property tax. And why does Dallas County and my school district both have tax ceilings for seniors and Irving does not? Upon looking at that, looks like cities are not required to offer this ceiling, the senior ceiling, and counties can choose to adopt this ceiling for seniors. Animal services, one of the questions or comments was providing funding for increasing the number of animal service officers and a dedicated position for community outreach. This has been addressed in the proposed budget for the police staffing plan through fiscal year 26-27, which funds 2 animal service technicians in 25-26. We received a comment regarding the soccer practice fields as far as adding one near Cimarron Park for North Irving residents. At this time, there's no additional funding in the 26 proposed budget for a soccer practice field. We had a question regarding the retiree COLA as far as increasing the COLA. So back in 25 adopted budget, a 30% non-retroactive cost of living adjustment increase to annuitants, both annually repeating, was included. There is no additional funding in the 26 proposed budget for retiree COLA increases. We had a question regarding the domestic violence shelter as far as providing funding for a life-saving domestic shelter. This discussion with council will be held at an upcoming work session. Regarding code enforcement, residents wanted to hire more code enforcement officers for southern and central neighborhoods. At this time, there is no additional funding in the 26 proposed budget for hiring additional code enforcement officers. Regarding fire, residents had a comment regarding as far as providing funding for 4 men on the fire apparatus. Funding for 4 men on the fire apparatus is currently being discussed in the collective bargaining negotiations. In the 26 proposed budget, funding for 8 full-time admins and support personnel is included. The Tom Braniff Drive and Texas Plaza, as far as adding irrigation and landscaping to the monument sign, there is no additional funding for this request. Another comment was to complete seal coating and repaving of the entire stretch of Tom Braniff Drive from Highway 183 to Highway 114. Funding for road maintenance and improvement is included in the Road to the Future program. Lastly, to bury overhead power lines at the Texas Plaza Drive, there is no additional funding included for this request in the 26 proposed budget. Any questions?
I think we've got all the information. No questions on those 17 comments? That'll take us to our last item on the agenda, which is the expression to, Al, excuse me.
Go ahead and finish. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Express the intent to consider adopting the proposed tax rate.
Thank you. This is a question, if I would, for you. And Joe, is Joe still here? Our parks people?
He's right there.
if I'm not mistaken, we've helped and actually put forward at least two that I know of, at least up in my district and in Mark's, cricket fields. And I didn't see us taking credit for that. So I'm just an input that I think that ought to be part of this presentation.
Great catch, Al. There was about $450-ish thousand, I believe, of some of the cricket fields that we improved. Joe, do you want to walk us through those?
I think we irrigated all four,
Yeah.
and we built two.
Yep, sorry, that's correct.
We added an additional cricket field up at the Sam Houston Park, added irrigation to that field. We added irrigation to the two cricket fields at Riverside, and then we also added irrigation to a cricket field out at Mountain Creek. Yes, sir.
Okay. Brett, what do you want us to do here?
The motion before you today is to adopt an amount not to exceed on the tax rate. This is required by state law as we go forward through the budget approval process. Council has the discretion to change their tax rate at any point, but once this vote is taken, we cannot go over the tax rate proposed. We're proposing a tax rate of 58.49. Is that right? Yeah.
58.
Yeah. The current authorizing the current tax rate. I don't have it in front of me.
58.
5891. Hang on. Let me find it. No. Sorry.
It's all right. It's 5891.
Yeah.
What was it again, 5897?
5891.
5891.
Yeah. And an allocation of .4294 to operations and .1597 to debt service.
So I'd entertain a motion that we adopt, that we will not go over the proposed rate. Mark, do you have a motion? No, I was just going to say, I'm asking for a motion, and I was just going to state it, but if you know what it is, go ahead and say it.
Please finish stating it.
That we adopt a resolution that we will not go over the 5891.
Does he need to say the breakdown between sinking and M&O? Okay. I make a motion to approve.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, would you please say aye? Any opposition, the same? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. And at 5:10, we covered everything but about 4 items. Do want to thank everybody for the time. I know the staff has put a tremendous amount of work into this, and I appreciate all of you taking your time to do this. This is my last one of these that I'll be present at, and I've had the privilege of doing this 9 times. And we have a very professional group of people that work within this facility, both the management and all through the ranks, all 2,000-plus people that make us look great. And when we have a budget like this and one that we can propose for everybody, I'm a very proud person, and I think we should also be very proud of what we have before us and what we can do for the residents of our city as putting together a budget that addresses so many needs and keeps the tax rate at a decent rate and also provides for our 65 and older. So I just want to thank everybody for their continued commitment to over my years to reduce when we could, add when we could, and do as many of the projects as we could. Chris, I appreciate you taking the time to talk about what we've accomplished in the last few years because of the quality of people that we have working here. So I wanted to thank everybody. Thank you. Yeah. I was surprised.